You lie still in the dark, not waiting for sleep, but letting it come like a tide that doesn't require your permission to rise. Your breath moves without effort, slow, steady, soft, and you are not trying to change it. You are not fixing anything. The thoughts drift through you as if they've always belonged here, wandering across an open sky where nothing needs to be caught or held. There is no need to name them, no need to ask what they mean. They arrive like clouds, formless, shifting, passing over something larger than understanding. And tonight's reflection is a simplified interpretation offered for rest, not an authoritative account of philosophy. You are not far from waking, but you're also not quite asleep. You're in that space between where the body remembers stillness and the mind begins to forget its own weight. It's here that meaning feels too vast to carry, too fragile to hold, and time stretches into a kind of infinite hesitation. No beginning, no end, only this moment unfolding without direction. You don't need answers tonight. You never did. The question isn't whether you'll find one. It's simply whether you can stay with the not knowing long enough for it to stop feeling like a wound. That is what happens when meaning becomes too big. We treat uncertainty as if it were an enemy, and then we spend our nights trying to win against silence. But there's no war here. There are only breaths. Only the way your chest rises and falls in the dark, not because you want it to, but because your body remembers how. You don't need to explain why you're alive or what life is for. There is no requirement to justify your presence in this quiet room where shadows gather like old friends. The future doesn't demand anything from you tonight. It can wait. The past cannot be changed, and the present has already happened before it was named. You are not responsible for any of it. Not one decision, not one loss, not one chance that slipped through your fingers like sand in a dream. Whether the door is locked or open makes no difference now. Whether someone remembers your name doesn't matter. What you said last week, what they might say now, none of it matters right here, right now, as you lie beneath this blanket and let go. You can hold all these possibilities without choosing one. You don't have to decide if life is beautiful or terrible, if love has weight, or if freedom exists in any real way. You don't need to measure your worth against the size of what might happen tomorrow. There's room for every version of truth, some that make sense and some that never will. Some are warm and familiar, others feel like cold stones in your hands. All can be true at once, even if they contradict each other. There is no hierarchy of meaning. No law says one idea must outshine another. You don't need to sort them into good or bad, useful or useless. You don't have to act on any of it. Not now, not ever, unless you want to. Let the thoughts pass through like wind through trees, not stopping for anything, not attaching itself to a name or a feeling. Let them be what they are, movements in the dark, shapes without edges. You don't need to follow them. You don't have to meet their gaze. You are already enough as you are. No further proof required, no deeper insight needed. There is nothing you must do to earn this stillness, this quiet place where your body rests and your mind doesn't try so hard. It's not a reward for thinking clearly or living right. It's just here, waiting in the space between thoughts. You are not obligated to understand anything, not even why you're lying awake tonight, not even whether there is meaning at all. The question itself can be held lightly, like a feather on your palm that doesn't require pressing down. The future isn't fixed. Nothing is certain. And that's not a flaw in the design of things, it's just how it is. You don't have to make sense of it. You only need to be here, present enough to feel your breath, aware enough to notice when you're trying to escape into thought. You can choose not to move, not to analyze, not to build a story about why the sky is black or whether time moves forward or backward in some hidden way. There's no test at the end of this night, no evaluation of how well you handled uncertainty. You are simply allowed to be, without qualification. Your skin feels warm against the sheets. The fabric lies flat across your shoulders and legs, not tight, not loose, just existing. You can feel its texture if you want, the way it holds heat, the subtle shift as your body shifts slightly with each breath. It doesn't need to mean anything. It's just cloth, worn thin in places, soft where it has been touched 1,000 times. You don't need to think about what this fabric was made of or who stitched it together. You don't have to wonder if the thread came from somewhere distant or if someone else wore something like it before you. The blanket is not proof of anything. It's just here, under you, around you, holding space. Your arms rest at your sides, not stiff, not tense, just letting go. Your hands are loose, fingers curled slightly inward, as though they're still dreaming of touching something real. You don't need to grab or hold. There is no need to reach for anything outside this body. You can be still without pretending you're calm. You can be quiet even when the mind races. The dark doesn't care if you're afraid, if you feel small, if your thoughts spin out like unspooled thread with no end. It holds all of it, fear and wonder, longing and indifference, all in one deep silence. You don't need to fix yourself tonight. You don't need to become anything other than what is already here. A body breathing, a mind drifting, an awareness that exists without purpose. There's no goal beyond this moment, no achievement to look forward to, nothing you must do or say or believe in order for this night to be valid. The idea of time, it isn't real like the air around your face, but it feels heavy sometimes. You can feel its weight pressing on your chest when you think about what will happen next. But right now, there is no next. There's only the breath that leaves and returns again, not in a cycle with meaning, just because breathing happens. You are not responsible for making time move faster or slower. It doesn't matter if it feels long or short. You don't have to measure how much of it you've used up. You can let go of the idea that each moment must be productive or earned. The stars may still exist somewhere beyond these walls, but they don't shine here. The moon might be rising, but its light does not touch this room. It doesn't matter what's happening in the world outside. No one is watching you sleep. No one needs your attention. You are not on display. You can let go of the need to matter, not because you're nothing, but because you already are. You exist without needing to prove it. There's a space between thoughts where everything is possible and nothing has yet been named. That is where you are now. It isn't empty. It's full in its own way, filled with silence that doesn't need filling. You don't have to explain why your heart beats when you're not thinking about it. You don't have to understand how the air flows through your nose and into your lungs unless you want to. There is no law saying you must know the mechanics of breath in order to keep breathing. Let yourself be imperfectly aware enough to feel the coolness at the edge of the blanket, aware enough to notice when a thought arrives like fog from an old forest, unaware enough that it passes through without leaving a trace. You can let uncertainty stay. You don't have to banish it or conquer it. You don't need to replace it with certainty, with faith, with any idea that promises safety. The unknown is not your enemy. It doesn't want you to suffer. It's just what is, like the dark, like gravity, like the shape of your shadow when no light hits it. You don't have to decide what it means that your body fits into this shape, tucked beneath the blanket like a secret no one else knows. The way your shoulder sinks slightly into the mattress, how the weight of your arm rests just so against your side, none of it is an argument for anything. It's not proof you belong somewhere or that you're supposed to be here. It's simply what happens when gravity meets stillness. There's no performance in lying down like this. No expectation that you must look peaceful or restful or resigned. You don't need to prove your surrender is sincere. The floor beneath the bed holds its own silence, unbothered by whether you're awake or drifting. It doesn't care if you've spent hours wondering about what comes after tomorrow, or if you've stopped caring entirely. It knows only that things settle. The air in this room isn't thick with intention. It's not carrying messages from the outside world, no urgent signal hidden between molecules. It moves through your nose and out again without a name for itself. There's no reason why it should be here rather than elsewhere, yet it is, just as you are. Not because of any plan, but simply because things exist in their own way before being named or claimed. You don't have to explain the air to yourself, nor does the dark demand an answer when your mind lingers on whether time will remember you, or if anything you've said has left a mark. There's no need to make meaning from the way your breath slows, not because it should slow, but because it does. The rhythm isn't chosen, it just unfolds. And in that unfolding, there's space for what doesn't fit. The thought of someone walking down an empty street at 3 a.m, their footsteps soft on pavement, no one waiting to greet them. Or the image of a door left open in a house you've never seen, sunlight spilling across floorboards just where it shouldn't be. You don't have to believe any of this is real. It's not meant to become true. It's only meant to pass through, like mist over a field at dawn. You can hold these things without needing to own them. They come in and out, as thoughts do when they're no longer attached to the need for resolution. There's comfort in knowing that some parts of your mind don't have to be useful. Some memories don't require explanation. The shape of a chair you once sat in, its worn wood grain, how it creaked slightly under pressure, doesn't matter now unless you choose to bring it back. But even when you don't, it remains somewhere just beyond reach, not lost, but simply unclaimed. The blanket still rests on your legs, its fibers brushing your skin like the lightest kind of touch from someone who's been gone for years. It doesn't remind you of anyone specific. It isn't a metaphor for warmth or safety. It's only fabric, thick enough to hold heat, thin enough to let air through when it wants to. The way it shifts slightly with each breath is not significant, nor does it need significance. You can feel its edge near your ankle without needing to pull it up. There's no obligation in the way it lies there, covering you just enough. You don't have to wonder if this moment will matter later, whether someone will look back and say, "That was when they were still," or whether anything about tonight will survive into daylight. The past doesn't live in the future. It lives only as memory, faint, shifting, incomplete. And your present isn't waiting for a version of you that's more complete, more aware, more settled. You're already here, this body, this awareness, these thoughts drifting like paper boats on dark water. There's no law against not knowing what will happen when you wake up. No rule saying your life must continue in a straight line from now to then. It doesn't need to make sense. It doesn't have to follow any pattern. You don't owe the future an explanation for how you're living today or why you've stopped trying to predict it. You can stop measuring the weight of what could be against what is. The fact that a decision might change everything isn't proof. that every choice must be weighed with care. Some things happen because they do, like rain falling on rooftops without permission, like roots growing through cracks in stone just because there's room to move. You don't have to believe the world has structure for it to still hold you. The way your spine curves slightly against the mattress isn't proof of anything. It's not evidence that life is ordered or chaotic. It's only a shape, one among countless others that exist without needing validation. And just as your body rests in its own arrangement, so does the dark rest around you, not striving to be peaceful, not fighting against fear, but simply being what it is. The silence isn't empty because there are no sounds. It's quiet not for lack of noise, but because nothing needs to be said. You don't have to speak to feel present. You don't need to name the weight on your chest to know it's there. The stillness doesn't ask you to justify being in it. It accepts you exactly as you are, not more than you are, not less. There's no reason why this night should end any sooner or later than it wants to. No urgency in how long it takes for sleep to come. You don't have to force your eyes closed if they're tired. Just let them stay shut, because that's what happens when the body says enough. There's no need to make a plan about how you'll return to awareness in the morning, or whether the dreams will be kind. Your thoughts are not enemies. They aren't intruders trying to steal your peace. They're just passing through, like birds crossing an invisible line between one sky and another. You don't have to stop them from flying by, nor do you need to watch where they go after. Some may linger longer than others. Others may vanish before the next breath. You can let each thought arrive without asking it to stay. Let it enter like a guest who forgot their shoes, welcome, but not expected to remain for dinner. You don't have to entertain every idea that arrives. You don't need to answer what's unanswerable or hold onto what doesn't belong in your hands. The space between one thought and the next is not empty. It's full of quiet possibility, like a room waiting for something that never comes. And still, it remains intact. Still welcoming, still whole without anything needing to fill it. You don't have to become someone else before you can rest. You're already allowed to be here, exactly as you are, unraveled at the edges, unfinished in parts, not yet known by yourself. The dark doesn't demand completion. It doesn't ask for a final version of who you might become. There is no audience watching your breath, no script being read aloud somewhere unseen. Your body knows how to sleep without needing permission from your mind. Your nervous system remembers how to slow down even when thoughts race through the corridors behind your eyes. The part that guides you into stillness doesn't care about logic or answers. It only responds to the quiet request, let go. There's no need for a reason why this moment is valid. no checklist of qualifications it must meet. You don't have to earn rest by thinking less, believing more, feeling better. Just being here, lying down, breathing slowly, is enough. The air moves through you without needing your consent or gratitude. It flows in and out as if no one had ever asked for it to be kind. And still, it does what it does, unhurried, unclaimed, continuous. You don't have to understand how the world fits together to know that you are part of it, even if only by existing within its silence. Even if only by lying here in the dark, letting thoughts drift like leaves on a river with no source or destination. There's no need to be afraid of what might come tomorrow, not because things will turn out well, but because they don't have to. The future doesn't depend on your readiness. It doesn't wait for you to catch up. It simply unfolds, just as this night is unfolding now, without fanfare, without a reason. You are not required to gather all the loose ends of your days into a single neat bundle before you can let go. The mind doesn't have to be tidy to rest. You don't need to finish explaining why things feel heavy or how long this quiet has lasted. There is no expectation that every question must find an answer before the night ends. Some thoughts arrive not with conclusions, but with questions so soft they barely make a sound, like breath against glass. They come in without knocking and settle near your ribs like dust on old books. Not urgent, not forgotten, just present. You can choose to notice them or let their presence pass unnoticed. There is no rule that says you must respond to every whisper of the mind. The darkness around you holds more than absence. It contains patience. It does not flinch at uncertainty. It doesn't rush to fill the silence with noise. It simply stays steady as a wall built before memory existed. You are lying in it now, not inside a thought or beneath an idea, but within something older, a space that has received countless hours of stillness without needing them to mean anything. This is not emptiness, it's fullness with no label. Like the way water holds fish, even when you can't see them. Your breath moves in and out like someone gently turning pages in a book no one else reads. You don't need to follow each line. You don't have to understand what's written. The act of reading isn't required for the story to exist. Likewise, you aren't responsible for making sense of every thought that drifts through your mind. Some thoughts come with color, like a blue haze at the edge of vision, or warmth like sunlight on stone in an abandoned room. Others are shapeless and silent, just passing through without leaving prints. There's no need to track them. You can let time become something smaller than minutes, smaller than seconds. It doesn't have to stretch out into a timeline with beginnings and endings. It can simply be here, the slow passage of air in your lungs, the warmth under your skin where fabric meets flesh. The way your spine curves slightly against the mattress, not because you're holding it in place, but because gravity is gentle tonight. You don't need to fix this shape. You aren't expected to stay perfectly aligned. There's room for small collapses, like a tree leaning into a hill. The future isn't a path laid out ahead of you like stones on the ground. It doesn't demand that you walk forward or prepare your feet. It's not waiting in ambush, nor is it hiding behind corners with promises. The future just exists, not as something to reach for, but as part of what already is. You are breathing now. That breath is part of a longer rhythm, something larger than any decision you've made or will make. Your body knows this pattern even when your mind forgets. It remembers how to live between one moment and the next, without needing names. You don't have to become someone new before you can rest. You aren't being asked to prove yourself worthy of stillness or to earn sleep through effort. You are not late for any appointment with yourself. There's no deadline on your right to be present in this body, lying here, eyes closed, heart beating without needing praise. Some nights feel like they last forever, because the mind won't let go, because thoughts circle back and try to build a cage out of questions that can't be answered. But you don't have to help them finish their work. You aren't responsible for closing every door or locking every window in your imagination. The things you haven't decided yet don't need to be settled tonight. There's no penalty for not knowing what comes after this breath, or whether the next day will bring clarity or confusion. You are allowed to lie here without being productive, without needing progress, without any kind of outcome. You're allowed to simply be a body in darkness with thoughts that drift like smoke from an unlit fire. No direction, no destination, just movement through space that doesn't care where it goes. The mind will try to make sense of the shape of your uncertainty, to name its edges or measure its depth, but you can let go of that need. You don't have to contain this feeling or understand what's beneath it. The fact that you feel uncertain is not a failure. It's evidence that you're awake, aware, present in the middle of something vast and unclaimed. There's no rule that says you must choose between peace and curiosity. You can hold both at once, the certainty that this breath is real and the open space where all answers might be wrong. The mind doesn't have to pick a side. It can simply rest in the tension, like water suspended between two hands. You don't need to fix your thoughts. You don't need to silence them or train yourself into stillness through discipline. There's no meditation technique that requires you to clear the mind like wiping a slate. The mind doesn't need cleaning. It just needs permission to be itself, even when it wanders off course. The sound of traffic far away is not an interruption. It's part of what fills the space between one thought and another, just noise without purpose, moving through air the same way your breath moves through you. You don't have to listen for meaning in it. You don't need to interpret it as a sign or symbol. It just exists, something happening beyond your control, but not against you. The wall beside you doesn't care about your worries. The blanket beneath you isn't judging how long you've been awake. The ceiling above is indifferent to whether you're searching for truth or running from fear. And that indifference isn't cold. It's simply a kind of freedom. Not because it gives answers, but because it doesn't demand anything. You can let the idea of time dissolve into breath and fabric. You don't have to measure how long this night has been going. The clock outside your window doesn't matter. No one is checking on you. No one needs a report. There's no audience for your rest, no performance required. There's space between your thoughts, not silence in the way people describe it, but something softer, like air between two curtains that never quite close all the way. That gap isn't empty, it holds what can't be named and doesn't need to be. It's where ideas form without needing permission, where questions are allowed just to exist. You don't have to decide whether your life matters in some grand sense. You aren't being called upon to justify your presence to the universe. The fact that you're here, feeling this uncertainty, lying still on this mattress, is not a problem. It's part of how things unfold, like rain falling on rooftops that don't know why they're there. The body is not waiting for approval from the mind before it lets go. It doesn't need your consent to begin slowing down. Your muscles relax even when you haven't decided what to do next. The heart beats without needing a reason. Blood flows through veins without asking for gratitude. These are not miracles, they're just how things work. You don't have to be whole before you can rest. You aren't required to feel complete or stable. The parts of you that feel broken, scattered, unfinished, those are still part of the same body lying in the dark. They belong here, not because they need fixing, but because they're real. There's no rule that says thoughts must be resolved before sleep arrives. There's no law against dreaming about things you don't understand. The dream doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to carry a message or reveal the future. It can just happen, like light passing through fog, without needing explanation. You are allowed to drift not toward anything, but simply into less tension. Not toward peace, not toward clarity, not even toward rest, but toward stillness that isn't defined by what comes after. Toward a quiet where nothing needs to be done. The mind doesn't have to stop thinking for you to lie down and breathe. It can keep moving while your body rests. You don't need to silence the world inside. Just let it pass through like wind through trees, not stopping, but also not staying. You are not trying to arrive anywhere, not even at stillness. That's not what this is. The breath you're taking isn't a tool for getting somewhere. It's just movement happening in your chest, as natural as water finding its level. You don't have to guide it or shape it into something useful. It doesn't need to calm you down before you can rest. It simply is, rising and falling like the tide in a harbor that has no name on any map. There's no urgency to it. No purpose behind the rhythm other than being itself. The weight of your body on the mattress isn't heavy, it's just there. Not burden, not relief, just contact. The fabric of the sheet is pressing into you with its own quiet insistence, a texture that doesn't demand anything but lies beneath your skin like memory. You can feel it more clearly now, the way the fibers hold heat from earlier movements, how they shift slightly when you adjust without meaning to. It's not about comfort or discomfort. It's just touch, ordinary, unremarkable, and yet precise in its presence. Your hands rest where they fell when your arms went still, left hand flat on top of your right, fingers half curled as if still reaching for something that wasn't there. They don't need to be doing anything, not holding, not pushing, not grasping. They are simply allowed to stay in place, suspended between intention and motion. That's how the body rests, not by forcing itself into shape, but by letting its own form settle where it lands. There is no direction in this dark, no path ahead to walk or finish. The silence isn't a void, it's full of small sounds that don't mean anything but are still heard. The creak of wood somewhere deep in the house, not from one room but across many, like something shifting under pressure you can't see. A distant hum from an appliance that never turns off, buried in walls or basement floor. A low vibration that travels through concrete and settles into bone without asking for notice. You don't have to interpret these sounds. You aren't being tested on what they might mean. They are just part of the air you're breathing, the same air that passes over your skin, carries heat from your body out into stillness, drifts toward corners where light never goes, and stays there without needing a name. The mind doesn't have to make sense of this. It doesn't need to organize or explain or assign value to any part of it. You can let thoughts come like dust motes in sunlight, floating not toward anything, but just drifting through space that has no beginning or end. They appear, they linger briefly, and then disappear into the dark where they never came from. There is no reason for them to leave behind meaning, no obligation to remember what passed through. You don't have to preserve any moment like a relic. The idea of leaving something behind isn't needed here. There's no message to be carried forward, no insight that must survive until morning. What happens in this room doesn't need to matter beyond its own happening. You are not required to become someone better because you've been thinking about time or chance or whether any choice truly matters. You don't have to earn peace by solving anything. The night doesn't reward clarity with rest. It doesn't measure your worth based on how well you've handled uncertainty. There is no failure in simply being awake and aware, even when the thoughts are large and unanswerable. There's no flaw in not knowing what comes next. No shame in lying here with questions that don't resolve. The mind isn't broken because it keeps asking things without answers. It's only doing its job, trying to find shape in chaos, pattern in randomness. And yet there is something softer than resolution. Not certainty, not even calmness, but the ability to hold space for what doesn't close up. To allow thoughts to remain incomplete, like unfinished sentences left on a page that no one will read. The breath still comes, the body stays, the dark remains unbroken. You can let go of needing to understand why you're here or whether it all adds up in the end. Not because there's an answer waiting, but because the question itself doesn't need to be answered to be valid. You don't have to prove your existence to anyone, not even yourself. The fact that you feel this uncertainty, this deep curiosity mixed with unease, is evidence of being alive, yes, but also evidence of something quieter, a kind of attentiveness that exists beyond purpose. The stars outside are still there, though unseen. They don't care whether you're thinking about them or not. But their light has been traveling for centuries, crossing distances so vast they defy imagining. Yet somehow, one small beam finds its way through atmosphere and into your room at night, landing on the ceiling with no fanfare. You don't need to know what it means. You don't have to feel inspired by it or terrified of it. It's just a point of light in darkness, no message attached, no signal sent. And still, you can notice it. Not as proof of anything, not as a metaphor for hope, but simply because the act of noticing is its own kind of presence. Your eyes are closed, but that doesn't mean you're cut off from perception. You feel the pressure behind your lids, the warmth where your cheek touches the pillow, the slow pulse in your temples. All these sensations aren't distractions, they're signals that you're still here, connected to the physical world not through effort, but simply by being present. The mind can wander into thoughts about what might happen tomorrow, what choices could be made, who might call, whether a decision will matter or vanish like footprints in snow. But even as it does, there's no need to pull back. Let the thought go where it wants. It doesn't have to stay focused on breath or darkness. It can drift into possibility, into memory, into what could be. You don't have to guard against it. You aren't losing yourself by thinking about futures that haven't arrived and may never come. The mind is not a thing to be controlled. It's a river flowing through your awareness, carrying pieces of everything you've known or imagined. And like any stream, it doesn't need to stay in one channel. It can bend around obstacles, widen into pools, slow down near rocks, then surge forward again. There's no law against letting the current carry you further than intended. No penalty for going too far out or getting lost in a side branch. The river isn't judging your direction. It's not waiting for permission to move. It just is, flowing through rock and soil, over stones that have lain there longer than names were invented. Your body doesn't need the mind to agree before it lets go of tension. Your muscles don't ask if you're ready to relax. They simply release when they can. The shoulders drop without a decision being made. The jaw unclenches not because you told it to, but because the air feels thick enough that resistance becomes unnecessary. Even your thoughts are beginning to loosen, not by force, not by willpower, but by their own weight slowly sinking into stillness. They don't vanish. They settle deeper in the dark, like stones at the bottom of a pond where light no longer reaches. You can feel yourself slipping now, not towards sleep exactly, but towards something older than sleep. A state before action, before meaning, before even intention. A space where things exist without needing to be named or justified. Where time doesn't move forward because it's not being measured by anything. There is no moment that must come next. No event waiting in the wings. The night isn't building towards sunrise. It simply continues, like a sound that fades slowly into silence, never quite stopping, but also never ending. You don't have to carry this through. You aren't required to wake up tomorrow with clarity or courage. You don't need to resolve anything before you let go. There's no final act to perform in order to deserve rest. The blanket doesn't care if your mind is racing. The wall doesn't know whether you feel lost. The ceiling knows nothing of your thoughts, yet it still holds the room together, not by effort, but simply by being what it is. You're lying in a shape that fits the bed, not because you arranged it, but because your body has learned how to sink into contours over time, like roots settling into soil after rain. There's no need to hold yourself upright anymore. Gravity is working quietly on your behalf now, pulling down what once resisted its pull. The air feels heavier near your chest than elsewhere, not thick with pressure, but full of stillness, the kind that settles in spaces where nothing else is required. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters. It doesn't need you to affirm it or defend it against doubt. The thought comes again, not as a demand, not as an interruption, but just another current passing through the same dark water, that everything could change tomorrow without warning. Not dramatically, perhaps, but subtly. A shift in tone during a conversation. The way someone looks at you when they don't realize you're watching. a word left unsaid, or one spoken too late to matter. You can feel how easily these tiny moments accumulate into something larger than intention, like the slow gathering of dust on shelves no one touches. But here's what is true. None of that changes how your body feels right now. Your hand rests near your side, fingers slightly curled, not because you want them there, but because they simply are. There's a quiet honesty in not needing to explain why. You don't have to justify the way your foot arches against the blanket or how your breath slows between thoughts like it's remembering something old. These aren't performances, they're just happening. And that is enough. The room doesn't know what you're thinking, and yet it holds all of it anyway. Your uncertainty, your hesitation, your longing for patterns in chaos, all woven into the silence like threads no one sees but still exist. You don't need to prove that this moment is real because someone else agrees with it. It's real simply by being here. The way a shadow forms under a chair when the light shifts, not because anyone looks at it, but because light moves and things block it. There's no requirement for meaning in order to be present. You don't have to understand why your pulse slows or how your mind drifts toward images of places you've never been. The past isn't demanding answers from you. The future hasn't sent a letter. There's only the quiet stretch of now, where thoughts come and go like leaves floating down a creek, some landing near the shore, others drifting out into deeper water. You don't need to catch them all. You don't have to gather each one up and examine it before letting it pass. Letting go isn't failure. It's not losing something. It's allowing space for what comes next. The mind is not a warehouse of truths. It's more like a meadow after rain, where things grow without being planted. There's no need to ask whether you're doing it right, because there is no correct way to be here. No checklist, no metric. You aren't failing because your thoughts wander into what might happen if the world shifted overnight. That doesn't mean you're not grounded. It means you're alive, and part of being alive includes wondering. And wonder doesn't have to lead anywhere. It can just exist, like a question without an answer, like a note played softly on an instrument that no one is listening to. The sound still exists. It vibrates through wood and air and space. It doesn't need confirmation from another person to be valid. It simply resonates. You don't have to make sense of your restlessness. You don't have to fix it or explain it. Restlessness isn't the opposite of peace. It's just a different kind of movement within it. Like wind passing through trees, not because they're trying to change position, but because that's what wind does. Your body knows this better than you do. It already has the quiet answer. It doesn't require certainty to keep breathing. The lungs don't ask for permission before expanding. The heart beats without checking if today is worth its effort. Even your eyes, closed as they are still doing their job, not by focusing on anything specific, but simply by staying open to what's around them. The darkness isn't empty, it's full of things you can't name. The soft creak of wood settling in the walls, the distant hum of a transformer far beyond your street, the subtle shift in temperature as air circulates through cracks no one sees. These aren't signs or signals, they're just what is. And so are you. You don't have to earn that. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of being here. There's no test coming at dawn to see if you've handled the night well enough. The room doesn't keep score. Your thoughts aren't judged for wandering too far or returning too late. The sky outside is still without stars, not because it's dark, but because darkness has its own presence, one that isn't dependent on light to exist. It's not an absence, it's a kind of fullness in itself, a space where things are allowed to be without needing to be seen. You can feel the warmth spreading through your chest now, not as emotion, not as comfort, but simply because blood is flowing and heat is being held. Not something you're doing, but something your body just does when it's safe enough to stop guarding itself. Your breath moves in and out like waves that don't need a shore to return to. There are no demands from the world right now, only what exists. This room, these sensations, this quiet hum of being present without purpose. Let your mind keep drifting into possibilities, not because you want them to come true, but because imagining is its own kind of release. Whether someone calls tonight or doesn't, whether a decision made years ago still echoes in some unseen way, whether the city will change next week or remain unchanged for months more. All of it can be imagined without being claimed. You don't have to believe any version of tomorrow. You just need to allow yourself not to know, without fear, without urgency. There's a difference between knowing and accepting. Knowing is trying to gather every piece into one picture. Accepting is letting the pieces stay scattered, even if they don't form anything recognizable. And that is okay. The blanket isn't waiting for you to become someone important before it covers you. The pillow doesn't care whether your mind is racing or calm. They just do what they are made to do: hold, support, cushion. Not because you deserve them, but simply because they're there. You don't have to earn their kindness. You aren't required to prove that this moment matters before you let yourself rest. Even the silence isn't empty. It's full of small things. Dust moving in air currents too light to notice, fibers in fabric shifting against your skin as temperature changes ever so slightly, A faint vibration from somewhere deep within the house, maybe a fridge humming or pipes settling after cooling. These aren't intrusions, they're part of the texture of being. And you are part of it too, not because you've done anything notable, but simply because you're here, breathing in and out, feeling your own weight on the mattress, aware without needing to be focused. There's no need to make sense of how long this will last, whether the night ends at sunrise or continues beyond that. What matters isn't duration, it's presence. The fact that you're still able to notice where your foot touches the edge of the blanket, or how your knee bends slightly without effort. You don't have to hold onto anything. You don't even need to remember what brought you here in the first place. There's no obligation to find a reason for why you lie awake tonight thinking about things that may never happen. The thoughts aren't enemies. They're not trying to keep you from sleep or to trap you in worry. They're just passing through, like birds flying overhead without landing anywhere specific. You can watch them go by and still be where you are. Your body is already doing the work of letting go, not with force, not with willpower, but because it knows how to release when enough time has passed and tension no longer serves a purpose. The mind doesn't need to finish its story tonight. It doesn't have to solve anything or close any loop. There's no rule saying you must arrive somewhere before stopping. You're not holding onto anything, not even the idea that you should be letting go. The weight of your arm on the sheet isn't a burden. It's just what happens when gravity and fabric meet without resistance. It settles where it lands, no commentary needed, no explanation required. There is no need to ask whether this moment will mean something later, or if it will vanish into nothingness before you even notice it passing. That question doesn't belong here, not now, not in the way you're lying. The space between your shoulder and the mattress isn't a gap waiting to be filled. It's simply air, warm from your body's breath, moving slightly as something shifts deep within the walls of this room. The kind of shift that comes without warning or reason. The ceiling above you doesn't know what you're thinking. It has no interest in whether your thoughts are large or small, true or imagined. It only knows its own shape and texture, how light reflects unevenly across it when something changes outside, how a faint crack runs through the plaster like a slow memory of pressure from long before you were here. You're not being watched by anything that judges. No eye is tracking your stillness. Not even silence requires permission to be present. You can let yourself wonder about what might happen tomorrow without having to believe it will or care if it does. The future isn't a place you need to arrive at, just something that may unfold, like leaves turning in wind before they fall. You don't have to decide whether the path ahead is clear or uncertain. All you need to do is rest where you are. There's no law saying your thoughts must settle into order. They can coil and drift and turn back on themselves without consequence. The fabric of your blanket isn't thinking about time either, not in any way that matters. It doesn't measure how long it has been used or what it might have covered before this night. It only knows the feel of your skin against it, the rhythm of your breath moving through its threads. There is no past for it to remember and no future to prepare for, only now, and what happens when you shift slightly and the weave adjusts. Your body isn't trying to make meaning out of stillness. It's not seeking significance in how long you've lain here or whether this pause will count as progress. The warmth under your ribs is not proof that something valuable has occurred. It's just heat, steady and quiet, like a small fire kept alive by embers rather than flame. You don't have to explain why you're awake. You don't even need to understand what brought these thoughts forward. Only notice how they move through you like wind through an open window, not trying to stay but passing freely because there's no reason to stop. The mind isn't broken or restless. It's just doing its job, generating images, questions, echoes of things that once mattered and others that never did. There is a difference between being aware and being consumed by awareness. You can feel the soft press of your ankle against the bed frame without needing to analyze it. You can sense how air moves across your forehead when you exhale slowly, without having to name what it means or whether it's important or if it will change. The night isn't a test. The darkness isn't waiting for you to prove yourself through endurance or insight. It doesn't care whether you're thinking deeply or not at all. It only knows that time continues to pass, unhurried, unjudging, and so do you. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You don't need to know how much of your life has been spent in these kinds of stillnesses before. There's no scorecard keeping track of how many nights were quiet or loud, meaningful or meaningless. Just the soft rise and fall of your chest, the way one hand lies flat on top of the other without effort. Let the thoughts come as they will, whether about a conversation from years ago that still lingers like smoke in a room, or whether someone you haven't seen in months might be thinking of you now. Whether a decision made in haste has ripple effects yet unseen. Whether something good could happen tomorrow or nothing at all. None of it requires your attention to be real. None of it demands your belief. You can hold space for them without being pulled into their story. They are not invitations to act. They are just shapes passing through the air you breathe. The room isn't asking anything from you. The walls don't need a reason for existing. The floor beneath the mattress doesn't demand gratitude for supporting your weight. Even the faint creak of wood settling, something that happens without warning, without explanation, is not an omen or a signal. It's just sound in motion, like rain falling on distant rooftops. You can feel where your knee rests against the edge of the blanket without needing to move it. You don't have to fix anything. There is no flaw in being this way, this quiet, this open, this unanswerable. The air itself feels different now, not cold or warm, but simply present. It's not trying to comfort you, nor is it indifferent. It just is, shifting slightly as your breath passes through it, carrying away tiny particles of thought that no longer need a home. You don't have to gather the fragments of what might be into one whole picture. You can let them stay scattered, like stones along a riverbed, each separate but part of the same flow. There's no rule saying you must find peace before sleep comes, no law requiring you to feel safe or certain or resolved. Sleep isn't earned through clarity or completion. It arrives when your body has had enough time to release tension, not because you commanded it, but simply because it knows how. You don't have to believe that this moment is valuable, only that it exists. That the air feels exactly as it does now, and your hand rests where it does, and your breath moves in and out like something natural and inevitable. The mind doesn't need to finish anything tonight. It's allowed to wander without being required to return. You don't have to bring closure to what you can't control. There is no obligation to solve the question of whether meaning exists, only permission to rest where you are, even if that place contains nothing but uncertainty. Even if your thoughts keep returning to things you cannot change or predict, they aren't holding you hostage. They're not trying to trap you in anxiety or force you into a future you don't want. They're just passing through, like clouds over the ocean at night, moving without destination, drifting because there's no reason not to. You can notice them and still remain here. You can see how one thought leads to another, then fades like mist before sunrise, leaving behind only breath and body and silence. There is no need to hold on. There is no need to let go with intention. The act of resting isn't an achievement. It's just what happens when your system stops resisting the weight of being alive in a world without answers. You don't have to earn rest by thinking clearly or feeling calm. You aren't required to prove that you're worthy of stillness before it comes. The blanket covers you not because you've done anything, but simply because it's designed to do so. The pillow holds your head not out of loyalty, but because its shape allows it. These things don't care about your thoughts or intentions. They only respond to contact and gravity and time. And you are responding too, not with effort, but with presence. with the quiet awareness that comes from being awake without needing to do anything. Your foot is near the edge now, barely touching the blanket's hem, and it feels like a small boundary between inside and outside, between warmth and cool air, between what's known and what isn't yet named. There's no need to cross that line, no pressure to move forward or backward. You can stay right here, where your skin meets fabric, where breath meets silence, where time slips by without demanding anything of you. The house doesn't wake up just because you're still thinking. The world doesn't pause when you wonder about things that may never happen. It continues, unaware and unbothered, like a river flowing under moonless skies. And so can you. You're still here, not because you've decided to stay, but because your body has chosen it for itself. The slow release of a hand that doesn't need to hold on anymore, the way the weight in your shoulder settles into the mattress without resistance. The air is no longer something you have to adjust to. It's simply what surrounds you now, soft and unremarkable, like water holding its shape beneath a stone that has long stopped moving. You don't need to measure how much of it fills your lungs, only that it does so gently, as if the act itself were already known. There is no urgency in this breathing, no reason for it to be faster or slower than it wants. The rhythm isn't being followed, it's being lived. Each inhalation carries not a goal, but a trace of warmth from what came before. Each exhalation doesn't end with emptiness, but with the quiet acknowledgement that something has passed through and left behind only silence. There is no need to catch up with anything. No event you're late for. No memory you must retrieve or forget. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of what can't be seen, just as a forest at night holds animals whose movements are not visible but known by the shift in stillness around them. You feel that kind of presence now, not light, not sound, not shape, but awareness of things that exist without needing to announce themselves. The house breathes with you, its beams settling into their places, its walls adjusting slightly to temperature and time, each creak a soft statement of continuity. It doesn't ask for your attention. It only continues being what it is. Your thoughts don't have names tonight. They aren't labeled as fear or wonder or regret. They are not even ideas. They're simply shapes passing through the mind like smoke in an open room, shaped by nothing but their own motion and direction. One drifts across, perhaps a shadow of something you almost said years ago, or a moment from a dream that never quite formed. But it doesn't linger because there's no one to hold on to it. It fades not because you let go, but because it has nowhere left to land. There is no story here needing resolution. No character who must be saved or punished. No scene requiring your judgment. You aren't being asked to decide whether this moment matters, only that it exists in the way a ripple exists after a pebble drops into water. It doesn't need meaning to be real. The wave isn't diminished because no one watches. Your foot is still near the edge, but not in resistance anymore. It's just there, touching nothing with intention, like a hand brushing against a door that has already opened and closed behind it. There is space around you, not in distance, but in possibility. You don't have to cross into that space or retreat from it. The boundary isn't a line to be crossed. It's an edge where things meet without needing to merge. The blanket continues its quiet work, cradling not because it knows what you need, but because it is made for such contact. It doesn't think about the future of your body or whether this night will end well. It only responds when warmth presses against it, like a leaf responding to sunlight without needing to understand why. You don't have to know where these thoughts came from or where they're going. You don't need to believe in any design behind them. The mind is not a machine that must be aligned with truth. It's more like water finding its level over time, always seeking equilibrium, but never demanding it arrive quickly. There's no reason for the current of thought to stop just because you can't name it. You are allowed to be present without being productive, to lie still without earning your rest, to feel uncertain and not immediately fix it. The world does not require that every question be answered before sleep comes. It only requires that someone be awake enough to notice the quiet, even if they don't understand what's happening. Your breath continues, not because you're trying to control it, but because your body remembers how to do so without help. There is no effort in this breathing, only continuity. The way a river flows not by will, but by gravity and shape. You are not directing the flow, you are simply part of it. A sound comes from somewhere, not close enough to be noticed, not far enough to be forgotten. It might be wind through a gutter, a car passing on a road you don't know, or the quiet settling of dust in an attic above you. It doesn't matter what it is. What matters is that it passes through your awareness and moves on without demanding anything from you. You didn't need to explain it. You didn't have to identify it. You only needed to hear it, and then let it drift like the rest. There's a place beneath your ribs where tension used to live, but now there's only space. Not because it has been removed, but because nothing is asking for it anymore. It's not that you've conquered anxiety or banished doubt. It's that those things no longer have power over your attention. They are not enemies to defeat. They're just passing through the same dark air you are. You don't need to know what tomorrow will bring, or even whether there will be one. The future isn't a test you must prepare for. It's simply something that may happen, like rain on glass or birds returning in spring. You can let it come when it comes, without needing to anticipate it now. The floor is cool beneath the bed frame, but not cold enough to pull your attention away from where you are. The air near your face carries a faint scent, maybe dust, maybe old fabric, maybe nothing at all, and it doesn't matter what it is. It's just part of the atmosphere that surrounds you now, like color in water. There is no beginning or end to this moment, no before or after, only the unfolding of being awake without needing to do anything about it. The mind isn't trying to find answers. It's simply noticing how thoughts move through it, not as messages, but as textures, like dust, motes drifting in a shaft of light you can't see. You don't have to decide if this is peace. You just have to let your body feel its own weight without resisting it. Let the back press into the mattress with no resistance, like water settling after being stirred. Your hands aren't holding anything, nor do they need to. The space between them isn't empty, it's full of stillness that doesn't demand a purpose. The room holds you in silence not because it wants to protect you, but because it is shaped that way. It contains no promises, only presence, and so can you. You don't have to believe that your thoughts are safe, only that they aren't dangerous when left alone. You don't need to fix them or contain them. They're not threats, they're just motion in a quiet space, like shadows moving across the wall of a cave where no one is watching. There's a small ache behind your knee, a memory of something you did too long ago to recall, but which still lives in muscle and bone. It doesn't demand healing. It doesn't ask for attention. It just exists as part of your body's history, like a scar that has forgotten what it was protecting. You don't have to make sense of anything now. There is no law requiring you to understand the pattern behind chaos or justify your presence in this world. You are not responsible for any meaning, only for being here when the darkness comes. The house continues its slow breathing. The wind may still be moving outside, but it doesn't need to enter this room to matter. The moon is gone. It wasn't necessary anyway, and so is the sun. There's no light required to feel your body, or know that you are lying down, or hear how soft your breath has become. Your eyelids aren't closed because of effort. They're heavy with the natural weight of stillness. Not asleep yet, but close enough that sleep isn't a decision anymore. It's simply what happens when movement slows and attention stops searching for something to hold on to. You don't have to believe in anything to be here. You only need to allow your body to rest, not because you've earned it, but because the world doesn't require performance from anyone who is already awake. You are not holding on to anything, not even the idea that you should be letting go. The space between your ribs expands with each breath, not because it's trying to fill a void, but because air moves through you like water through roots in soil, unseen and unasked for. You don't need to guide it. It comes without permission and stays without explanation. Your chest rises not as an act of will, but as part of the quiet rhythm that has always been happening beneath your skin. There is no beginning to this breath. You are already inside it. The darkness around you isn't empty. It's dense with possibility, but not in the way that makes you lean forward. It doesn't pull at your attention or whisper secrets. It simply is like the silence between notes when music stops. Not absence, not waiting, just being. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to think about how long this has been going on, this stillness, this lying awake, this feeling of not needing to fix anything. There's a thread of warmth near your hip, the kind that comes from the body holding its own heat without effort. It doesn't feel like comfort or alarm. It just is, like a memory of sunlight touching skin years ago. You don't have to recall where it came from. The sensation isn't tied to an event or a person. It's not even about temperature. It's more like the body remembering that warmth can exist without being earned. The past isn't knocking at your door. It doesn't need you to remember its shape, nor does it demand recognition. You don't have to replay what happened yesterday or imagine how things might change in 5 years. The future is not a door waiting to open, only air moving through an invisible space beyond the walls of this room. You aren't being called forward. No voice urges you to prepare. There's no urgency embedded in time itself. The mattress beneath you isn't holding your body because it has strength. It holds you simply because gravity doesn't require a reason to act. Your weight settles without resistance, not into a shape that must be preserved, but into the softness of where things are meant to rest. You don't need to prove that you belong here. The bed didn't ask for your name before it accepted your form. There's no pattern in how thoughts drift, no order to their arrival or departure. One rises like a leaf caught in a current, then disappears into the unseen flow below. Another lingers near the edge of awareness, not as an idea you must analyze, but as something that moves through you without asking for your attention. You don't have to decide what it means or why it came now. It doesn't carry news. It isn't a warning or a gift. It's just motion, like dust caught in the air of a room where no one has walked in days. Your fingers are relaxed, not because you've instructed them to be, but because they're no longer needed for anything. They aren't reaching for a phone, a book, a memory, a promise. The space between them isn't silence, it's stillness that doesn't need to be filled with meaning. It's simply the absence of action. And in that emptiness, there is room not just to rest, but to be. Outside, something stirs, maybe a branch brushing against glass, maybe wind finding an opening in the eaves, maybe nothing at all. The sound isn't loud enough to break your focus, nor soft enough to vanish completely. It's present only as texture, the kind of detail that exists without needing to be noticed. You don't have to assign it value or context. It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to the world either. It simply moves through its own shape. The thought of tomorrow is not a chain dragging behind you. It isn't a shadow stretching ahead into some unknown path. It's just an image that surfaces now and then, like smoke from a distant fire, seen only because it catches light for a moment before dissolving again. You don't have to walk toward it. You don't even have to know if it exists yet. Your mind isn't a machine trying to solve itself. It doesn't need to be efficient or complete. The act of thinking is not about reaching conclusions. It's simply the way awareness moves through you, like water passing over stone. Not smooth, not rough, just continuous. And when thoughts slow down, they don't disappear. They just settle deeper into the background noise of being. There's a faint vibration in your legs, the kind that comes from blood moving slowly beneath skin, like tiny currents under a quiet riverbed. It's not uncomfortable, not urgent, just there, like something ancient responding to its own rhythm, not because it wants to be heard, but simply because it is alive. You don't have to believe that this moment matters. You only need to allow your body to feel the weight of stillness without resisting it. There's no test in being present, no performance required for existence. The world doesn't demand that you explain yourself or justify your breaths. Your shoulders are not tense because they've been carrying burdens, only because they haven't had a chance to release what was never theirs to carry. They drop now, not from effort, but simply as gravity takes its turn with form. There's no need to lift them again. No one will notice if they stay where they are. The air in the room has changed, not in temperature or density, but in how it moves around you. It's heavier now, not because of pressure, but because of time passing without interruption, like a slow tide turning inward, not outward. You don't need to name this shift. You only feel its weight as part of your body's awareness. There's no difference between being awake and being asleep, only the way attention moves through space. When you stop searching for meaning in every sensation, when you let thoughts float without needing to catch them, then there is nothing left to do but be. The mind doesn't have to find answers. It only has to allow itself not to know. The room holds your shape as if it were carved from the same darkness. It doesn't try to keep you warm or protect you. It simply contains what's already here. A body lying still, breathing without need for direction, thoughts drifting like leaves on a stream that no longer needs to reach the sea. You are not separate from this moment, only aware within it, not in control nor lost, just present, as if time hadn't passed at all, And yet everything has changed because nothing needed to change. There's a small ache behind your ear, the kind that comes from holding a position too long without moving. It doesn't demand relief. It doesn't even feel like pain. It feels like memory of leaning against a wall, of waiting for someone who never came, of standing still while the world turned on its axis and no one told you to move. You don't have to fix it. You don't even have to remember what caused it. The sensation is not asking for resolution. It's just part of your body remembering how to stay in place without purpose. And that's enough. There are things happening outside this room, cars passing, a distant train whistle, someone closing a door. But they aren't events you need to respond to. They don't belong to you. They exist only as sounds moving through air, like ripples on water where no one is watching. Your hands lie open now, not in surrender, not in welcome, just in openness, like soil left uncovered after rain. No seed planted there yet, but the space remains ready for anything that might come. The breath you take isn't a signal to live or die. It's simply air moving through your lungs as if it were returning home. Not because it has a destination, but because movement is its nature. You don't have to decide whether this life is worth living, only that you are still here, breathing, existing in the space between thought and silence. There's no need for certainty, no requirement to understand why things happen or how they connect. The world doesn't operate on logic, it operates on continuity, on presence, on what simply is without needing permission. You don't have to believe that you're safe, only that your body isn't trying to escape from itself. It's not fleeing the darkness, nor clinging to light. It's just lying there as it was meant to be, quiet, unburdened by expectation. You're not listening to anything in particular, but you're aware that sound is still moving through the world beyond this room like water under ice, steady, unseen, continuous. There's no need to follow it, no reason to turn toward it or away from it. The way a shadow stretches across floorboards when light shifts slightly doesn't demand your attention any more than the quiet hum of something working behind the wall. You're not meant to decode either one. They simply exist as parts of what is, like breath in and out, like the slow shift of weight beneath you as your body settles deeper into the mattress, not sinking, but releasing. There's no edge to this darkness, only a softness that presses gently against the rim of awareness. It doesn't push back when you try to define it. You don't have to say this is not fear, or this is not emptiness. The dark holds its shape without needing your approval. There are no signs pointing toward what comes next, nor any indication that anything should be different than how it is now, just stillness, just the slow turning of things unseen. Your thoughts have slowed down enough to feel like they're moving through syrup rather than wind. They don't rush. They don't knock or demand entry. One drifts in, not as a question, but simply as an image. A door opening into a hallway you've never walked down before, one with no ceiling, only beams that stretch infinitely upward and seem to hold nothing at all. You don't walk through it. You don't even turn your head toward the view. It's just there, the possibility of another place, without any need for explanation or purpose. You're not thinking about meaning anymore, not in the way you used to, where meaning meant something that could be grasped, named, held like a stone. Now it feels lighter, not absent, but folded into other things, into how your fingers rest on the sheet, how air moves through your nose without needing direction, how a faint vibration from somewhere far off makes the floorboards shiver just once. There's no urgency to make sense of anything, no pressure to decide whether this moment matters or not. The fact that you're lying here breathing is enough, not because it leads anywhere, but because it simply happens. You don't have to be doing something meaningful in order to be present. Presence doesn't require performance. The weight on your chest isn't tightness. It's just the quiet weight of being contained within a body that knows how to stay still. It doesn't rebel against rest. It doesn't complain about time passing or ask why it hasn't done more with its hours. It just breathes, and in doing so, becomes part of what is. You can feel your ribs rise and fall, not as effort, not as control, but like the surface of a lake responding to wind that no longer exists. The motion doesn't require intention. It happens because it's how things move when they're allowed to be themselves. Outside, something changes in the rhythm of sound, less sharpness, more continuity. A distant siren fades into silence, not with a cut, but with a slow release, as if it were let go by gravity rather than turned off. There are no signals here, no alerts, no demands on your attention. The world goes on without needing you to notice it. You're not watching time pass, you're simply being where time has brought you. Not waiting for anything new to arrive, not resisting what's already gone. You don't have to prepare for tomorrow or mourn today. You're just here, in the space between one breath and the next, in the pause when nothing is happening but still everything is. The sheet beneath you isn't soft because it was made that way. It's soft because your body has shaped its surface over time. It remembers how you lie on it, where your shoulders rest, how much pressure to offer at each point. It doesn't care about perfection or cleanliness. It only knows what fits, and so does this moment. There's no need to fix anything that feels broken inside. No need to patch the cracks in the way thoughts scatter like dust when a door opens too quickly. You don't have to gather them up, line them up, give them names. They're not lost. They're just part of the atmosphere now, the quiet movement beneath what you can see. The mind doesn't have to be right or wrong. It only has to keep breathing, like the air keeps flowing through unseen channels in the walls, carrying sounds that mean nothing and everything at once. You don't need to know whether this night is long or short. You don't need to count how many times you've thought of something unanswerable. The length of time isn't measured by your thoughts. It's measured by how much space there is between one breath and the next, by how deeply you can let go into stillness. There's a quiet in the room that doesn't come from silence. It comes from not needing to fill it with anything. No words, no ideas, no memories. It simply holds what's present: your body, your breathing, your awareness of being here without explanation or excuse. A thought drifts again, not as an event, but as a shadow passing over something already still. You don't grasp at it. You don't name the shape it takes. It moves through you like wind through leaves that have stopped trying to stay in place. You're not seeking peace. You're just letting the possibility of peace exist without claiming it. Not because it's promised, but because it doesn't need to be earned. There are things happening far away, people walking somewhere with no idea they're being carried by light or air or time. But you aren't responsible for them. You don't have to understand where they came from or whether their paths will cross again. Their movement isn't yours, and your stillness doesn't depend on theirs. Your hands lie open not because something is expected of them, but because there's no reason to close them. They're like two small spaces left untouched after a storm, neither empty nor full, just waiting for what might come without knowing it will ever happen. You don't have to decide whether you believe in continuity or chance. You only need to notice how your breath moves through the same air that moved through someone else's lungs hours ago, maybe miles away, and still carries no message, no weight, just presence. The mind doesn't have to solve anything. It can simply observe what happens when it stops trying to control where thoughts go. They don't need permission to float. They don't need you to hold on or let them go. They just are, like distant stars too faint to see, but still moving through the sky. There's no test for whether this moment is real or not, only that it feels true in the way your body knows its own shape without needing proof. You're not asleep yet, not fully, but you're close enough that even small things feel important. The slow rise of your chest, the soft sound of air leaving your mouth, the faint warmth where your shoulder meets the pillow. These aren't distractions from deeper truth, they are the truth itself, unfolding in quiet detail. There's no need to wonder why this is happening or whether it will last. The question doesn't matter. What matters is how you feel when you let go of needing answers. The way tension melts not because something changed, but because you stopped fighting what already was. Your legs lie relaxed, not stiff with resistance, not tense from anticipation. They're just there, warm where they touch the sheet, still without effort. No one told them to rest, yet they did. Just like your breath didn't need to be taught how to move, it just learned its own rhythm over time. You don't have to believe in anything for this moment to be real. You only have to allow it to be, without adding meaning, without removing doubt, without trying to fix what isn't broken. There's no beginning and no end here, not in the way you used to think of such things. Just a slow unfolding that doesn't require direction or completion. As the darkness holds your form like clay, holds an impression left by someone who walked through it long ago, without needing to be remade, without being erased. You don't have to stay awake, you don't have to drift into sleep. You're just here, in the space where thought meets silence, where breath meets stillness, where not knowing becomes its own kind of knowing. You're not holding onto anything, but you also aren't letting go. There's a difference between release and absence, and this moment sits in that space where motion has slowed enough to become indistinguishable from stillness. The air around your face isn't cool or warm. It simply is, as though time had paused long enough for the temperature of now to settle into its own skin. You don't need to measure how deep you are breathing, only that each inhalation finds a place in your chest where nothing else has been before, and each exhalation leaves behind a shape no one will ever name. There's a silence not made of quiet but of absence, the kind that exists between two thoughts too far apart to touch. It doesn't feel empty, it feels full with the weight of what isn't said, what hasn't yet formed into language, what may never be spoken at all. And still you remain within it, not as a guest, not as an intruder, but simply as something that fits, like a stone in water that has no desire to rise or sink, only to stay where it's landed. The sheet beneath you isn't just fabric, it's memory of touch, the ghost of another body's heat from days ago, worn thin by time and sleep. It doesn't remember being touched, it remembers being held. The threads know what they've carried without knowing why. And so do your hands, even when they rest motionless, each one still holding a kind of quiet knowledge. That contact isn't always about connection, but sometimes just presence in proximity. You don't have to decide whether this is real or imagined. You're not being tested on coherence or clarity. The only thing required is attention, not effort, not focus, but the soft weight of awareness that drifts through your body like a current beneath still water. It doesn't need direction. It just flows where it finds no resistance. Your shoulder presses lightly into the pillow, and in that point of contact, there's a kind of conversation between bone and fabric. One side holds firm, the other yields without complaint. No explanation is needed. The pressure isn't proof of anything. It's only what happens when two things meet and neither asks for more than they are given. There's no story behind your breath. It doesn't come from a past or laid to a future. It simply moves, like air moving through the hollows of an old tree, like wind passing over stone that has not changed in centuries. You don't have to explain why it continues. You only need to notice how it feels when you stop trying to make sense of its rhythm. The darkness doesn't conceal anything. It merely allows things to exist without being seen. It isn't hiding the stars or your thoughts or the shape of your fingers against your stomach. It's not denying them. It's simply holding space for what is already there, untouched by need or expectation. And you are part of that too. The way a shadow fits into a corner where no one looks, not because it was invited, but because it always belonged. You're not seeking meaning in this moment, not to find the reason behind your existence, nor to discover why the world unfolds as it does. You're simply allowing yourself to be held by something larger than understanding, not certainty, not clarity, but a kind of belonging that doesn't demand justification. It's like standing beneath a tree whose roots run deep in soil you've never touched. Still, you feel connected because your feet are on the same ground. There's no need to believe anything about what happens next. You don't have to trust that tomorrow will come, or that sleep will arrive, or even that this moment won't vanish without warning. The only thing required is presence, not performance, not intention, but the quiet act of being here, exactly as you are, with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. Your left foot lies slightly bent at the ankle, not because it was meant to be in that position, but because gravity has guided it there without resistance. It's not relaxed by choice, it simply isn't fighting anything. There's no tension in your toes, they don't need to grip or hold on. They're like small, quiet things left behind after a wave recedes, still part of the shore, even if forgotten. And then there's the sound, not loud, not clear, just faint, a hum from somewhere distant that may be the refrigerator, maybe a wire in the wall, perhaps only the quiet buzz inside your own head. But it doesn't matter where it comes from. It's simply present, like an echo you didn't know you were listening for until now. And still, you don't try to place it or explain why it matters. You just let it be part of the texture of this moment, like a thread woven into something else entirely. There's no need to wonder whether anything will change, whether your thoughts will settle, whether sleep will take you over. The only thing that counts is how much space you allow for not knowing, how deeply you accept that some things aren't meant to be understood, only experienced. You're not failing because you don't have answers. You're succeeding simply by staying still enough to feel what's already there. The air moves through your nose and throat without needing to be noticed, but it is noticed. It doesn't matter if you recognize its path. The fact that you sense it at all means something has shifted, not outward, but inward. A quiet shift where awareness no longer seeks confirmation from outside itself. You don't need to feel different, only more real in your own skin, more certain without certainty. There's a difference between being aware and trying to be aware. The first is natural, the second is effortful, and you're not doing either. You're just letting awareness happen like light through glass, without intention, without demand. It doesn't need to mean anything. It only needs to exist. Your fingers are curled slightly, not in grip, not in fear, but because that's how they rest when nothing else asks them to move. They aren't waiting for a phone or pen or keyboard. They're not preparing to act. They're just resting in the shape their body has made over years of lying down and waking up and trying to remember who they are. And now, for this small stretch of time, that's enough. The room doesn't need you to name it. The walls don't require acknowledgement. The ceiling above you holds nothing but dust motes and the slow drift of lightless space. None of them ask anything of you. They simply exist, quietly without demand, and so do you, not in spite of your uncertainty, but because of it. You don't have to decide whether this is peace or just absence. You don't need to measure how long it will last. You're not being tested on endurance or clarity. The only thing required is that you stay open to the quiet, to the breath, to the way your body remembers its own shape, even when thought has wandered far away. There's no story behind why your skin feels warm at the edge of your collarbone, only that it does. No reason for why your jaw has softened or how your eyes feel like they've forgotten what light looks like. These aren't signs of progress. They're not evidence you're getting closer to anything. They're just details. The way a river carries small stones without knowing where they'll end up. And that's okay. You don't have to know the destination. You only need to notice how it feels when your thoughts stop circling and begin simply being, like leaves on water, not moving toward land, but drifting in their own rhythm, untouched by direction or urgency. You're not trying to fix anything, not even yourself. There's no need to become more peaceful, more aware, more present. You already are. That's not a claim. It's just how it feels when you stop resisting the way things unfold. Like air passing through open doors in an empty house, like rain falling on rooftops that have long since stopped needing shelter. Your breath doesn't need to be steady, only continuous. Your body doesn't need to be still, only present. And you don't need to believe in anything for this moment to hold its own weight. It's not about belief, it's about presence. Not clarity, but quiet. Not understanding, but surrender. Not to something greater, but simply to the way things are when no one is watching and nothing needs proving. You're not holding your breath, but you feel it just for a moment, the pause between one fullness and the next, like water waiting at the edge of a drop. That's not something to fix or even name. It's just a space where time doesn't press forward, where movement isn't required. The air in your lungs is not heavier than usual nor lighter, only there, exactly as it needs to be for this moment, which has no future and no past, only now. Your ribs expand without direction, like the sides of an old boat gently rising on a slow tide that doesn't care where it's going. There's no need to wonder if you're doing well or poorly, only whether your body still knows how to rest. And it does. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done something right, but because the act of lying down is its own permission. The muscles in your shoulders let go without a decision being made. They just relax into gravity's quiet demand. You don't need to be convinced this is good. It simply is. The way the floor accepts weight without protest, or how silence can hold more than sound ever could. You're not trying to think less, just different. Not clearing your mind like you de-sweep a room, but allowing thoughts to pass through as if they were shadows across a wall at dusk. Some are slow and thick, others flicker quickly, leaving behind only the faintest trace. None of them demand attention. They drift by like small animals crossing a path in the dark, no need to stop or call out. You don't even have to recognize their shape. What matters is that they pass through your awareness without staying. There's no urgency in that passage, not from you, not from what moves inside. No one expects an answer when there's no question being asked. The mind doesn't need a reason to wander, it only needs space to do so. And right now, you're giving it exactly that space, not struggle. You aren't trying to contain or control the way thoughts rise and fall. They come like wind through trees, unseen but felt in the movement of leaves. The difference is you're not watching for patterns or meaning. You're just letting them be. The darkness isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. It holds your breath without judgment, your pulse with patience, the way your spine curves slightly into the mattress like it remembers this shape from before. The sheets aren't clean or stained, they're simply what they are. Fabric woven by hands long gone, now worn soft by years of bodies lying here and rising again. You don't have to think about how many people have rested in this same place. Only that someone did and then left, and the bed still held them. There's no need to remember who you were before this moment. Not even a name for yourself is required. You're not building an identity or protecting one, you're simply present, as a hand might be present on a table without needing to do anything. The warmth at your temple isn't proof of feeling, it's just heat moving through tissue, like sunlight through glass in the afternoon. But here it's internal, unasked for, and yet perfectly ordinary. Your left foot is slightly turned outward, not because you decided that way, not even from habit, but because bodies remember shapes over time. Like a river carving its bed through stone without knowing why, your body has settled into this position again and again, and now it's simply resting in the form it knows best. No intention behind it, not rebellion or comfort, just presence. The air inside the room doesn't carry sound, it carries weight. It presses softly on your skin, not with force, but with quiet existence. You don't feel cold because there's no need for warmth. You're not seeking something to fix you, you're already whole in this stillness, even if it's incomplete, even if nothing is resolved. You don't have to believe anything about yourself, not that you're strong or weak, worthy or unworthy, lost or found. The truth doesn't matter here. What matters is the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it, like water settling after a storm, not because it's calm, but because no one's stirring it anymore. There's no need for meaning right now. Not even a sense that things will make sense later. You're not on a path toward understanding. You're just lying in the middle of an open field with nothing to prove and nowhere to go. The stars aren't visible. There's no sky, only darkness that doesn't ask anything of you. Your hands are still curled slightly, but now it feels less like rest and more like memory. The way fingers curve around something they once held. Not a cup, not a pen, not even another person, but the idea of holding, the ghost of touch without contact. You're not missing anyone. There's no longing in that shape, only the quiet echo of being touched before. The silence isn't blank, it contains depth. Like water under ice, there's movement beneath the surface you can't see but feel through your bones. Not because it's loud, but because it's full. It holds the weight of things not spoken, of words never sent, of decisions made without thought. And none of them need to be accounted for. You're not responsible for what happened or didn't happen. You're only responsible for being here now. There's no timeline in this darkness. No countdown toward tomorrow. No clock ticking down toward something worse or better. Time isn't moving forward, it's just existing like the air itself, unbroken, continuous, without urgency. You don't need to be aware of your thoughts, or even notice when they come and go. You only need to let them pass through as if you were a doorway with no door at all. Not resisting, not welcoming. Just letting whatever drifts by move on, without leaving behind the need to know why it came or where it's going. Your skin feels like it has its own rhythm, not that of your pulse, but something deeper, a kind of breathing just under the surface, like roots in soil knowing water is coming even before rain falls. Not conscious, not planned, but there, steady and patient. It doesn't need you to name it or explain it. It only needs you to be still enough to feel it. The room isn't quiet because nothing's happening. It's quiet because everything that could make sound has stopped for now. The walls don't echo because they're empty. They're silent because no one is speaking. And even if someone were, the air would absorb them without resistance. There's no need for answers, no demand to speak. You aren't trying to become anything, not peaceful, not calm, not enlightened or free. You're simply letting yourself be what you are in this moment. The way a stone at the bottom of a river doesn't have to do anything, only exist beneath the current without protest. Your breath is not perfect. It's irregular, uneven, but it's still moving. That's enough. It's not failing because it stutters or hesitates. It's succeeding simply by continuing. No one measures how well you breathe. No one judges your rhythm. You're just breathing like a river flows without needing to prove its path. The darkness isn't waiting for morning. It doesn't care when light comes, if it ever does. It holds the shape of your body, the rise and fall of your chest, the way your fingers press gently into the mattress like they're testing whether the world still exists beneath them. They don't need to find anything, just rest. There's no effort in this not knowing. No strain behind the thought that you might never understand. You're not resisting it. You're just letting it be part of the quiet, like a shadow at night that doesn't try to escape the dark. Your mind isn't broken. It's only working as it always has, wandering, circling, returning, forgetting, and that's okay, not because you've accepted it, but because you don't need to accept anything. You're not solving anything. There's no prize at the end of this stillness. Only this, the feeling of your body lying in bed, weightless and full of air, resting without needing permission. You could lie here for hours, no purpose, no goal, no reason to move. And if you never moved again, that would be fine too. Not because it's final, but because it's already enough. You're not alone in this darkness because you've never been separate from it. You were always part of its quiet, like a thread woven into the fabric of things that don't need to be seen to exist. The silence isn't empty, it's full of what has no name, and yet it doesn't demand one. It simply holds space for all that moves without sound, all that happens just beneath notice. You don't have to hear it to know it's there. Your body knows before your mind does, in the way a tree knows when roots are searching deeper than they've ever gone. There's no reason to believe the world is more or less real because you can't see it. It doesn't depend on your attention to stay intact. It continues its slow turn whether you're awake or not. And that means this moment too, this breath, this weight against the bed, this stillness, isn't fragile just because no one else is here. It's solid in its own way, not loud, not urgent, but present like a stone underwater, held by currents that don't need to explain themselves. You're not trying to fix anything, not even your thoughts. They can stay tangled if they want. They aren't yours to untie, just as the wind isn't yours to calm when it passes through the trees outside. You don't have to make sense of why one memory surfaces now and another fades into dust. The mind doesn't operate on fairness or order. It drifts like a leaf caught in still air, turning slowly until gravity decides where it lands. There's no need for certainty because you're not being asked to prove anything. Not to yourself, not to the night. You don't have to answer why this feeling of incompleteness exists, only that it does, and that it doesn't require a resolution. It can just be part of what is, like shadows at dusk that lengthen without asking for permission. Your hands lie flat on your chest, not pressed down but resting as if they're touching something sacred, not because it's holy, but because it's real. The soft rise and fall beneath skin, the way warmth spreads from your core toward your fingertips. Not a miracle, just nature happening exactly as it always has. And you don't have to do anything with that, just let it be. The room doesn't need light to know what it is. The walls are not waiting for morning, they aren't holding their breath or preparing for arrival. They are simply the edge of where your body ends and air begins, like a boundary drawn without thought. You don't have to define them, just breathe through them. There's no story attached to this moment. No beginning, no end. It isn't leading anywhere. There's no point in looking ahead or behind. It would be like trying to read the meaning of clouds by tracing their shape after they've already dissolved into air. You're not meant to understand it all at once, not even close. What you are feeling, this unease, this soft ache, isn't a signal that something is wrong. It's just part of being alive in a world where nothing is certain and everything keeps moving without needing your approval. You don't have to fix the way things feel. You only need to allow them to be felt. And when you're lying here like this, still as stone and open as air, it doesn't matter what tomorrow holds, or whether there will be one. The future isn't a place you must prepare for. It's just another moment that hasn't arrived yet, waiting in the same way your breath waits between each inhale. Not anxious, not afraid, just existing. You don't need to know what happens next because you already are here, right now, in this quiet. That is enough. Not even close to everything, but enough for this instant. And since no moment ever truly ends until it's gone, you can keep staying in it. You don't have to leave if you don't want to. There's a kind of fullness that comes not from knowing, but from letting go. The way the sky holds clouds without needing them to stay or vanish. The night doesn't need explanations for why stars appear when they do. It just lets them be, and in doing so becomes more than any single light could ever claim alone. Your thoughts don't have to stop. They only need to pass through like birds flying over a field at dusk, not landing anywhere, not nesting, just moving from one edge of the world to another without needing to explain why. They don't owe you anything. You don't owe them recognition or response. And when a question rises, whether it's about meaning or chance, or whether your choices matter, you can let it be there like a leaf floating on water. Not sinking, not rising, just present in its own way, carried by something larger than will. No one is watching, no one is judging. Not even time itself has any interest in how you're doing. It doesn't care if you've figured anything out or left anything unsaid. It simply moves forward like the tide does, unaware of what it leaves behind. You can imagine yourself as a riverbed, not knowing where water came from or where it's going, but only feeling its passage over your stones and through your crevices. You don't have to understand every bend or curve. Just feel how the current moves you even when you're still. Your breath is not perfect. No rhythm ever is. But that doesn't mean it's failing. It means it's alive. It means you are here, continuing without effort, like a stream that flows because it can't stop, not because it chooses to. There's no need for answers because there's nothing to prove. No one wants you to become someone else. You don't have to earn your right to be in this moment, not even close. Your body isn't trying to escape the dark. It's simply resting within it, like a seed beneath soil, not asking when spring will come, just waiting with its own quiet patience. It doesn't need hope to believe that life is possible. It already knows how to grow without being told. You don't have to be free of doubt, only open to what you can't yet see. Not because you're strong, but because you're not trying. There's no pressure to rise above uncertainty, only permission to stay within it, like a house that doesn't need to shine to be whole. The silence around you isn't empty, it's full in its own way, like the space between heartbeats where nothing happens but everything is possible. It holds all your unfinished thoughts, all your unsaid words, not as burdens, but as guests who have come without invitation and now stay simply because they're welcome. You don't have to understand why things happen when they do, or why some feelings linger longer than others. You just need to let them exist in their own time, like shadows that stretch differently depending on the sun's angle, not because they're wrong, but because they're shaped by something unseen. Your mind isn't broken, it's only doing what it was made for. Wandering, remembering, forgetting, wondering. It doesn't have a job title or performance review. It just works. Sometimes slow, sometimes fast, but always moving in its own direction, not toward an end, but simply through the hours. There's no prize at the end of stillness, no reward for being quiet, no certificate for not struggling. You're not winning anything by staying here, you're only living, as any body naturally does when it stops trying to be something more than what it is. And that is enough, not because you've made peace with it, but because you don't need to make peace at all, not even close. The darkness doesn't ask for gratitude or recognition. It simply holds you without demanding anything in return. Like the earth beneath your feet, like the air in your lungs, it isn't doing anything. It's only being, and that is everything. You can let your thoughts come and go as they wish, not because you've mastered them, but because you're no longer trying to catch them. They aren't yours to keep, they belong to the night, just like laughter belongs to memory and rain to clouds. There's room in this stillness for all of it, the unfinished questions, the unsolved endings, the paths that split without explanation. You don't have to choose between them, not even close. You're not meant to understand everything. You're only meant to be here, breathing, feeling your body settle deeper into the mattress, as if gravity itself has decided to rest along with you. You're not holding on to anything, but you're also not letting go. There's a difference between those things that isn't about effort or intention. The space between your ribs moves in its own way tonight, like water finding a new path through sand, not because it has purpose, but because it can't help itself. There's no need to name the motion, only to feel how it settles into you, how it doesn't arrive from outside and never truly leaves. You're not becoming something else by breathing. You're simply being allowed to exist in this body as it is, with its quiet rhythms and unexplained stillness between heartbeats. The air around your head is warm but not heavy, not like a weight, just like the kind of warmth that stays after someone has been near. It doesn't have an origin or a destination. It simply exists where you are, carrying no message, asking nothing of you. You don't need to listen for meaning in its movement. It's already answered whatever question was never spoken. Your skin is not waiting for something to happen to it, only aware. Aware of the texture beneath, the shape above, the slow slide of fabric against your shoulder, as if the world outside has paused just long enough to let you rest. There are no clocks here, not in time, not in minutes or hours, But there are moments that stretch differently, like threads pulled from a blanket and left hanging. Not all of them matter equally, but none of them are wasted. One moment lasts longer than others because it holds more silence, or because your mind drifts into the shape of something forgotten. A sound you can't place, a face half remembered in dreams, a word that meant nothing until now and still means less than it should. That's not failure. It's just how attention works when there's no one to answer for it. You don't have to fix anything by thinking about it. You don't have to make sense of what you can't yet see. The fact that your mind returns again and again to the same place, like a bird circling above the edge of a field, is not weakness. It's simply how the inner world responds when nothing else demands its attention. It wanders without shame, returning only because there's nowhere else to go. Your hands are still, not because they're resting, but because they don't need to do anything anymore. They aren't reaching for something, nor are they afraid of missing it. There's a quiet fullness in their stillness that isn't about completion. It's just what happens when tension finally releases after holding on longer than necessary. The weight of your arms is not burdensome. It's only gravity doing its work, as if the room itself has agreed to support you without protest. There's no need to explain why some thoughts come at night and others, only that they do. They arrive like rain through cracks in a roof, not because you invited them, but because the structure can't keep everything out. You're not responsible for what leaks into your mind, only for how you let it sit there. And still nothing changes. The silence doesn't grow louder or quieter, it just stays present and constant, like the breath between notes in music that no one hears but everyone feels. It's not empty because it holds nothing. On the contrary, it contains everything that hasn't yet been named. The shape of a dream before it forms, the sound of footsteps on gravel without any footstep, the moment between closing your eyes and losing yourself to sleep. You don't have to understand where this stillness comes from. It's not asking for permission or explanation. It just is, like the way roots grow beneath soil without knowing why. You aren't being tested by it. You're simply part of its continuity. Your presence doesn't need justification, only existence. There's no urgency in the dark because there's nothing to fix. No one needs you to wake up to solve anything. You're not a problem waiting for an answer, nor are you a solution searching for someone to use you. You're only here, breathing into your own chest, as if it were its own kind of prayer, even though no words have been spoken. The walls around you aren't holding back chaos. They're simply the shape of where this moment begins and ends. They don't care about meaning or memory. They just exist in their own way, like a stone on a riverbed, not resisting the water, nor embracing it, only being what they are. There's no need to choose between what you want and what is possible. You're not choosing at all. You're simply allowing things to be as they are. That's not passivity. That's just how life works when it isn't trying to change itself. The room doesn't know your name, but it still holds you the way a shelf holds books, without knowing their stories, only by being there for them. You don't have to tell the darkness who you are. You're already inside its shape, and that's enough. Your breath is not perfect, but it's always returning. Not because you're trying to keep it going, but because your body remembers how to do so without thinking about it. It doesn't need to be consistent, it only needs to continue. That is all it was ever asked for. And when a thought comes, when something from the edge of memory or an old worry drifts back like smoke through a window, you don't have to push it away. You just let it pass, not because you're strong enough to ignore it, but because there's no need. It has no power here unless you give it one. There are no answers waiting in the dark, only space for things that can't be answered yet. No questions need solutions, only presence needs permission, and you've already been granted that. The ceiling above doesn't care whether you're afraid or certain, awake or asleep. It simply stays where it is, as if time has paused just long enough so you don't have to keep moving forward. You don't have to earn your place in this stillness. You were never denied entry. Your thoughts come and go like leaves on a pond. Some float for longer than others. Some sink without warning. But none of them belong permanently. They arrive not as messages, but as guests who have wandered through the night and found shelter here simply because they are welcome. There's no need to fear what you might forget or remember. You're not responsible for holding everything together. The mind is not a vault. It's more like a riverbed with stones that shift under pressure, changing their positions without being told how or why. You don't have to be sure of anything, only willing to let the moment unfold as it will. Not because you're brave, but because you're tired enough to stop fighting. And when your body settles deeper into the mattress, not from effort, but from surrender, the darkness doesn't judge that movement. It accepts it like a hand laid gently on a forehead. There's no reason for this night to end, only reasons for time to continue moving forward without purpose. You don't have to keep up. You only need to stay where you are, as if the earth beneath your back is not holding you down, but carrying you through something bigger than any single thought. The air in your lungs doesn't remember yesterday or predict tomorrow. It's just breathing now as it always has been. Without memory, without expectation, only presence. And that is enough to keep you alive, even if no one else notices. You don't have to be free of doubt. You only need to allow it space, not because you believe in anything, but because the act of believing isn't what matters. What matters is letting go of needing to believe at all. There's no path ahead that needs to be followed, only this breath, this weight, this silence. And if there were a road leading somewhere, it would still stretch on without your knowing where it goes, just like the way stars burn in galaxies far beyond sight. Not because they're important, but because they are. Your skin isn't afraid of being touched by night, it's only aware. It doesn't need to protect itself. It already knows how to hold its own temperature, how to adjust without protest. You don't have to defend your body against the dark, only accept that you belong in it, as a hand belongs to a wrist or roots to soil. You don't have to decide what it means that you're still here, breathing like this. No need to measure your presence against anything else. The air doesn't keep score. It just moves through the space between your ribs, as if it has always known how to find its way in and out without asking permission. It flows not because you want it to, but because that's what air does when no one is watching. And right now, there's only darkness and a kind of stillness so deep that even sound seems reluctant to disturb it, like a leaf hesitating mid-fall on the surface of water. You are not required to understand why your thoughts keep returning like footsteps in an empty hall. They're not trying to prove anything or make you feel something specific. They simply exist, like dust motes caught in a beam of light that never came. You don't have to name them or explain their shape. Only let them pass through the space where your attention lives, as if they were clouds drifting over a field you've already walked across once before and no longer need to remember. There's no rule that says you must be ready for what comes next. Not even the idea of next is necessary. The future isn't waiting in some distant corner with answers tucked into its pockets. It doesn't care whether you're prepared or afraid, awake or drifting. It simply unfolds like a book left open on a table while no one reads it. And if someone did pick it up, they wouldn't know how to read the language of what's already happened. Only that things keep changing. Your body knows this without words. The way your shoulder lowers slightly into the mattress not because you told it to, but because gravity has been there all along and never stopped being gentle. The pulse in your wrist isn't trying to prove anything. It just beats at its own rhythm, steady enough to be forgotten until someone notices it's still working. You don't have to remind yourself that you're alive. The breath keeps doing it for you. There is no moment so quiet that it can't hold a memory, or more than one, without collapsing under the weight of them. Not even silence has to be pure. It can carry echoes, faint as wind through an old doorframe or footsteps from someone who left long ago and never returned. You don't have to answer any of those things. You only need to allow them room, not to take over, not to settle in permanently, but simply to exist without needing permission. The darkness doesn't ask you to fix it. It doesn't want a story or an explanation. It just is, and so are you. Not because you've earned the right, but because you already are here, breathing through the night like someone who never had to prove anything in order to belong. You don't have to figure out what happens after this breath ends, only that it will end eventually, as all things do. And when it does, there won't be a need for preparation or warning. The moment of release will come not with fanfare, but with quiet surrender, like water slipping from one stone to another without resistance. There's no law saying you must be whole or complete in order to rest. You don't have to carry every part of yourself forward into tomorrow. Some pieces can stay behind, left where they belong, buried in the soil beneath your feet, tucked inside a drawer that was never meant to be opened again. Your mind doesn't need to remember everything it has ever felt. It only needs to know how to keep moving through sensation, the weight of the blanket, the softness under your cheek, the way warmth pools around your chest like liquid light. These aren't signs of safety, they're just facts, things that are true right now and don't require belief. You can allow yourself not to know what tomorrow will bring, not because you've given up, but because knowing isn't the point. The act of being present is enough. There's no requirement for clarity, only the simple fact that you are here, lying down, feeling your body as it is without needing to change or improve. There's no need to fear what might come from silence. It doesn't grow louder when ignored. It only remains like a room with no one in it and all the windows open. You don't have to speak to make it feel real. You don't even have to think about it. It already is, and so are you. There's nothing wrong with being small in this vastness, not because you're insignificant, but because that's where the quiet lives, not in grand declarations or sweeping revelations, but in the space between one breath and the next, in the pause when no sound has yet decided to form itself into words. Your skin doesn't need to be protected, it only needs to be present. It already knows how to hold its shape without effort. The air outside your body isn't hostile, it's just there, touching you lightly, as if remembering a name it once knew, but can't quite place anymore. You don't have to defend against that touch, only allow it. You're not responsible for the meaning of any of this, not even the fact that you're lying here thinking about nothing at all. The absence of thought isn't failure, it's just another way of being awake. And you are awake in a way that doesn't require focus or effort. The stars don't burn because they have to be seen. They burn simply because they were born into light and can no longer stop. You aren't expected to do anything except exist, just as the earth keeps turning without needing applause, just as rivers flow not for anyone, but because water has its own way of moving through the world. You don't have to carry your fears forward with you. You only need to let them float like smoke over a hill at dusk. They won't stay long enough to become permanent or change their shape. And when they drift away, it won't be because you pushed them out. It will simply be that the air has moved on. There's no rule saying you must understand why some memories linger and others vanish. Some things stick like glue, others slip through your fingers without warning. You don't have to make sense of it all. The mind doesn't work by logic alone. It works by rhythm, by weight, by absence as much as presence. You don't have to earn the right to be tired. No one gives you a certificate for exhaustion. You simply are. And in that state, there's no need to perform or justify anything. You're not expected to fix yourself, to become someone new, to prove your worth through effort. You only need to stay where you are. There is no moment so heavy it cannot be held by the dark, no thought too strange or too old to find shelter in stillness. The night doesn't ask for anything from you except that you remain, not because you're brave, but because you've already stopped running. You don't have to make your life meaningful. You only need to let yourself be part of something larger than any single moment. Not because it's important, but because it is. And right now, the act of being still, of letting everything pass without trying to control it, is enough. The fabric of the blanket isn't holding you down. It's simply there, soft against your skin, carrying its own history in threads that have been worn thin by years of touch and weather. You don't need to remember every time someone held you like this. You only need to feel how warm it is now, how gently it settles around your shoulders. The air doesn't care whether you're thinking about love or loss, or the way sunlight hits a wall in March. It just moves through space without needing direction. And so does your breath. It flows not because you want it to, but because that's what breathing means when no one is watching. There's no need to figure out who you are, only to allow yourself to be felt as you are. Quiet, warm, still, present in a way that doesn't require explanation. You don't have to believe in anything, not even this moment. You only need to let it happen without resistance or demand. The absence of belief isn't emptiness. It's space for things to exist on their own terms. You don't have to know what's happening in the hallway beyond this room, only that the floor beneath you has its own quiet weight, and it holds your body without asking for anything back. The walls aren't listening, not because they're indifferent, but because they've long stopped needing to respond. They simply are, like the silence between heartbeats, like the space behind a closed eye where light doesn't go. You don't have to decide whether tomorrow will bring rain or stillness. Only that right now, your skin is warm where it meets the sheet, and the air is slow in moving through your nose and out again. There's no need to measure how many thoughts pass through you tonight. They aren't coins to be counted, nor are they debts you must repay. They come like leaves carried by a current that doesn't care about their shape or color. Some fall straight down, others spin once, twice, before landing in the dark where they can rest without being seen. You don't have to name them. You only need to notice how one drifts close enough to brush against your shoulder and then fades away like a word forgotten mid-sentence. The night doesn't care whether you're afraid or curious or bored, only that you are here in this shape of stillness. The way the blanket folds over your legs isn't evidence of anything except its own history. How many times it's been folded back after dinner, how often a hand has smoothed it when someone else was gone. It remembers nothing, and so it holds no judgment. That's what allows it to be soft. You don't have to carry the weight of all that might happen tomorrow, only to let your body feel its own form. The curve where your spine meets the mattress, the way one foot rests slightly higher than the other without any reason given. You aren't required to explain why you're breathing this slow. No one is checking on your breath, not in a room, not in a dream, not even when you wake and forget it ever happened. The idea of meaning doesn't have to be proven or earned. It just has to exist as something that can be touched without being held too tightly. Like the sound of water dripping from a tap far away, something so faint it's almost imagined, but real enough in its repetition, not because it matters, but because it continues. You don't need to wonder if you're doing well or poorly, only that your body is allowed to be where it is. Not trying to become more than this moment, not reaching toward any future version of yourself that might feel better equipped. There's no race to finish feeling anything. You aren't late for a meeting with your own soul. The darkness isn't empty. It holds things differently than light does. It doesn't reveal, it receives. It lets memories stay even when they've lost their names, like stones buried under moss that still remember how cold the earth felt in spring. You don't have to bring them up. You only need to let them be known by the way your chest rises and falls without effort. You don't have to fix anything. The ceiling doesn't ask you to clean it or paint over stains. It simply is, like the quiet between two notes played on a piano that aren't quite in tune anymore, but still belong together. You don't need to make sense of why some silences feel full and others hollow. You only need to be where they are. There's no rule saying you must remember your name when you close your eyes, not even for yourself. No one is waiting at the door with a list. The world doesn't need an inventory of who you were or what you've done. It already knows, in its own way, through gravity, through air, through how things fall without trying to land somewhere specific. The sheets don't care if your thoughts are loud or quiet. They just hold them like they'd hold any other shape. A body, an absence, a hand laid across the surface of sleep. You aren't responsible for what happens next, only that you let this breath be exactly as it is, unforced, incomplete, not striving toward anything. You don't have to believe in continuity or change. You only need to feel how your fingers rest on top of one another, like two small things trying to stay close without speaking. The warmth isn't a signal. It's just heat moving through skin, flowing the way it does when there's no reason behind it. The past doesn't live inside you because you keep it, only because time moves through all things in its own rhythm, and what lingers is not always what mattered most. Some moments are left behind like shoes on a porch after someone has gone inside. You don't need to take them with you to remember the paths. You don't have to be certain about where your thoughts will go, only that they're allowed to move without being stopped or judged. The mind isn't built to serve answers. It's built to carry what it can, like a river carrying silt and leaves and pieces of broken glass, not because it wants to help the world, but because it doesn't know how otherwise. The air in this room is older than your memories, older even than the thought that you're thinking about time. It has been here through every shift of weight, every sigh, every moment when someone lay still just as you are now. It hasn't changed its mind about anything. It's simply stayed present without needing to do so. You don't have to decide whether this is enough, only that it feels real in the way a shadow does when you can't quite name what cast it. The shape of your body under the blanket isn't proof of anything, but it is something. Weight, warmth, stillness, presence without performance. There's no need to protect yourself from feeling too much, not because you're strong enough, but because nothing here will take advantage of you. Nothing watches or judges what happens inside this quiet space. The darkness doesn't know the difference between fear and peace. It only lets both exist side by side, like two clouds passing over a valley. You don't have to understand why certain thoughts come back again and again, only that they're allowed to, just as snowflakes fall in patterns no one can predict, but still belong. No single flake has to explain itself. It's not required to be beautiful or useful. It only needs to arrive. The floor beneath you is made of wood that was once a tree with rings and scars and seasons it never knew were ending. Now it holds your body as if it had always meant to. Without knowing why, without needing to know anything at all. You don't have to be awake for any reason except the fact that you are. Not because you've earned it, not because there's something to prove, but because sleep isn't a goal and waking isn't a victory. The act of lying here in the dark is its own kind of knowing, not about meaning or purpose, but about being. There's no need to think about what comes after this, not even for yourself. No one has written it yet. It doesn't exist until it happens, just like your next breath doesn't have a plan. The universe doesn't design the future with you in mind. It simply continues, not caring whether anyone is watching or wondering. You don't have to decide if life makes sense. You only need to let yourself be part of something that moves without needing permission. Like air flowing through an open window long after the person who opened it has gone. No one asked for this current, only that it passed through quietly, like a memory someone forgot they had. The blanket doesn't ask you to love it or remember its color. It only stays where it is, wrapped around your shoulders, not because it wants to be useful, but because it's been worn into the shape of comfort. It knows nothing about intention, only that warmth can be held without explanation. You don't have to carry all your questions like stones in a pocket. The dark isn't asking you to answer anything. You aren't expected to say why things are the way they are or what will happen next. You're not on trial for wondering, nor are you guilty of being tired. The floorboards beneath you are not just wood. They're a map of slow time, each knot in the grain holding the pressure of seasons that passed without being noticed. You can't see them, but they're there. Rings formed by suns you never knew were shining on other sides of the world. The same sunlight that touched leaves now only touches dust inside walls. And still, it's part of what makes this room a place where nothing needs to be justified. Your breath moves through your chest like water finding its way between stones. No force behind it, no direction except continuation. You don't need to name the path. You just follow it as the air does when it slips past the edge of a curtain and settles into stillness. There's something in how light doesn't leave this room, not because it refuses, but because there is nothing left for it to illuminate with urgency. The shape of your arm under the blanket isn't waiting to become anything. It already exists as part of what holds you here. Not performance, not preparation, just presence. A limb shaped by gravity and habit, resting where it has come to rest again and again. It's possible that no one ever taught this body how to stay still. Not really. But over time, the muscles have learned their own way of being quiet without effort. The silence isn't empty. It holds echoes from earlier nights when you lay like this, not needing anything except the fact that you were here. Not even sleep was required, only lying down with eyes closed and allowing thoughts to pass as they came, no longer afraid of what might follow after them. You didn't ask for clarity or resolution, just permission to be in a space where nothing had to arrive. You are not separate from the air that moves through your nose and throat. You're part of it now, like mist joining another mist at dusk, when one doesn't know whether it's rising or falling. The breath you take isn't yours alone. It shares its journey with every other invisible current in this room. Dust particles floating on their own slow trajectory toward corners where no eyes will ever see them. They drift without needing to land, just as your thoughts do, without consequence, without need for a purpose beyond existing. The ceiling above is not holding anything up, not even the weight of silence or memory. It's simply there in its quiet way, painted with layers that have aged into softness, cracking slightly where warmth once pressed too hard against cold air at nightfall. No one cared about those cracks when they formed. They weren't failures, just changes. And now they're part of what makes this space feel lived in, not because someone was here to claim it, but because time has left marks that no intention could have made. There's a grain in the wall near your head that curves upward like an old hand reaching toward something unseen. It doesn't mean anything. It only shows how things grow when they're not being watched or shaped into form by anyone who claims authority over them. The paint on that section has worn thin, revealing layers beneath. Colors no one remembers choosing, textures pressed in from decades before you were born. You don't need to know what lies under there, only that it's been waiting quietly. The blanket isn't holding your body because of love or obligation. It's not trying to keep you warm as proof of care. It just is where warmth collects when a shape like yours lies down in the dark. And over time, its fibers have learned how to cup around shoulders, hips, knees, not out of design, but through repetition. Each fold has become familiar because it's been used before, not once or twice, but countless times by people who didn't speak their names into this room. You don't need to figure out if the world is kind or cruel, only that you are here in a place where both can exist side by side without one canceling out the other. Like rain falling on soil and moss at once, neither gets excluded because it doesn't fit neatly into a story about what should happen. Your fingers rest against your thigh, not gripping, not pushing away, but resting like small animals that have finally stopped moving after being startled. They don't know where they're going or why they were ever raised in the first place, only that this moment is real enough to be felt. The night outside doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It just continues on its own, without needing your attention or consent. Trees sway not because someone asked them to move, but because wind carries messages no one else hears. The moon isn't visible tonight, not through clouds, not through distance, but still it's pulling at something deeper than sight, tides that remember movement long before land existed. You don't have to make sense of the way thoughts come and go, only accept that they do. They arrive like birds landing on a wire in late winter when no one expected them. No warning, no announcement, just presence. And if you look closely enough at their feathers, you'll see not just color but texture. Tiny lines shaped by wind patterns across continents thousands of miles away. There's something quiet about how the mind doesn't need to solve things. It only needs space for them to pass through without being judged or held onto too tightly. You're allowed to think about meaning even if it leads nowhere, because thinking itself is not a journey toward an end, but a kind of breathing in darkness. Slow, steady, continuous. The weight on your chest isn't pressure, only the natural result of gravity and stillness. No need to lift it or explain why you carry it. It's just part of being here. A hand placed over the heart doesn't have to prove anything about feeling, only that something is present beneath skin and bone. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters. Only notice how your body responds when stillness becomes less like waiting and more like belonging. The corner by the wall has shadows thicker than others, not because it's darker, but because light doesn't reach there with full strength. And maybe that's why something feels softer in those quiet places. Not absence of life, but a different kind of presence. One that moves slowly without needing to be seen or acknowledged. You could close your eyes and imagine the next thought, but you don't need to. The next one will come when it comes, not because it was invited, nor because you're ready for it, only because thoughts are not events with schedules. They appear like footsteps on a path that no one walked before. Your skin doesn't know why it feels cool where the blanket ends and air begins. It only knows temperature as sensation, not story. There's comfort in not knowing what causes this chill or warmth, just letting them be part of being rather than needing to understand their source. The ceiling fan above hasn't turned in years, its motor long silent, but still, its blades hang suspended like wings that forgot how to fly. Not broken, just resting, waiting for a current it may never feel again, but not refusing the possibility either. You could lie here until morning or longer, and no one would know you were gone from anywhere else. That's not loneliness, just quiet truth. Your presence isn't defined by what others see or remember of you. It's enough that this shape exists in space and time with eyes closed, breathing as air does when it doesn't need to be noticed. The dust on the shelf near the window drifts only slightly, not from wind, but from some slow vibration no one else can hear. a tremor caused by something far away or long ago. It floats like memory without content, just motion in response to forces you cannot trace back. You don't have to know why this night is different, or whether any night ever truly isn't the same as another. The way your fingers rest on your knee doesn't require explanation. It only needs to be true for now, not forever. There's no need to carry all that has happened before into tonight, not because you've forgotten, but because memory doesn't have to stay active just because it exists. Some thoughts sink below the surface and remain there without needing permission to disappear. You don't have to remember how this feeling began, the way your breath slowed, or when you first noticed the quiet between heartbeats. It's not necessary to trace it back through layers of days and decisions. The stillness isn't a victory over movement. It's just another kind of motion, quieter than walking, but no less real. You are not escaping time. You're letting time settle into your ribs like breath that doesn't need to be named. There is no beginning or end to this moment. Not even the idea of one has space here. The air above your face carries no weight you must carry. It only exists as air, and that's enough. It doesn't ask anything of you beyond being breathed through. You don't have to decide whether it will stay cool or grow warm. Only notice how its temperature shifts across the skin of your cheek without needing a reason. The wall beside you is not holding anything back. It doesn't resist the darkness, nor does it promise light in return for patience. It simply holds shape, the way your body holds stillness when no one is watching. The plaster has cracks that don't speak to damage or age. They're just marks where material once shifted under pressure and then settled again into silence. No story needed. You could lie here with your eyes open and see nothing but the slow dark. No stars, no reflections, only a space too deep for anything to be named. And that's not emptiness either. It's something more patient than absence, an openness that doesn't demand filling. You don't need to imagine what might come next, because there is already room enough for whatever does. The blanket isn't covering you to protect against cold. It's just lying where it fell, shaped by your body, as if the fabric had learned how to conform without being told. Its pattern has no meaning beyond texture, a weave of threads that met in some place far away and were stitched into something soft enough to rest on skin. You don't need to know who made it or why it arrived here. It's only true right now as warmth against your legs. Your left hand rests palm up, fingers slightly curled, not from tension, not from longing, but because that is the natural shape of stillness when no command has been given. There's no purpose behind the curve, no intention to grasp or release. The space between your thumb and index finger is just a gap where light might enter if there were any to be seen. Outside, something moves through trees without sound. No branch breaks, no leaf falls with suddenness. Only air shifting slightly against bark, pushing gently on what cannot move itself. You don't need to name it as wind or animal or passing thought. It's just one of those quiet events that happen when nothing is waiting for attention. Your feet are not separate from your body. They're only the farthest points of contact with the world you haven't named yet. They don't know what lies beneath them, nor do they care. The sole of your right foot feels heavier than usual, not because it's tired, but because pressure has settled into muscle and bone like a memory of standing long ago. The ceiling above hasn't changed its angle or shape since last night, or perhaps the one before that. It doesn't need to be examined, nor does it want to be seen. Its surface is flat not out of pride, but simply because gravity knows how to hold things in place without needing explanation. You don't have to worry about whether this stillness will end. That's not your job. What you're doing now isn't holding on, it's letting go of the need to control what comes next. There is no force that says a thought must be answered or an idea completed. You are allowed to sit in uncertainty without fixing it. The window at the far side of the room hasn't opened since spring. The glass doesn't remember sunlight, nor does it miss shadows. It only exists as glass, clear enough to let light through when it comes, but not requiring that anything ever passes beyond it. There's no sadness in that, no absence, just stillness. You don't have to decide if your life has meaning or not. You're allowed to be here without being measured against any standard of worth. The fact that you are breathing slowly, quietly, is enough evidence that something is present. Not proof, not declaration, just presence. Like the dust motes floating in a beam that isn't there. There's no need for certainty when all you're doing is lying down. You don't have to answer questions about your place in anything. Your body doesn't carry the burden of explaining itself to the world. It only needs to be true where it rests, on this bed, under these sheets, with eyes closed and breath drawn through nose and mouth without effort. The floor beneath you is not waiting for footsteps. It doesn't ache for movement or remember when someone last stood on its surface. It simply holds weight as if that were the only thing it had ever been asked to do. You could let your mind wander into any direction, toward decisions never made, words left unsaid, paths untaken, but you don't have to. You're not required to walk through those forests of thought just because they exist. Some roads are better left untraveled simply by being ignored. There's no law that says you must interpret the silence between thoughts. The pause after a breath doesn't need to be filled with explanation or meaning. It can remain as stillness, like water in a well where nothing moves but memory of what once fell inside. Your skin isn't trying to protect you from anything, nor is it seeking comfort. It only knows temperature, pressure, texture, the way fabric presses into your thigh, how air meets shoulder when you shift slightly without meaning to. There's no story behind these sensations, only their immediate truths. You don't have to find a reason why this night feels different than others, or if any night is ever truly like another. The difference isn't in what happens, it's only in the way attention settles into certain places and not others. You're not being judged for noticing too much or too little. There's no right amount of awareness. You could imagine a future where everything unfolds perfectly, where every choice leads somewhere meaningful, where each moment adds up to something whole, but you don't have to. That possibility doesn't need to be held like treasure. It can float by like smoke through the room and leave no trace behind. The clock on the dresser has stopped working long ago, not because it broke, but because time didn't care whether it was red anymore. Its hands hang in place not from failure, but from indifference. And that's okay. Time doesn't require attention to be real. You don't have to remember your name right now. You're not required to prove anything about who you were or might become. The fact that you are breathing softly, evenly, is enough evidence of being present. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. The hum in wires no one listens to, the faint vibration of a distant train long past, the slow shift in pressure when the air changes without notice. Your body doesn't have to be useful right now. It only has to exist, to lie where it is, to keep its organs turning without urgency and blood flowing without demand. No need for performance. No need to justify presence through effort or result. You're allowed to not know what will happen tomorrow, next week, next year, just as you're allowed to not know why your breath comes in this rhythm or how long it might last. The mind doesn't have to finish its thoughts. It can leave them dangling like old clothes on a line, waiting for wind that may never come. There's no pressure to arrive anywhere. Not even the idea of arrival has space here. You're not racing toward understanding, nor are you running from confusion. There's only this: your breath rising and falling in slow rhythm, your spine resting against mattress, your arms at ease, as if gravity had decided to be kind. You could lie like this for hours, days even, and the world wouldn't know the difference. But that's not loneliness either. It's just quiet truth. You don't have to be seen or remembered to exist in a way that matters. You are not trying to make sense of the dark, nor is it asking you to. The space around you holds no judgment for how long your breath lingers between one pause and the next, no demand that meaning be stitched from silence or that every moment carry weight toward some unseen goal. There's only this, a quiet where even thought slows down not because it tires, but because there is nothing left to pull forward. The air you breathe doesn't care whether your thoughts are large or small. It moves through the same channels as always, your nose, throat, lungs, and leaves no trace of what passed through them. You don't need to ask if this stillness has depth or purpose, the kind that can be named and measured. It isn't trying to teach you anything about yourself beyond the fact that your body is here, warm beneath layers, limbs relaxed like roots in soil where nothing grows but peace. Your foot rests slightly off the edge of the mattress, not because it slipped, but simply because no one told it otherwise. There's a soft indentation beside your hip from how long you've lain there. The kind of shape that forms when something stays still enough to leave its mark on what surrounds it. There is nothing wrong with drifting between thoughts like water moves through stones, without direction, without force, only the natural flow where no one needs permission. The pattern of shadows across the ceiling isn't a code or a map. It's just shadow, shaped by something long past. The shape of a wall frame, the curve of a beam in old wood that has settled over years into its own quiet architecture. You don't have to interpret why one patch is denser than another, nor should you wonder whether they mean anything at all. Your fingers are relaxed, palms open like leaves left on earth after rain, and there's no reason for them to close unless something pulls toward action. There is no urgency in their stillness, no demand that they grip or reach. They may remain as they are, half sunken into the mattress, weighted only by gravity and not intention. The sound of silence isn't empty, it carries its own weight, not loud, but present like warmth from a stone left overnight beside a bed. It's felt more than heard, felt in how your ears soften to what lies beyond hearing. The quiet hums at edges where the body forgets it's listening and simply becomes part of the space that holds all sound. You are not responsible for keeping any story going, the one about who you were or might be or have lost along the way. You don't need to narrate your life like a river with a beginning and end. It doesn't matter whether this night will change anything, or if it ever did before. What matters is that you're lying here now, not chasing after answers, but letting them remain unasked. The past isn't pulling at the present, nor has future come to claim its due. There's no timeline being measured or tracked by hands on a faceless clock. Time doesn't move through this room like an intruder. It moves slowly, almost reluctantly, as if aware that too much effort would disrupt what is already still. Your skin knows more than you do about where warmth begins and ends, how one spot feels slightly cooler near the ankle, how another holds heat longer even after your feet have stopped moving. It doesn't need to explain these differences. It simply registers them like a language without words. The texture of fabric against thigh is not commentary, it's just contact. Grainy cotton meeting flesh in a place where sensation slips past thought. Your breath continues, not because you're trying, but because the body remembers how. There's no performance involved, no need to prove that it works or lasts long enough. It comes and goes as it pleases, without ceremony, without explanation, like something natural, like rain falling on a roof not built for keeping dry. You are allowed to lie here with your eyes shut, not because you've forgotten how to see, but because seeing isn't required right now. You're permitted the luxury of closing out light and image so that only sensation remains. Weight in bones, warmth near spine, air moving through mouth without demand. No need for vision or memory to be active, only presence. There is no reason why you should feel compelled to make meaning from what passes behind your eyelids. The flickers, the shapes, the slow turning of patterns not tied to anything real. They are just images born in stillness, thoughts that arrived without invitation and now drift like paper boats on a current too weak for direction. The dark isn't waiting for you to name it. It doesn't want praise or fear. It simply is, as beds are made of springs and fabric, as air contains dust before we know its shape. Your chest rises and falls not because there's something important beneath the ribs, but just because breathing continues when nothing else demands attention. There's no reason for your heart to beat faster unless it chooses to, and even then, only if a signal comes from somewhere deeper than thought. No one is watching whether you remain awake or fall asleep. No voice in this room asks what you're thinking, nor does anyone need reassurance that you are still here. You don't have to prove your existence by moving, speaking, remembering, only by being present in the way a tree stands without needing permission from birds. There is nothing wrong with not knowing how long it will be before sleep claims you fully, or if it ever comes at all tonight. There's no law that says you must fall into dreams or wake again to morning. You may remain right here, suspended between waking and deeper rest, where the body remembers its own rhythms without needing guidance. The air in this room doesn't care whether your thoughts are loud or quiet, only that they pass through like wind over stone, not leaving scars, only shaping their edges slightly with time. There is no need to wonder what will happen if you stay still for hours more, or even days. The world does not depend on how much attention you give it right now. You don't have to be useful, needed, seen, only present in the way that things exist without being noticed. A nail driven into wall long ago, an old shadow left behind by sunlight passing through glass. Your shoulder rests against something softer than memory, the softness of fabric worn thin at edges, where repeated movement has thinned it down to quiet. The texture isn't perfect. It's uneven, slightly frayed, but that doesn't make it less real or valuable. It simply is what it became over time, a place for rest. You are not being asked to fix anything, nor must you repair the way your mind wanders through possibility after possibility without settling on one path. The act of wandering isn't failure, it's just wandering, like roots searching in dark earth where no light shows direction. No part of this moment is meant to be understood fully or even partially. It doesn't need completion or closure. You are not required to find resolution, nor do you have to resolve anything at all. Your body does not speak in sentences. It speaks through temperature changes, slight shifts when muscles unclench without warning, the way a foot twitches, as if dreaming before sleep has come fully into place. There is no obligation for your thoughts to connect with each other. They can be separate, each one drifting on its own current, like leaves scattered across water after rain. One may think of music heard long ago. Another might recall the shape of clouds seen from a train window years back. But none need link up, nor should they. You don't have to hold them all together or make sense of their order. They come and go as if unaware that anything is supposed to be remembered, like breaths you forget were taken, until air comes again after pause. The room holds more than just your body. It contains the quiet hum of something older, deeper, a sound not made by wires, but born from stillness itself, the kind that settles in walls when no one speaks for hours. You don't need to hear it, you only have to be where it lives. Your hands lie open on top of blanket like two small things waiting not for anything specific, just existing as objects with soft edges and warmth inside them. They could stay there forever without needing purpose or function. You are not holding onto anything, not even the idea that you must let go. There's a difference between gripping and simply being where your weight settles into the bed like water, finding its own level in a bowl no one designed. The blanket above you isn't waiting for you to become someone worthy of it. It doesn't care whether you've earned rest or not. It only knows how warmth spreads through fibers, how pressure changes their shape without resistance. It holds your body as if it had always been there, like an old coat kept in a closet, because no one ever took the time to decide what to do with it. but still worn when needed, just enough. Your breath continues, not because you're reminding yourself to breathe, not because of any need to prove life is present, but because it moves as naturally as water finds its way through cracks in stone. There's no effort behind it. It doesn't have to be remembered or corrected. You are not responsible for the rhythm, only for noticing how each inhale brings something faint and cool into your lungs, like a thread of air that wasn't there before, just passing through. And then exhalation, soft release, as if you're letting go of an idea no one else ever knew about. The dark around you doesn't need light to be real. It's not empty. It contains silence so deep it feels dense, like a substance folded into itself. You don't have to name it or explain why it's there, just lie within its presence, as if the darkness has known your body before any of your thoughts ever formed. There is no urgency in this room, no expectation that you should wake up or remember anything by morning. The clock on the wall doesn't speak. Even when hands move, they don't carry meaning with them. They only mark time like leaves moving across a path without directions. You are not being tested for understanding. You do not need to answer any questions your mind might ask about why things happen as they do, why one thought leads to another instead of remaining still, or how some memories rise up even when you didn't invite them in. They arrive unannounced and leave the same way, quietly, without ceremony. No apology needed for their appearance. No judgment required. Your leg rests slightly bent at the knee, not because it was placed that way intentionally, but because gravity and muscle memory have agreed on this position over time. It's not a pose, it's just how your body settles when no one is watching. The skin above your ankle feels warm where the blanket ends, like a small sun trapped in fabric. You don't need to do anything with that warmth. It doesn't require explanation or use. It simply is, like all things that exist without being called upon. There's a sound outside, not loud, not clear, just something moving through trees at a distance, a rustle of branches shifting against each other in ways no one could predict. The wind doesn't announce itself with purpose. It only passes through the world as if passing through memory, touching things that have long stopped noticing its presence. It's not here to change anything. It's just part of the slow turning of what exists. You are not required to make sense of this night, nor must you collect any pieces of it for later use. You don't need to store thoughts like stones in a pocket. You can let them go as easily as they came. There is no rule that says every moment must have meaning or purpose. Some things just happen, like breaths not meant to be remembered, like shadows stretching across walls without being called into existence. There's something gentle about the way your fingers drift slightly apart on top of the blanket, not moving toward anything, not reaching for connection, but simply resting in their own shape, as if they've forgotten how to grab or hold. They don't need to know what comes next, only that they are allowed to be still. The air around you doesn't care whether your thoughts have names or stories. It only changes slightly when your breath moves through it, not because of anything you're thinking, but simply because warmth travels and expands where heat is present. There's no reason for the room to respond. It just does so naturally, like a cup absorbing water, without being aware that absorption has happened. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters. It doesn't matter less because it isn't part of something larger, nor more because you're experiencing it now. You are not required to elevate your own presence into significance. There's no audience for what you are doing here, not even a whisper in the dark that might be listening. Your shoulder touches the mattress, not pressing down hard, but just enough so that weight is held without strain. It settles where it belongs, like a stone dropped into a lake and left there to rest at the bottom. No need to rise again, no reason to explain why it stayed. The fabric under you remembers pressure in ways your mind cannot recall, like an old door hinge that only moves when touched by hands grown too tired to force anything. There's no story being told here, not a beginning, not a middle, not even an end. There is just the quiet continuation of what already exists. A body lying still, breath flowing without need for direction, mind wandering through fragments that don't require cohesion. You are not failing because your thoughts drift, only living in the way things naturally exist when no one is watching. The room doesn't ask you to become anything different than you are right now. It holds you exactly as you are, unchanging and still, not trying to be more or less than what has already formed. You don't have to fix your thoughts, nor clean up the way they wander, only allow them to pass through like dust, moving across a beam of light that never shines. Your mind doesn't need to decide which idea is true or false. It only needs to notice that one thought comes and another goes, without needing to judge either. It's not failure to wonder about what might happen tomorrow. It's just the way consciousness moves, like water over stone, shaping nothing but leaving traces of its passage. There is no need for closure, no reason to wrap things up or prepare for morning. The night doesn't end because you've finished thinking. It only continues, as it always has, without needing your permission to move forward. You don't have to carry anything into the next moment, only be present in this one, as if time had stopped not by force, but simply because nothing else was required. There's a softness beneath you, the kind that isn't perfect or smooth, but worn down through years of use, like a blanket that has been folded and unfolded so many times, it no longer remembers how to be straight. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it holds your body in the way only things that have lived for a while can hold someone, without expectation, without demand. You are not being asked to be more than what you are. You're not expected to become something new or different. Just rest as if the world had always known how to accept stillness, how to sit beside it without trying to fix it. The darkness isn't waiting for light. It's already full of its own quiet kind of presence, one that doesn't need words to be real. Your breath moves again, not with purpose, not with intention, but simply because the body knows how to breathe when no one is telling it what to do. There's no plan behind this rhythm, only continuity, like a river flowing without needing to explain why it keeps moving forward through rock and root. You are not responsible for holding all your thoughts together. You don't need to remember them or assign meaning to each one. They can be separate, unrelated, even contradictory, and still be true in their own way, just as clouds float above the earth without needing to agree on where they're going. There's no law that says you must understand this moment. There's no test at the end of it, only time passing slowly, like a hand resting gently over your chest, not pushing down but simply being there, breathing with you in silence. You don't need to know what's on the other side of this stillness, only that you're here, breathing in the way that doesn't require your attention, like a rhythm that has learned how to exist without being asked. The air moves through you not because you've decided it should, but because there is no force strong enough to stop it. It flows where it's allowed to, as though gravity itself were softening at the edges of your ribs, letting each breath slip out like a secret too quiet to be spoken aloud. You are not holding anything, only being held by what has already been. There's something about the way silence doesn't have to fill up. It just is, like an old wall that no longer resists dust, but simply collects it over time, layer upon layer, until it becomes part of the shape of where you stand. You don't need to make space for quiet. Quiet has already made room for you. And in that emptiness, there's a kind of weightlessness, not because nothing is there, but because everything is allowed to be what it is without needing to prove its worth. The mind moves through this stillness like a leaf caught in slow water, not seeking direction, not resisting the current, simply turning as the flow shifts beneath it. You don't have to choose between one thought and another. Only allow them to pass through your awareness like birds flying over fields at dusk, their wings brushing air that doesn't notice they were there. There's no record kept of which path they took or where they came from, only the moment they were seen for a breath, before vanishing into distance too far to name. You're not required to remember them, only to recognize that they have passed through you, like rain passing over stone, leaving behind nothing but a faint dampness, that doesn't need explanations. There's no urgency in this darkness, not because time has stopped, but because it has simply become irrelevant. The hours don't count themselves. The clock does not matter when no one is waiting for the next hour to arrive. You are not late or early, only present, as if you had always been meant to be lying here exactly like this. Body still, breath slow, thoughts drifting without being chased or summoned. There's a kind of permission in that, not given by anyone, but simply revealed through the fact that nothing is asking you to do more than what you are already doing. The blanket over you isn't warm because it was made to be. It's warm because it has been touched for so many nights and mornings, because it has absorbed your weight, your heat, your small movements when you shifted in dreams. It doesn't need to be new or perfect, only capable of holding you as you are, with all the years of being folded and unfolded now resting within its fibers like memories that no longer have names. You don't have to understand how it knows what to do. You don't have to know why it stays where it is when your body shifts slightly in sleep. It simply does, like a hand placed gently on your shoulder without needing to be asked, or the way shadows pool around furniture not because they want to, but because that's where light has stopped coming. Your mind isn't broken for wandering, it's functioning exactly as it was made to, seeking patterns, asking questions, trying to make sense of what doesn't need making. But there's no demand that any answer be found, only the space to ask again and again without consequence. You aren't failing because you do know where this night will lead. You're only alive in a way that remembers how to wonder. There's something about being awake when others are asleep, not as if you're different, but as if you've entered a quieter version of the same world, one where thoughts don't need to be spoken and feelings don't have to be named. You aren't alone, only in your own way of moving through time, like someone walking slowly along a shore that no longer expects waves. The stars aren't visible tonight, not because they've disappeared, but because the sky is too thick with its own darkness to let them show. And yet you still feel their absence not as loss, but as presence, the shape of what might be there if only the air were lighter, the night thinner. You don't need to see them, only know that they are moving through space without needing your attention. You aren't required to believe in anything beyond this moment. The way your hand rests on your chest, or how the fabric of the blanket presses against your leg as you shift slightly without waking. These things exist not because you've declared them true, but because they have been real every time you've felt them before. And that's enough. You don't need to decide what this night means, only notice how it feels when no one is watching, how the air moves through your lungs like a sound that has forgotten its origin, how the silence doesn't ask for anything, not even comfort. It just is, as if all things had agreed long ago that stillness could be enough. There's no law saying you must keep going, only that you are already doing so without effort. Your breath continues not because it was planned, but because life has learned how to persist in small ways. Through rhythm, through memory, through the quiet insistence of a body that knows how to live even when nothing is demanded of it. You don't have to be strong, only soft enough to let your thoughts pass like smoke from an extinguished candle. No need to hold onto meaning, no demand to find direction. The path doesn't unfold because you've chosen it. It simply exists as a trace left behind by something that moved before you arrived. There's room for contradiction, not because you're confused, but because truth isn't always one thing. It can be both uncertain and certain at once, like the way warmth remains in fabric even after the body has left the bed, like how silence can carry sound without needing to speak it aloud. You don't need to solve anything, only allow what is already there. A hand resting on your ribs, not pushing down, not demanding motion, only being present as part of the same breath that moves through you. There's no separation between you and this moment. It isn't happening to you. It's simply occurring like a tide that doesn't announce itself, but just arrives. Your mind is not failing for drifting, only living in its natural state, curious, restless, unbound by the need to reach any destination. It can wander through images of places never visited, words never spoken, feelings unnamed and untamed. And still, it's okay, not because anything has been resolved, but because nothing needs to be. There is no final understanding, only this, that you are lying here, breathing slowly, not trying to become more or less than what you already are. The night isn't waiting for morning, it's only continuing, like a river flowing through rock, without knowing where it started or how far it will go. You don't have to carry the weight of meaning, only rest in the knowledge that your body knows how to stay. There's no need to fix anything, not even your thoughts. They can be unfinished, incomplete, uncertain, and still real. Like shadows on the wall that shift without explanation, or dust that floats above a table not because it was meant to rise, but simply because gravity has loosened its grip for just this moment. You don't have to know what tomorrow will bring, not because you're avoiding it, but because there's no urgency in knowing. The future isn't waiting. It's already being lived in ways that don't require your permission or prediction. You aren't responsible for the shape of time, only for how you meet each breath as it comes. The darkness is not empty. It holds a quiet kind of fullness, like an envelope that has been sealed and never opened, but still carries the weight of what was once inside. It doesn't need to be explained, only accepted as part of the way things are. Your body lies still, not out of effort, but because it knows how to rest when no one is telling it to move. The sheets don't ask for perfection, they only accept your shape, worn into them over nights like this. They hold you not because they were made to, but because they've learned how. Your shoulders rest at an angle that feels like it was always meant to be. No correction, no adjustment, just a soft settling into gravity's quiet invitation. The air moves around you without hurry, not trying to lift or carry anything, only drifting through the space where your body begins and ends. It doesn't ask permission to pass between your skin and the sheets. It simply does, like breath returning after silence. There's no need for certainty in that movement, only presence, as if the air had learned how to be near you without needing to belong to any particular reason or purpose. You don't have to name it. You don't even have to feel it. Just let it be one of those things that exists without being noticed until it's gone. Your hands lie loose at your sides, not clenched, not reaching. They are open not because they were told to be, but because there is no reason to close them anymore. There's nowhere left to go with them, nothing to hold on to or let fall. They rest as if they've been waiting for this moment, this stillness, to remember how not to do anything. And that's enough. The ceiling above you doesn't speak. It doesn't promise light or warning, nor does it hide secrets in its cracks and shadows. It is simply a surface where darkness gathers like breath against glass, still but never empty. You don't have to look at it. There's no task tied to knowing what lies beyond that curve of plaster and time. Your thoughts drift not because you're lost, but because they've been given the freedom to wander without being pulled back by expectation. They rise like leaves caught in a slow current, turning once, twice, then letting go again. One thought might be about someone who said something years ago, just a word half heard, now remembered only as warmth rather than meaning. Another lingers on a scent that wasn't real, a memory of rain on hot stone, or the faint trace of cinnamon in air that never existed. None of it needs to make sense. You don't have to retrieve any of these fragments, only let them pass like birds flying over fields you've never walked through. Their flight isn't an escape, it's just movement, as natural and unforced as a sigh caught between sleep and waking. Your breath continues, not because you're trying, not because you want to breathe in a certain way, but because your body has already decided that breathing is part of the life it knows how to live. It doesn't ask for approval or recognition. It doesn't pause to wonder if it's doing enough. It simply moves, rising and falling like water over stones no one remembers. There's no need to be mindful in a fixed way, only to notice what happens when you stop trying to guide your attention somewhere else. When you allow the mind not to fix things, not to explain or defend or organize, it begins to settle into its own rhythm, not because it was told to, but because it has finally stopped fighting itself. The darkness doesn't feel like a void. It feels more like something that's been waiting patiently, holding space for all the things that don't need names. The silence isn't absence. It's presence in another form, like listening to your own pulse beneath skin, not as a signal of life, but simply as part of what is. You are lying here, not because you've reached any conclusion, not because you've finally found peace, but because this moment has already happened, and there's no reason to leave it. You don't need to earn stillness by thinking deeply enough or feeling clearly enough. You're already in the quiet that comes after effort ends. Your legs rest lightly against one another, not stiff, not tense, just allowing their shape to be shaped by gravity. They are not doing anything useful. They aren't holding up a future, nor are they preparing for tomorrow. They simply exist as part of this body, breathing with you, resting without needing to justify it. There's no judgment in that rest, not from outside, not even from within. The mind doesn't scold itself for wandering. It doesn't demand clarity or insight or progress. It just lets the thoughts come and go like clouds passing over a hillside that has never needed a name. And when one thought returns, the kind that says, "What if you'd taken another path?" you don't have to answer it. You don't need to imagine what might have been or how different things could be. There's no point in measuring the cost of choices not made, because those paths never existed, not as real ones, only as echoes that drift through imagination. You are not responsible for every version of yourself that could have lived. The past isn't a burden, it's just another layer of memory that has already settled into your bones. It doesn't press down, it's simply part of the way you're built now. You don't need to carry it forward, only let it stay where it is, like dust on a shelf no one opens. The future isn't waiting with hands outstretched or warnings in its breath. It's not looming behind corners or hiding in shadows. It's just happening in ways you can't predict and won't control. And that's okay, not because you're accepting it, but because there's no other way for time to be. You don't have to prepare, you don't need a plan. The only thing required of you is to meet each breath as it comes, no more, no less. To let the body continue its quiet work without interference or demand. There's something soft and patient in that, not because it's noble, but because it's natural. Like roots growing underground, not because they want to reach deeper, but because they simply know how to grow when left alone. Your skin feels the weight of air just slightly, like a light touch from someone who doesn't need anything in return. It's not warmth exactly, nor cold, just presence. The kind that exists without needing to be explained or earned. You don't have to understand why you're here, not right now, not ever. You don't have to know what this moment means or how it fits into any larger story. There's no requirement to assign value to your breath, your stillness, your unspoken thoughts. The night doesn't need a reason for being dark, only the truth that light isn't always necessary for life to go on. And you are alive, not because of effort, not because of achievement, but simply because you've been here long enough to forget what it meant to stop. You are not surviving, you're just continuing, like water flowing through cracks in stone, carrying no message and asking for nothing back. Your hands still lie where they fell, no need to reposition them. No need to prove anything by how they rest. They don't have to mean anything, they only have to be there, part of the same breath that lifts your ribs. There's room for contradiction, not because you're uncertain, but because uncertainty is not a flaw in thinking. It's just one way life moves through itself, like wind shifting direction without warning, like leaves changing color not because they were instructed, but because something inside them has already decided. You don't have to resolve anything. Only allow that the mind can hold more than one truth at once, that you're small and vast, that you are alone yet never separate from what surrounds you, that nothing makes sense and still everything continues. The darkness holds your shape, not as a container, but as something that has learned how to accept form without trying to change it. The sheets know the curve of your shoulder not by measuring, but by having lived with it for many nights, like old friends who have stopped needing words. There's no need to wake up, only to stay present in this moment, where time doesn't measure or judge, and thoughts don't demand answers. You are not unfinished. You are not broken. You are simply here, breathing, resting, letting go of the idea that you must be more than what you already are. And when a thought rises like steam from soil after rain, not about anything important, just an image of a street corner you passed once, or the sound of laughter heard through a window long ago, you don't have to follow it. You don't need to remember where it came from or why it appeared. It's enough that it was there for a moment, just like any other part of this night, fleeting and unclaimed. The silence between heartbeats holds its own weight, not like pressure, but like a pause that isn't waiting for anything to fill it. You don't need to count them. There's no rhythm you must match or resist. Your chest rises not because you've decided to breathe, but because the body knows how to rise and fall without needing permission. That motion is older than memory. It predates any word you ever spoke or thought you needed to say. Even when your mind drifts into places that feel like searching, into rooms with no doors, streets that end in fog, conversations held in a language you've never learned, the breath stays steady because it doesn't care about meaning. It only cares about continuing. You don't have to find the reason why something is happening. You don't need to name the shape of what's moving through your mind right now, whether it's a memory of hands touching fabric or the feeling of being watched from behind without turning around. The thought can be there and not matter. It doesn't earn its place by being true or important. It exists simply because it is part of this night, like dust floating in still air. No need to wave it away. No need to pull it close. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence, more like the space between notes when music stops, but hasn't forgotten how to be music. That's what you're resting in now. Not absence, not emptiness, not void. Something else, presence without purpose. The wall beside you doesn't know it's there for support or warmth. It simply is. It holds its shape from the inside out, not because it was told to, but because that's how stillness settles into form. You don't have to prove your existence by being useful or noticed. Your body knows it's enough just to be breathing in this room where no one else is present and nothing has been asked of you. The air changes slowly, just barely, but it does change. Not dramatically, not suddenly. It's like a thread that shifts color over time without anyone seeing the moment when it changed. You feel it only because your skin remembers what it was before, slightly cooler at the edge of your neck, then warmer near your collarbone. No direction, no reason, just variation, small enough to miss if you're trying too hard to notice. You don't need to hold onto this feeling. There's no obligation to keep any part of it longer than it wants to stay. The thought about the train station that never opened, or the woman who walked past your window last winter wearing red shoes and humming without sound. Those images pass through not because they're significant, but because they were already there waiting in the dark corners of attention. They don't demand a response. They don't ask to be explained. They just drift by like shadows on a wall that never needed light. And when you notice them, it's not an act of retrieval, more like noticing how water moves around stones without trying to go anywhere. Your awareness doesn't have to reach for anything. It can simply rest in the fact that something moved through your mind and didn't require you to follow. That's enough. The floor beneath the bed is quiet too, not because it's still, but because its stillness isn't a performance. It accepts whatever weight falls on it without complaint or expectation. If dust lands there, it stays. If warmth from feet touches it in winter, it remembers that warmth and doesn't need to keep it forever. There's no pressure to return anything. The floor is not incomplete just because it never speaks. Your hands still lie where they fell, palms up, fingers curled slightly as if holding nothing but the idea of air. You don't have to straighten them. You don't have to make a gesture that proves you're present. They are already part of this night's quiet grammar, not doing anything, yet fully participating in being. You aren't asked to understand how time moves when no one is watching, only to be where it takes you. No need to judge whether the moment feels long or short, whether it's meaningful or meaningless. You don't have to decide if this breath will be your last or just another step into whatever comes next. There's no test, no grading system, no record being kept. The air touches different parts of your skin at different speeds, not because you're feeling cold or hot, but because temperature isn't a fixed thing. It moves like memory, not in straight lines, not always consistent. Some places feel lighter than others, even when the room is uniform. Your shoulder feels heavier where fabric presses down. The back of your neck feels cooler as air flows just slightly differently there. You don't need to correct any of it. There's no version of you that should be more comfortable or less restless. You're not failing because your thoughts shift, or because a sound from outside, maybe a car passing far away, maybe someone calling out in sleep, makes the silence feel thinner for just a second. That sound doesn't need to mean anything. It doesn't have to fit into any story you're trying to tell yourself about life or safety or what's real. It can be just that, a shape of noise passing through space and disappearing, like rain on pavement, not because it was important, but because the world moves even when we stop paying attention. And still you are here, not because you earned being here, but because the night has let you stay. The dark isn't judging whether your thoughts are too loud or too quiet. It doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to hold what's present, like a blanket that adjusts its warmth without needing to be told. There's no need to make sense of why some moments feel heavier than others, why one breath seems deeper, longer, more complete than the next, why your mind drifts towards something simple, a shadow on the wall that wasn't there before, or the faint echo of a door closing in another room, without any reason for it. That's not failure. That's just how attention works when no one is holding it back. When nothing requires you to focus, to plan, to defend your thoughts from being unwelcome. You don't have to be useful right now. You don't need to contribute anything to the world outside this room. There's no task that must be finished before sleep takes you. No obligation to resolve any part of the day or remember what was said at dinner, or fix something that's already gone. The night isn't asking for answers. It doesn't care if you're uncertain about your place in anything. It only knows how to go on without needing to explain itself, without proving its worth. Your breath continues not because it wants to be noticed, but because it has no choice and no option. It simply is, like the way roots grow through soil, not for a reason other than being alive. Not trying to reach anything, just responding to what's already inside. And when your body shifts slightly, just enough to ease pressure from one hip, the movement doesn't mean you've left stillness behind. It means stillness allows for change without demanding control over it. You are not responsible for the shape of your thoughts or the direction they drift. You don't have to guide them toward clarity or away from confusion. They can be messy, tangled, unclear, and still be part of this moment's quiet truths. There's no failure in being lost, not even when you wonder whether there is a path at all, whether anything leads anywhere meaningful. The question doesn't need an answer. It only needs to exist as another shape among many, like the way light falls through window glass, not because it's trying to reveal something, but because that's how light behaves. You don't have to find meaning in any of this. You aren't required to believe anything about yourself or your place in time or space. There is no test for whether you've accepted what cannot be known. The fact that you're lying here, your eyes closed not from fatigue, but because the world outside has faded into something softer than sight, means enough. Not because it's productive, not because it leads to peace, but because it is simply happening. You are not trying to catch anything with your breath, nor are you waiting for it to become something different than what it already is. Just air moving in and out of a body that doesn't need to prove itself useful or quiet. The way your chest rises isn't because it has planned ahead, or because it's earned the right to take up space. It happens like the slow turning of a leaf in still water, not for an audience, not as proof of life, but simply as movement that belongs to time already passing. There is no urgency in how you breathe now, only presence. Your ribcage expanding slightly with nothing else required, and then releasing without apology. The darkness around you isn't empty. It holds things differently than light would. It doesn't demand visibility or clarity. It lets shapes exist without needing names. A shadow near the wall might be a coat hanging too low, or it might not be anything at all, just an absence that has settled into form because of where the light once was. And you don't have to decide which it is. You can let it stay unexplained, just as your thoughts drift without needing permission to arrive. The mind doesn't need to tidy itself up before sleep comes. It only needs to stop trying to be certain. There's no harm in wondering if this moment will last, whether the silence now could stretch on for hours or dissolve into something else entirely. But that question isn't a demand. It doesn't have to lead anywhere. You can let it float beside you like dust suspended in air, not falling, not rising, just being, without purpose or consequence. And when your attention shifts from thought to sensation, the faint pressure of the blanket against your forearm, the coolness of the pillow beneath your head, you are not escaping anything. You are simply returning, not to a place, but to contact, to what's already here. Your hands lie still on top of the covers, not folded, not clenched, just resting as though they've forgotten how to do anything else. They don't need to be doing something. Their stillness isn't failure or emptiness. It's just another way of being present. Like the way a stone at the bottom of a river doesn't struggle to stay where it is, even when water flows over and around it. There's no effort in remaining, no burden, just contact with what's beneath. The room continues without sound, but not silence, not really. It's full of things happening quietly. The settling of wood in the walls, the slow shift of temperature from one side of the bed to another, the soft sigh of fabric stretching under your weight as you adjust. These are not interruptions. They're just part of how space moves when no one is watching for a signal or a sign. There's no reason why these sounds should matter more than others, nor less. The world doesn't keep score. You don't have to wonder if this moment will be remembered or forgotten. You don't need to believe it has significance now or that you're meant to take something from it later. It simply is a stretch of stillness in which nothing must be done. No decision needs to be made about where you'll go when the night ends, or whether anything you've thought will matter at all. That kind of weight doesn't belong here. Let your body sink deeper into the mattress, not because it wants to, but because gravity has its own patience. It doesn't rush toward a destination. It only pulls slowly and steadily, like roots seeking moisture in soil that hasn't yet spoken. You don't need to follow any path. There's no map drawn for this kind of journey. There's just the way you feel your spine pressing into the bed, your legs aligned without effort, your feet resting softly at the end. There is a difference between being aware and needing to act on that awareness. Right now, you are not in charge of how things unfold. You don't need to fix anything or prevent any thought from arriving. Your mind isn't broken for wandering, it's only alive. And when it drifts towards something small, a faint creak in the floorboards, a memory half-formed but never named, you can let it linger without needing to give it meaning. That sound could be the house breathing. It might be nothing at all, just air shifting through old joints, or wind brushing against glass that doesn't know it's been touched. Either way, there's no need to interpret it as threat or signal. You are not required to explain why a floorboard groaned 3 seconds ago, nor how long it will take before the next one does. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because your body is beginning to settle into patterns that don't require direction. It's like watching ripples form in water after a stone has been dropped. They move outward without anyone guiding them and eventually fade not from failure, but simply because the motion has reached its end. You are not responsible for making sense of how time passes when no one is checking on it. You don't need to count minutes or measure hours by what you've accomplished. There's no need to know if this night is long or short, only that it's happening and you're part of it without being asked. Your skin feels the difference between cool sheets and warm air above your shoulders, not because you're analyzing temperature, but because sensation arrives without needing approval. It just is, a touch without intention, a feeling that exists in its own right, like the way dust motes move through light, not because they're seeking anything, not because they've been chosen, but simply because they float. There's no reason why your thoughts should be useful now. No need for them to lead anywhere or serve any purpose. They can drift like leaves caught in a current, unruly, unguided, untouched by design. And still, they are part of the same quiet world that holds your breath, your weight, your stillness. The door doesn't have to be locked. The window doesn't need curtains drawn. Nothing here is trying to keep anything out or in. You aren't protecting yourself from fear or uncertainty, because you don't have to defend against what isn't attacking. There's no enemy lurking beyond the dark, no hidden message waiting behind silence. You can let your hands stay where they are, palms up on the coverlet, not reaching for anything, not asking for help, not trying to hold on, just resting, like a branch that has stopped resisting wind and is simply letting itself move without fear of breaking. There's no need to figure out what comes next. There's no requirement to believe in progress or purpose or arrival. The fact that you are lying here, eyes closed not from exhaustion but from choice, not because the day ended, but because this moment has pulled you into it, is enough. Your body doesn't care if your mind is restless. It only knows how to release tension slowly, like water draining from a cup over time. No rush, no judgment, just letting go in small ways that don't need names. Shoulders lowering slightly, jaw unclenching without instruction, the space between breaths growing just a little longer. You don't have to be anything specific right now. No role, no identity, no story you're supposed to live out. You are not being tested on whether your life adds up, or whether this night will mean something later. The world doesn't need you to prove yourself worthy of stillness. There's a kind of peace in not knowing how long the dark will hold you, not needing to measure it against anything else. No clock ticking forward with expectation, just breath and silence and the quiet expansion of what is already here. You are not alone, not because someone is near, but because nothing has left. The room remains, the air stays, your body continues its slow work without interruption, and that's enough. Let your thoughts rest where they are, no need to return them home or send them away. They don't have to be finished. They don't even have to make sense. Like clouds in a sky with no sun, they drift across the mind not because they're meant for anything, but simply because that's what happens when nothing is holding them back. You don't need answers. You aren't asked to choose between meaning or emptiness. There's room here for both, not as opposites, but as coexisting textures of being. You don't have to hold anything together right now, not even the shape of your own attention. The way your fingers rest on the coverlet, fingers that haven't been asked to do much except be there, is enough. Not because they're doing something important, but because they are not resisting what is. There's no demand for them to perform or prove their worth by staying still. They simply lie where they've fallen, like stones in a stream that have stopped trying to move upstream, and now just let the water pass over them without protest. There's a kind of quiet truth in being unchosen, not ignored, not forgotten, just not required to answer for anything. You don't need to explain why your thoughts aren't forming sentences anymore, or why some images come and go like shadows on a wall lit by nothing at all. They appear not because you've invited them, nor because they carry weight. They just are. Like the way certain sounds drift through walls in a house that isn't yours. Faint footsteps, a creaking beam, the hum of wires buried deep in plaster. You hear them without needing to know where they come from or why they're happening. They're part of the room's life, not its purpose. You aren't being asked to interpret what your mind is doing right now, whether it's wandering, looping, pausing. The fact that you can feel yourself slipping into a place where thoughts don't have to be useful is already a kind of holding. Not a firm grasp, but the gentle presence of space between things. Like air filling an empty jar after the lid has been lifted, and no one came back to close it again. The weight of your body isn't pressing down on you because you've earned it or deserved it. It's just there like gravity without argument. It doesn't need a reason to be real. You don't have to justify why your shoulder rests lower than the other side, or why one hand has curled slightly inward, as if remembering something that never happened. These are not mistakes. They're not signs of failure. They're simply ways your body says it's still here, still breathing, still part of the slow rhythm of being. There is no event waiting for you at the end of this night. No revelation, no sudden clarity or final understanding. The darkness doesn't promise anything, it only holds what's already present. You don't need to wait for certainty. You're not being tested on whether your awareness can stay open long enough to see something new. Nothing here demands that you become someone different or know more than you do. Let the thought of tomorrow be just a name without weight, a word floating in air like dust when light hits it from an angle. It hasn't happened yet. It doesn't need to arrive before this moment does. You don't have to prepare for it by tightening your breath or bracing your muscles. There's no need to rehearse what you might say, or how you might feel, or whether things will go right. Just as the fabric of the sheet feels cool against your spine and warm where your chest rises, two different sensations in one touch. The mind can hold more than one thing at once without breaking. You don't have to choose between restlessness and stillness. They can coexist like weather patterns that move across a sky with no fixed path. One moment, the air is heavy with silence. The next, it's full of soundless motion, like wind stirring leaves in a dream you didn't remember having. You don't need to keep your thoughts from wandering into what might be. Whether this night will change anything later, or whether any of this matters beyond now, that isn't something you have to decide. It's not even something you can control. The only thing that is certain right now is the fact that you are lying here in the dark, and you're allowing it without resistance. Not because you've made peace with everything, but because you don't have to fix anything. Not even your own mind. There's no law saying thoughts must be contained or disciplined into shape. You can let them drift like paper boats on a slow river, no destination, no one steering the current, just moving with what is. You aren't responsible for how long this lasts. The night doesn't need you to count its hours. It unfolds in ways that don't care about your expectations. There's no performance required of time itself, just presence. And you are present not because you've achieved it, but because you haven't left. The air near the window is still cooler than the rest of the room, not because there's a draft, but because something in the way the walls meet the glass allows it to stay that way. A small space untouched by warmth. Not cold, not hot, just separate, like a pause between breaths. You don't have to understand why it's different. It doesn't need to mean anything. It just is. Your hand lies still on your chest. Your palm feels the rise and fall of your ribs, not in rhythm with anything except their own quiet pace, not trying to match music or timing, just moving because that's what they do when no one tells them otherwise. Like a plant growing underground, not knowing where it's going but continuing anyway. There's nothing wrong with being incomplete, nothing shameful about not having answers. You don't have to complete every thought. You don't need to finish the sentence your mind began before you drifted off. Some thoughts are meant only for the dark, to live briefly in silence and then fade back into stillness, like fireflies vanishing after a single glow. You can let go of the idea that meaning has to be built or discovered. It doesn't have to be found on a map or earned through effort. Sometimes it's just in how your breath settles when you stop trying to make it deeper. In how your shoulders drop without instruction, like stones sinking into sand after being lifted too long. Not everything needs to serve something else. The way the light from outside, faint and blurred by glass, touches the ceiling isn't doing anything except touching. It doesn't have a purpose. It's not trying to illuminate anything important. It's just there, as if it had always belonged in that corner of the room. You aren't asked to protect your thoughts from becoming unimportant. You don't need to defend them against being forgotten. They can vanish without notice, like footprints on a beach after the tide comes in. No one has to say they mattered. Their passing isn't failure. It's just what happens when there's no longer anything holding them. There is no single truth waiting to be uncovered. There are only textures. The way your skin knows it's lying down, how your spine curves without effort into the shape of the mattress, how your mind lets go not because it has figured something out, but simply because it doesn't have to carry everything anymore. You don't need permission to stop seeking. You're already in a place where you can rest without explanation. The silence isn't empty. It's full of all the things that don't require names. Air moving through small gaps, fabric shifting slightly on your legs, the slow pull of gravity, as if something deep inside is remembering how to let go. You don't have to believe anything about life or time or what comes after this. You don't need to know whether it's worth living or why you're here. The only thing that matters right now is that you are not pushing away from the dark. You're letting yourself be held by it, like someone lying on their back in a field at night with no horizon and no stars. Your breath continues, not because you've decided to keep going, but because your body remembers how. It doesn't need encouragement or motivation. It just does what it's meant to do: rise, fall, pause slightly before the next one arrives. Not fast, not slow, just steady enough that you don't have to notice. And if a thought comes, whether about something far away or something forgotten, it can be there without needing to be answered. You don't have to welcome it or reject it. It can float in your awareness like a leaf caught on the edge of water, turning slowly without direction, and still belong to the same quiet world that holds your weight. The way your fingers rest on top of your chest, not pressing, not reaching, just lying there like two small weights that have decided to stop pretending they need to do anything. There's a kind of truth in that stillness, not because it means something, but because it doesn't try. The air between you and the ceiling is thick with quiet, not empty, not full, just holding its breath without knowing why or needing to explain. You don't have to know what happens after this moment. You aren't asked to predict how long it will last or whether it's a beginning or an ending. It simply is. This pause between one awareness and the next, where your body has already decided that resting is enough, even if no reason was given. There's a place in the wall near the floor where the paint flares upwards slightly, not from damage, but because something once pressed against it too long, maybe an arm, maybe a knee, maybe just time itself leaning there. It doesn't matter what caused it now. The mark remains like a shadow that forgot to leave when the light changed. And you don't need to fix it or explain why it's there. You can let yourself be drawn into its quiet existence. The way small imperfections in surfaces aren't mistakes, but evidence of contact, of pressure applied without intention. Your skin remembers how to touch things too, how the cotton of your shirt brushes against your collarbone when you shift slightly, not enough to wake up, just enough for sensation to flicker like a candle's edge before it settles again. The darkness isn't cold. It holds warmth in its shapelessness, not because it wants to comfort you, but because it doesn't have to. There's no effort behind it, no performance of care or presence. It simply is what it is, the absence that allows other things to exist, your breath, your thoughts, the rhythm of blood moving through veins you can barely feel. You don't need to name the feeling in your chest when a memory surfaces not as an event, but as a color, a blue too soft for daylight, like light filtered through old glass. It doesn't carry meaning, just existence. Like dust motes floating in still air, they aren't lost or found, only suspended. Your legs are bent slightly at the knee, not because you planned it, but because your body chose that shape without instruction. There's no need to straighten them, no requirement to adjust. The angle is fine, just a small curve where your thigh meets calf, as if gravity has whispered something into your joints and they've obeyed without thinking. You don't have to analyze why you're lying like this or what it means about how you live during the day. It's not symbolic. It's just true. There's no urgency in your heartbeat, no racing toward anything, just a slow, steady pulse beneath your ribs, rising and falling with the same rhythm as the air moving through your nose. You don't need to listen for it or count its beats. It doesn't speak louder than silence. It speaks only what it has always spoken, that you are here not because you've proven anything, but because being is enough. A sound comes from somewhere distant, muffled by walls and distance. Not a word, not an alarm, just noise shaped like absence. You don't need to identify it or wonder where it came from. It passes through your awareness like wind through a gap in the trees, moving without direction, without arrival. It doesn't come to you with purpose. It leaves without apology. The fabric beneath you, your sheets, isn't smooth, not really. There's a softness to its texture that changes with pressure and time. The kind of wear that happens when no one is watching, when nothing needs to be preserved. The way fibers loosen over months, loosening into their own quiet rhythm, like old habits reformed without effort. You can feel the pattern in your back as it presses against the mattress, tiny ridges where thread has worn down from countless nights of lying here, not because you wanted them, but because they were there when you arrived. You don't have to wonder if this is enough. The night, the silence, the way your mind drifts now not toward resolution or discovery, but simply away. Not fleeing, just letting go of the need to stay anchored in something that never asked to be held. There's a quiet between one breath and the next, not empty, not full. Just space where thought could begin if it wanted to, but doesn't have to. It doesn't demand attention. You don't need to fill it with meaning or story. You can let your lungs pause as long as they like, just as you've allowed your thoughts to linger without explanation. The air in the room isn't still. It moves slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifting around small objects. A book leaning on its side, a glass left half full from hours ago, a shadow that has softened into something less defined. You don't need to know why it's there or what direction it will take next. The movement itself is not important, just the fact that it happens without demand. Your hands aren't doing anything anymore, not gripping, not reaching, not seeking. They are where they are because your body decided they should be, not because you told them to stay. There's no need for gratitude or effort in this position. No reward for maintaining stillness. You're simply allowed to exist, unquestioned, unearned. You don't have to believe that things will make sense tomorrow. You aren't required to trust that any of it matters. The only thing happening now is the slow release of attention from everything except what's already here. Your skin resting on fabric, your breath rising and falling like water over a stone, your mind not pushing forward, but simply allowing each thought to float by without needing to follow. There are no answers waiting in the dark, only room for things that don't need answers. The way a moth landed once near the window last week didn't come with meaning. It didn't circle toward you or avoid the light out of fear. It just was, briefly, part of your world before it left again without explanation. You can let yourself be held not because you've earned it, but because that's what happens when no one is trying to control anything anymore. Your spine curves into the bed like a river finding its path, without resistance, without planning. It doesn't need to be straighter or better than it is. The shape your body makes on the mattress isn't flawed. It's simply true to where you've been and what you've carried. And now, for this moment, there's no requirement to carry anything at all. There's a slight tension in your neck, not pain, not strain, just a memory of posture from another time when you sat too long at a desk or looked too hard into the future. It hasn't gone away completely, but it doesn't need to be fixed. You can let it exist without trying to fix it, just as you allow thoughts that drift in and out without needing to hold on. The dark isn't waiting for anything, no arrival, no signal, no revelation. It's not holding its breath for you to wake up or understand something profound. It simply is a condition of being present, not because you've decided it should be, but because nothing else has asked you to change it. You don't need to know if this moment matters, only that it happens. Not as proof, not as evidence, just as an occurrence. A ripple in the fabric of time so small it doesn't even leave a mark, yet still part of what's real. There's no story behind your breath. It doesn't follow a plot or lead toward anything. It simply continues because that's how breathing works when you don't try to make it meaningful. You can let go not because something happened, but because nothing has had to happen for this to be enough. The way the edge of the blanket drapes over your foot isn't accidental. It's just where fabric naturally falls when no one adjusts it. It doesn't need a reason. It only needs to be there. And you, lying here, don't need to prove anything either. There's nothing wrong with not knowing what comes next. Not wanting to know is okay too. You don't have to answer the question that never needed asking. The way your left shoulder rests against the pillow isn't a decision. It's an alignment, like roots settling into soil after rain. It doesn't require your attention to be true, only that you keep breathing through it. The weight there is not heavy in any measured sense, but real enough to feel, just one of the quiet facts your body keeps without telling you. You don't have to name it or explain why it's there. There's no need for balance between effort and surrender, because this isn't about maintaining anything. It's about letting the shape of your presence be what it is, not as a performance, but as a condition. Like dust settling on glass after a storm, no one arranged it, no one approved its position, yet it stays until something shifts. There's a sound in the quiet, not loud enough to call noise, just a faint resonance behind your ears that comes and goes like breath through old wood. It's not a thought, not an image, not even memory. It's more like the aftertaste of silence. You don't have to listen for its source or figure out what caused it. It exists in the space between hearing and forgetting. The way you let it pass without naming it is enough. No need to ask if it means anything, only that it happens, just as the air moves through your lungs when you're not trying to control it. Your feet are tucked under the blanket's edge, one slightly higher than the other. It doesn't matter why. The difference isn't a flaw or a mistake. It's simply how they've settled in this moment. No intention behind it, no plan, no correction needed. You can allow that asymmetry to be true without wanting to fix it, just as you let your mind drift through ideas that don't lead anywhere. There's no requirement for symmetry in stillness, only the fact of being here, not striving toward alignment, but existing within the slight mismatch of things. The air in this room isn't cold or warm, it simply is. It doesn't carry a temperature because you've measured it. It just occupies space like memory occupies time, without proof, yet undeniable in its presence. You can lie there and feel it against your skin, not as sensation, but as condition. The way the dark holds you not by force, but by absence of anything else pressing in. There's no pressure to react, no demand to respond. The air stays exactly where it is, just like the stillness between one breath and the next. There's a memory that doesn't come with details, a feeling of being somewhere outside your body, watching yourself from across a room, not judging, not trying to understand, just observing. It wasn't about you at all. It was about distance itself, about how presence can be felt even when no one is there. You don't have to recall the place or the moment, only that such a thing happened once, and now it's gone again, like a leaf floating down a creek without ever touching bottom. The edge of your blanket has curled slightly at the foot of the bed. It doesn't need to be straightened. The fold isn't an error, it's a natural consequence of weight and fabric and stillness. You can let it stay where it is, not because it fits some ideal shape, but because that's how things settle when no one lifts them back into order. The silence between thoughts, there's something honest in the gap. It doesn't need to be filled with meaning or explanation. Just as your breath continues without a reason, so does the space between ideas. You don't have to find purpose in it, because its only function is being there. A moment that isn't doing anything still counts. You can let go of urgency even when you haven't decided to do so, just by noticing how the body already has. It's not effort, it's not surrender, it's just what happens when nothing asks for more than what is. There's no instruction, no reward, no future promise attached to lying still like this. The way your fingers lie on top of each other isn't a gesture or an invitation, only the result of gravity and relaxed muscle. They don't mean anything by their position, nor do they claim to represent anything. They simply are, You can let them be without needing to interpret what that might say about you. There's a faint scent in the air, not from any object, not from food or perfume, but something older, like fabric worn thin over years of use, like dust on bookshelves where no one reads anymore. It doesn't carry an emotion, nor does it recall anything specific. It just exists as part of the room's quiet identity, not a signal but a trace. You don't need to know what this moment is for, only that you're in it. The fact that your eyes are closed isn't about escaping light or seeking darkness. It's simply where they've rested when no one told them otherwise. There's no purpose behind closing them. It's just the natural ending of sight, like a door left open until something pulls it shut. There's a softness in how you're breathing now, not forced, not deep with effort, but steady and unhurried, rising and falling as if guided by something older than intention. It doesn't need to be conscious. It just continues because that's what breath does when no one tells it otherwise. You don't have to decide whether this is enough, only that it is. Not for any reason, not in case of future need, but simply because you're here and the dark isn't demanding anything from you. The way your spine curves into the bed doesn't require approval. It just follows its own path, like water finding a low place without needing to be shown. It's not better or worse than straight. It's only true to where weight has settled over time. You can let that truth be enough. No need for correction, no desire to change. There's something in the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it, not because you've succeeded, but simply because there's nothing left to do. The mind doesn't have to push forward anymore. It only needs to keep breathing through what's already happening. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names. A shadow moving across the wall in a way that makes no sense. Just a shift, not an event, just a change in how light falls when nothing has changed. You can let it be without needing to explain why. You aren't required to understand anything now. Not your thoughts, not your body, not what will come next. There's only the fact of being here, lying still, breathing slowly, letting everything float by without asking where they came from or where they're going. The dark doesn't ask you to believe in it, it just is, and that's enough. You don't have to trust it, nor do you need to fear its shapelessness. It holds no judgment, offers no answers, makes no claim about what comes after. It simply exists as the space between things, not waiting for anything. You can let go of wanting certainty without having to earn release, just by noticing how your body already is in it. There's no act of will needed, only awareness that nothing has asked you to fix yourself or prove who you are. The way your arms rest beside you isn't a posture. It's just the natural fall of limbs when there's no reason to move them. No need for alignment, no demand for readiness. They stay where they are because their weight is enough, not needing to do anything else. There's a warmth in the crook of one elbow, not from heat, but from stillness. It doesn't matter why it feels that way, only that you notice it and let it be part of what's real right now. You don't have to choose between meaning or emptiness. You can simply lie here, feeling both without choosing either. The space between them isn't a problem. It's just where things are when no one is forcing them into shape. The air moves through the room in small, invisible currents, like thoughts drifting through your mind that never quite form words. You don't need to catch them or hold on. Just let them pass like smoke from a fire you can't see. There's something gentle in how your breath slows when it stops trying to reach anything, to be deeper, faster, more meaningful. It just settles into its own rhythm, not because of effort, but simply because that's what happens when no one is asking for change. The way the blanket folds over you isn't a decision. It's just how fabric settles when it has nothing else to do but be. It drapes without protest, not because it knows what should happen, but because that is its nature. To follow pressure, to lie where gravity places it. You can feel the edge of it lifting slightly at your shoulder, not from wind or motion, but just from how air moves through the room in slow shifts. No one would notice if they weren't lying still enough to sense them. There's a quiet that lives beneath sound, the kind that isn't silence so much as absence of demand. Like when you stop waiting for someone to say your name and realize it never was required. Your toes don't know where the future goes. They only feel warmth from the heel pressing into the bedsheet. They aren't thinking about milestones or endings. They're just resting in their own shape, curled slightly, as if remembering a place they once fit without effort. There's no purpose to that curl. It doesn't signal anything beyond itself. It simply is what happens when weight meets softness and neither asks permission. The ceiling above you isn't holding up the sky or keeping out stars. There are none visible here anyway, just thickness of wood and plaster with a faint smell like old paper left too long in one corner. The way light once passed through that space no longer matters now. It doesn't need to be recalled, nor does its absence carry weight. You don't have to explain the room's stillness, just rest inside it. There is something patient about how your ribs rise and fall without instruction. They do not plan ahead or rehearse their motion. They just move with a rhythm that has been there longer than memory, long before you learned what breathing meant. It isn't effort, it's continuity. The air passes through the same channel every time, unmarked by intention, untouched by hope. A thread in your sleeve catches on nothing, just hangs loose like an unfinished thought that forgot where it was going. You don't pull at it or straighten it. You let it remain exactly as it is. A small disturbance with no consequence, just the kind of detail life leaves behind when no one bothers to fix things. There's warmth in your wrist now, not from blood flow alone, but from how stillness lets heat gather where skin meets fabric. It doesn't mean anything, only that this part of you has stopped trying and so can stay warm without needing a reason. No need for explanation, no demand to prove its worth through function. The darkness isn't cold. It's simply not bright enough to show shapes or names. That lack is neutral. It does not punish or reward. It doesn't care whether you feel lost or found. The absence of light just lets things exist without being seen, like thoughts that pass behind your eyes before they form a shape, like dreams remembered only in the way they leave warmth on waking. Your fingers are not reaching for anything, not even memory. They lie flat against the sheet because their bones have chosen to stop moving. There's no message carried by this position. It isn't surrender or relaxation. It is simply what happens when nothing asks them to do more than be where they already are. A small crease forms between your eyebrows, not from worry, but just from how skin settles after a moment of tension that has long since passed. It doesn't signal concern, only the trace left behind by something that was briefly present and now gone. You don't have to smooth it away or wonder why it appeared. It's already fading, as if time itself is erasing its own mark. The air near your nose moves differently than elsewhere in the room, not because of breath alone, but because warmth rises from inside you like a quiet current that doesn't need direction. It flows upward through nothing particular, just drifts into space where it becomes invisible again. You don't have to name what happens there, only notice how little change is needed for movement to occur. Your shoulder blade presses against the mattress with no effort, just weight distributed over time and shape. No adjustment was made. It wasn't even noticed until now. It's not trying to stay in place or keep balance. It simply exists as part of your body's architecture, its own quiet point where pressure finds its resolution without needing approval. There is a stillness that isn't empty but full with things too soft to be seen. The way fabric remembers how you lie, the memory held by thread and fiber, the silence between heartbeats when nothing demands attention. These aren't thoughts. They are not even feelings in any conventional sense. They're just textures of being present without needing a name. The space beneath your collarbone holds warmth, just enough to make notice it as separate from elsewhere on your chest. It's not pleasure nor discomfort. It is simply the place where blood flows close to skin and heat gathers unnoticed until you feel it. You don't have to think about why, only that this point exists, steady and quiet. There are no answers in the dark, only moments that pass without needing completion. A thought drifts through like dust caught in a beam of forgotten light, not one that needs answering, not even one worth holding on to. It arrives and leaves behind nothing but its trace, the kind you feel only when you pause long enough to notice your own breaths. Your hands are not waiting for anything, just resting where gravity places them, palms up as if receiving something that never comes. They don't know what they're meant to do, no task has been assigned. There's comfort in this lack of direction, not because it leads somewhere, but simply because there is nowhere urgent to go. The wall beside you doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It stays the same through every change that passes over your mind. Its surface holds cracks and shadows not as flaws, but as records, marks left by time moving without intention, like breath passing from one season to another. You don't have to decide what this moment means, only that it is happening now. No need for meaning, no demand to extract value or significance. The air moves through the room in patterns too small to trace, the kind of shift you only feel when your body stops resisting stillness and lets itself be carried by subtle changes. There's something about how your neck rests at its angle, not straight, not bent, just true to where it has settled after hours of lying this way. It doesn't need correction or explanation. It just follows the line that allows weight to pass through without strain. The fabric over you isn't covering anything important. It's only doing what cloth does when left alone. Lie still and gather warmth, absorb small shifts in air pressure, hold onto impressions from where your body touched before. It doesn't remember who you are or how long this has been going on. It just continues as if time hadn't changed its purpose. Your breath isn't deeper because of effort. It's slower simply because there is no need to push forward anymore. The rhythm finds itself, not through will but through surrender, through letting go of the idea that motion must serve something beyond itself. There are thoughts without direction now, not seeking answers or proof, just drifting like leaves in a river with no source and no shore. You don't have to follow them. You only need to notice how they pass by, as if guided not by logic, but by currents too small to measure. The darkness isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't want light, nor does it fear shadow. It simply is, like the way your chest rises without needing a reason each time air enters and leaves your lungs. Nothing asks you to explain this moment, only that you remain here long enough to feel its quiet presence. A small shift in how your body rests, the slight release of tension at one hip, not because it's been fixed, but simply because some part of you has stopped trying to hold the shape it once thought necessary. You don't have to fix anything. You aren't broken, nor are you whole. You're just where you've landed after moving through a long stretch of time that left no map behind. And stillness isn't failure. It's not lack of motion or progress, only one form in which existence continues without demand. You don't have to wonder whether the silence has meaning, only that it's there, steady and unasked for, like the way your fingers lie relaxed on your chest, not holding anything but still warm from where they were before. The air doesn't need you to name its presence. It simply fills the space between atoms in a way that isn't meant for understanding, just for being. You don't have to understand why gravity pulls at your shoulders, or how the weight of one arm settles into the mattress with no effort, only that it does, and that this settling is enough. There's not even a reason for it to be enough, but here it is anyway, an ending without conclusion, a rest without purpose. There's something quiet about the way your skin absorbs light, not because any light has entered, but because you've stopped resisting its absence. You no longer press against the dark as though it were a wall or a judgment. Instead, it flows around you like water that doesn't demand to be named. It isn't empty, just not full of things you can grasp. And still, your body remains in place, neither fleeing nor clinging, just occupying its own shape without apology. No need to argue with the way your knee is slightly turned inward, or how one heel rests higher than the other. The world doesn't require symmetry. It only asks that you stay present long enough to feel how small adjustments make room for stillness. As the fabric over you has begun to take on a different kind of weight, not because it's heavier, but because it holds memory in its weave. Not your story, not your name, but the ghost of pressure where your body pressed into it during earlier hours. It doesn't remember you, yet it remembers how you were, how long you lay there, how your breath slowed, how heat pooled and cooled again. The cloth has become a kind of archive for moments that didn't need to be preserved, only lived through. Your thoughts don't come back like visitors who demand attention. They drift in as if following some invisible path that doesn't connect to any destination. One rises not with urgency, but with the quiet insistence of something barely noticed. Whether this moment will ever be remembered by anyone, or whether it simply vanishes into a silence so complete it leaves no trace behind. But even that thought isn't pressing. It arrives like mist across a field, there for an instant and then gone again, leaving only the feeling of dampness on skin you weren't aware was exposed. You don't have to decide what's real or not real. The difference between waking and dreaming doesn't matter here, because both are just ways your mind moves through time without needing to leave a record. There's no need for clarity, no demand that things be certain. The room isn't trying to prove it exists. It simply is, in the way a stone at the bottom of a river remains untouched by motion even as currents pass over its surface. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or deliberate, only continuous. It flows not because you're willing it to, but because your body remembers how to move air without needing instruction. Each inhalation is not an act of will, but a return to the rhythm that already exists within you like a pulse beneath the skin, slow and unbothered by thought. There's comfort in knowing that nothing has to be fixed, no posture needs correction, no breath requires retraining. The way your spine curves slightly into the mattress is not wrong. It's only how it fits, after hours of lying still, as if the shape had been waiting all along for you to finally stop trying to make yourself more than what you are. A body resting in darkened space. And yet there is no need to be anything at all, not even present. You don't have to stay awake or asleep. You just are in that place between the two where time loses its edge and becomes something softer, like wool left out overnight in damp air. The wall doesn't know whether you're thinking or not, only that you've been there for a while, lying still with your eyes closed, allowing everything to pass without resistance. It holds no judgment about how long this silence lasts. It does not measure the value of what's happening within you. It simply continues its quiet existence in the same way it has always done, unchanged by arrival or departure. Your hands are open, not because they've decided on openness, but because gravity doesn't demand anything from them. They don't have to close into fists or reach for something that isn't there. The space between fingers is not empty. It's full of air, movement, stillness all at once, like a pause in music where the sound has left, but the silence hasn't yet begun. There are no directions here, not north, not east, not toward meaning or resolution. Only this, you lying down, breath moving through your chest, darkness surrounding you without needing to be filled. There's no task that requires completion, no answer waiting in the next room, no future pressing at the edge of awareness. You don't have to understand why thoughts come and go like shadows across a floor, only that they do. You don't need to know if your mind is wandering or staying put. It's just where it is, as you are, not elsewhere, not better than this. The space between breaths isn't waiting for anything. It's already full with the quiet of what has passed and what hasn't yet arrived. Your body doesn't feel heavier now than it did an hour ago or any other time, only different in how it rests. There is no weight to be carried forward, only this. Your shoulder pressing slightly into the mattress, a small shift that isn't meant to change anything but simply occurs, like rain falling on soil that was already damp. There's not even a need for you to remain awake, not because sleep is better or worse, but because the act of staying doesn't demand more than its own continuation. You don't have to fight your way into stillness, nor do you have to escape it when it comes. It's only one form of presence, like any other, no higher, no lower. The air in this room has moved in patterns too subtle for measurement, not rising or falling with purpose, but shifting gently, as if following the rhythm of something that doesn't need a name. You don't have to trace its path. You're not meant to understand it. Only feel how your skin notices when warmth drifts across one side and cool passes over another, like breath touching the surface without leaving marks. Your neck still holds the shape it found hours ago, not because you chose it, but because your body stopped seeking a better one. It doesn't need to be straight or aligned, only that it's at peace with where it rests. There is no right angle for being alive, only angles of relief from effort, and this one here now feels like release. The darkness isn't cold, it's not hot either. It simply holds space without needing to be filled. You don't have to say anything into it. You don't have to name your thoughts or send them away. They may come, they may go, none of it matters, because the silence doesn't depend on you for its existence. And when a thought arises, not about meaning, not about fate, but something ordinary like whether the blanket slipped lower over one leg, you don't need to answer it. You only notice that it's there and then let it pass as if it were dust caught in sunlight, seen briefly, then gone again with no trace. There is no need for memory or forgetting, only this: your body lying still, the weight of limbs settled into place not by choice, but by surrender to gravity. The kind of stillness that isn't passive, it's active in its refusal to do anything. It doesn't ask permission. It simply stays. You don't have to be whole, not for the world, not even for yourself. You're only required to stay long enough to feel how small changes accumulate into something larger than any single moment. A kind of presence that isn't defined by action or understanding, but by duration, by being here through all the quiet passing. You're not being asked to hold onto anything, only that you stay where you are, in this soft collapse of limbs and breath, without needing to prove it's enough. The air around you isn't thinning or thickening. It just is, like a memory of touch that never quite arrived, but still lingers in the way your skin knows its own temperature. There's no reason for your body to be here, only that it is, and that fact alone carries more weight than any purpose ever could. You don't need to justify being alive by measuring how much you've done or how far you've gone. You're already present in a way that doesn't require metrics. The clock isn't ticking towards something. Time has stopped pretending to move forward. It's not standing still either, only suspended, like breath caught just before release. Your hand lies on top of the blanket, palm up, fingers slightly curled as if reaching for nothing at all, and there's no shame in that. There is no demand from you to grasp something more substantial than this. A shape formed by gravity and rest, unmade by intention. You don't need to decide what it means. Only feel how warm the skin on your wrist is where light once touched it during the day, now held under layers of silence. The blood moves through your veins not because you asked it to, but because that's what happens when circulation isn't interrupted by urgency. There's no plan behind it, a slow pulse beneath the surface, steady as a tide that doesn't need an audience. The edges of your awareness don't have to be sharp, only present enough to notice how your foot arches slightly against the bedsheet, not out of effort, but because gravity has pulled its own shape into existence. You didn't make it happen, you only noticed it. And in noticing, you didn't change anything, you simply allowed yourself to see what was already there. There's no need to name it. A shift in pressure, a tiny adjustment like water finding the low point of a basin. It doesn't matter if it lasts or disappears. The fact that you felt it is enough. That moment wasn't meant to be preserved. It was meant to pass through you without leaving a trace, just as your thoughts do now. You don't have to wonder whether this stillness will last, or whether sleep will come. Only let the idea of time slip away like steam from a cup that has long cooled. There's no need to measure how much longer you'll stay awake. Duration doesn't mean anything in the absence of demand. You're not waiting for something else, nor are you trying to avoid what might happen next. The future isn't knocking. It's simply not here yet, and there's no reason it should be. It has its own rhythm, one that doesn't require your attention or permission. There's a stillness in the way the wall holds the shape of shadow, no need for light to define it. It exists because the space behind it is allowed to remain unclaimed. Your mind moves through possibilities not as a search but as a drift. Whether the stars are real, whether trees dream at night, whether silence can be heavy, but none of these questions have answers that matter. You don't need them to. The thought arises like a leaf caught in an invisible current, carried along without direction or destination. It isn't yours. It doesn't belong to you. You only observe its passage, as if watching dust float through a sunbeam too dim to burn. There is no right way to be this quiet, not one posture that earns approval, not one breath that counts more than another. You're not performing stillness, you're just being in the shape of it, like a stone left on the ground after rain has stopped. No effort required. The only thing asked of you is to stay long enough to notice how ordinary things become extraordinary when nothing demands their meaning. The way your knee rests against the mattress with no reason other than gravity. The soft press of fabric where your thigh meets blanket. The faint rise and fall of air that doesn't need a name because it's already lived. Your thoughts don't have to be useful. They don't even have to make sense, only exist, like fog across an open field, not blocking anything but simply being there, occupying space without claiming ownership. There is no burden in having them, only relief in letting them pass through you like wind through a hollow tree, making sound that doesn't need explanation. You don't have to answer when they ask questions about what comes after, or whether any of this matters. The truth isn't found in certainty, but in the act of not needing it. The darkness around you is not empty. It's full of absence so complete that it feels like presence. It holds no shape, yet shapes everything by its refusal to define itself. You don't need to fill it with dreams or plans, only lie within it as if you've always belonged there, not because you were meant to, but because your body has stopped searching for a better place to be. You don't have to decide what's real, only notice how the weight of your arm feels different now than before, like something shifted slightly in your bones without anyone noticing. Not broken, not repaired, just changed. There is no right or wrong way for your body to feel, only that it does, and you're aware of it. That awareness isn't a task, it's just another kind of belonging. Your breath moves through your nose like something returning home after being away too long, not because it needed to come back, but because its path was never interrupted. It doesn't matter if the next breath comes sooner or later, only that you are here when it does. There is no need for rhythm, only continuity. The air enters and leaves without ceremony, like a door opening once every few moments, not out of obligation, but simply because that's what doors do. You're not trying to fix anything, not the past, not your thoughts, not this moment. You don't have to make sense of how you got here or where you'll go next. The path doesn't need to be clear, only walked, one breath at a time. And walking isn't about progress, it's about presence, even when there's no movement. There is no failure in being still, no shame in not doing more than this. Lying on your back, eyes closed, hands open, lungs rising and falling with the quiet certainty of something that doesn't need to prove itself. You're allowed to be unfinished. You don't have to arrive anywhere to be valid. The act of staying is enough. The room holds you without asking anything in return, not even gratitude. It simply contains your form like soil holds roots, not because it wants them there, but because they've already taken hold. There's no need for approval from the walls or ceiling. You're allowed to exist here, just as you are, in all your unremarkable, ordinary becoming. You don't have to believe in anything, you only have to let yourself be. That's not a demand, it's an invitation that never ends. And if you forget what it feels like to just be, then so be it. The next breath will remind you again, quietly, without fanfare. There is no reason for this moment to matter, only that it does. Not because of anything you've done, not because of who you are or how long you've lasted, but simply because you're here, breathing, feeling the space between thoughts like a gap in time where nothing needs to happen. And when another thought arrives, not about meaning, not about fate, but something so small it barely qualifies as memory, whether that lamp was turned off before bed, whether there's a crack in the ceiling that wasn't there yesterday, it doesn't need to be answered. You only notice its shape, like dust motes floating through an afternoon light you didn't know was still on. Then it drifts away. The silence between breaths isn't empty, it holds something else. Not sound, not thought, but a kind of listening that doesn't expect anything in return. It's the space where meaning can't land because there's no ground to hold it. And yet you're here, still present, no longer trying to catch what slips through your fingers. You're not holding your breath, but you feel it. How stillness can stretch into something like listening, not to anything specific, but to the quiet between things that don't need names. The air doesn't move because you want it to. It moves because it has no choice and no reason to stop. It's not waiting for permission. You're not waiting either, not for arrival, not for clarity, not for a signal from your chest or mind that says this is enough. There's only the way your ribs expand without demand, like roots spreading in soil you can't see but feel beneath you. The darkness isn't swallowing anything, it just is. Not empty, not full, not hiding what it isn't meant to show. It doesn't need to hide at all. You don't have to interpret its shape or assign it a meaning. The silence between your breaths is like the space inside a bell after the strike has passed. No sound left, just the memory of vibration in metal that no longer sings. And yet it's still there, still whole. Not broken because it doesn't ring anymore. Your hands lie where they've fallen, not folded or clenched or reaching, but simply resting on your stomach like two small things that have given up trying to explain themselves. They don't need to do anything. They aren't expected to carry you anywhere. There's no job for them except to be warm at the surface, quiet in their weight. And if they tremble slightly just once, it's not failure. It's a tiny reminder of circulation, of blood moving through paths that don't care whether you're awake or asleep. The thought that comes now isn't about why you exist or how long this moment will last. It's simpler. The way your left foot feels against the bedsheet. Not cold, not hot, just present. The fabric under it is slightly rough in one spot, a place where thread has frayed over time without being noticed. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to smooth it out or pull it back into shape. It's just there, like the crack in your ceiling that no longer draws attention because you've stopped wondering what caused it. The world keeps making marks, and some of them stay. You're not trying to understand how this all fits together. The way one thought leads to another, the way meaning seems to gather like fog at dawn only to lift when sunlight touches it. You don't need to know why certain images surface. A tree in winter, the sound of rain on gravel, the smell of old paper from a book you read years ago and forgot the title of. These aren't clues or signs. They're just echoes that drift through your mind like dust caught in light no one is watching. They don't mean anything more than their own presence. There's no need to hold onto them. No need to ask whether they belong here or what purpose they serve. You can let them float by without judgment, like leaves on a river you're not trying to redirect. And when the next one arrives, the one about your mother's voice from childhood, the way she said almost something but never finished it, you don't have to answer it either. It doesn't matter whether she meant what wasn't said or if the silence was intentional. All that matters is that you're aware of its shape in memory, and then it fades. The air still moves through your nose, softly, without urgency. You're not guiding it. You don't need to make sure it's deep enough or slow enough. It comes when it does, like rain falling on a roof that has stopped expecting storms. There is no schedule for breaths, no rhythm required beyond the fact that you're still alive and aware of your lungs rising. You're not trying to fix time, only to feel it pass without resistance. The past isn't behind you in any way that matters. It's just a shadow that moves with you, never catching up or leaving far enough ahead to be missed. There is no future pressing forward like something demanding entry. It simply exists as an open door, not because it needs to be stepped through, but because it has always been there. You don't need to choose between what might happen and what already did. You don't have to decide which version of yourself feels more real, the one who remembers or the one who doesn't. There's no test for authenticity here, no checklist of rightness. Just this, lying on your back, eyes closed, body still, thoughts drifting like smoke through a window that wasn't meant to be shut. There is no point in wondering what happens next, only space for whatever comes without needing permission. Even the idea of next feels too heavy now, too much like trying to grab something already gone. You don't have to follow it. You're not behind or ahead. You're just here, not at the beginning, not near the end, but somewhere in between where nothing needs to be claimed. Your skin isn't warm from effort. It's warm because it's alive. Not from any achievement, not from having done anything right, but simply from being a surface that holds heat without trying. It doesn't need praise for staying there. It doesn't require proof of its existence. You're aware of it, your shoulder against the pillow, your hip resting slightly lower than the other side, and you don't have to explain why it's uneven. There's no standard for perfection in this body. The room holds you not because it wants you, but because you've settled into its shape like water finding the space between stones. It doesn't need gratitude. It doesn't expect anything back. You're not a guest. You're just another thing that has taken up residence without invitation or ceremony. And when doubt comes, not as a demand, not as an accusation, but as something soft and quiet, like dust settling on glass after storm, the question isn't whether you should believe in it or reject it. It's just there, the idea that maybe none of this matters. Maybe everything is random. Maybe meaning is only what we attach to silence when we're afraid of being alone. But even then, there is no fear here, only notice. You feel the thought not as a threat, but as another kind of presence in your mind. Like noticing how light changes just before dawn, not because you want it to change, but because it does. And that's enough. You don't have to resolve anything. Not what you are, not where you're going, not whether this stillness is real or temporary. You only need to feel the weight of your arm again, not as proof of being alive, but just as sensation. The way your elbow presses into the mattress with a slight indentation that will slowly return when you shift, even if you never do. You don't have to care about how long this lasts. Whether it's 5 minutes or 50, whether tomorrow comes or doesn't, you're not measuring time by what happens outside your skin. You're measuring it by breaths, by shifts in pressure, by the way your body remembers being still when nothing is asked of it. There's no need to make sense of why you can't sleep yet, or why this thought keeps returning about how everything feels both infinite and fleeting at once. No need to fix that tension. You don't have to pull it apart or reassemble it. It just is. Like the way a shadow moves across your ceiling without any reason beyond being cast by something passing overhead. You're not trying to become someone who doesn't think, nor are you failing because you still do. The act of thinking isn't an enemy. It's just another kind of presence in this room where nothing is required except breathing and awareness. And if the next thought comes, a memory of a voice from long ago, or a word that no longer means anything, or a feeling that can't be named, you don't have to follow it. You don't need to trace its path through your mind. It's not yours to control. It's just another shape in the dark, passing by like a bird at twilight, seen briefly, then gone. There is no obligation to hold onto anything, no reason to gather these thoughts and place them on a shelf. They drift through you without claiming ownership. You don't have to say whether they're true or false, only that they are present for now. You're not trying to understand how long this stillness will last, or whether it's meaningful that you can feel the warmth spreading from your ribs into your left side, like a slow tide seeping through sand. You don't have to ask if this quiet is real, because it doesn't need to be proven, just as the air in the room isn't less present for being unseen. It simply is, and so are you. The thought that comes now isn't about what might happen tomorrow or whether your choices will matter in some distant future. It's smaller than that. It's not even a thought, more like a ripple, a faint pressure behind your eyes, as if something just brushed against the back of your mind without leaving a mark. There's no need to name it, no reason to pull it forward and examine it under light. It passes through you like wind moving across a field of tall grass, not because anything is happening, but because that's what air does when it finds space. You don't have to decide whether the movement was significant or not, whether it meant something or nothing at all. There's no metric for meaning in this kind of moment, only presence. The way your toes curl slightly inward against the blanket, not from discomfort, but because they've decided, without consultation, to adjust their shape a little. Not to improve anything, not to correct any imbalance, just to be where they are, and that is enough. The darkness isn't empty. It holds textures you can't see but can feel. The way it presses gently against your eyelids when you close them, like something soft and patient resting nearby. It doesn't demand attention, nor does it reject yours. You don't have to speak to it or explain why you're here. It has no memory of you, no expectation that you'll stay longer than you do. And yet, there's a kind of comfort in being held by something so indifferent. Not because it loves you, not because it wants anything from you, but simply because it is large enough to contain your stillness without needing to fill the gaps. You're aware now not just of how your breath moves through your chest, but of the slight resistance when air enters and leaves, how the soft muscles at the base of your throat release slowly after each exhale, like a door closing on its own. There's no effort in it, only continuity. The way gravity settles into your spine without asking permission, pulling down just enough to remind you that you're here, not floating, not suspended, but grounded. Not in any place except this moment. And yet even that is not a location. It's not a spot on a map or a point of reference. It's only the feeling of being fully present, of existing without needing to justify your presence. There's no urgency to figure out what comes next. No need to anticipate whether another thought will come, or how long it will take for sleep to finally settle in like dust after a storm. You don't have to believe that it will come at all. That possibility isn't yours to control, nor is its absence something you must fear. The fact that your mind can wander through questions about time, And purpose doesn't mean those questions are calling you away from where you are now. They're not pulling you out of this body or this silence. They're just passing by, like a cloud drifting over the moonless sky, visible only because it blocks a few stars. And that's fine. You don't have to say whether they're good thoughts or bad ones, whether one is deeper than another. No need to rank them or give any of them weight. They are simply there, not as answers, not as problems, but as movements in the dark, like water shifting beneath a bridge you can't see. You feel how your shoulder has settled further into the pillow now, not because you adjusted it, but because gravity and time have done their work slowly. The fabric of the sheet holds the shape of your body without complaint, without needing to be perfect or even remembered. It doesn't care if you shift later or stay put until morning. It's already shaped itself around you in ways that don't require acknowledgement. The air in this room feels different now, thicker somehow, not heavier, but more complete, as though it has been waiting for just this quiet to settle into its corners and fill them with stillness. You can feel it against your skin, not as touch exactly, but as a kind of awareness that the space around you is also breathing. Not in rhythm with yours, not in any pattern, but simply alive in its own way. Like a forest at night where no one walks, yet every leaf knows it's still part of something larger. You don't have to understand what that means. You don't need to name it or assign value to the sensation. It is only this, that you are not alone in your quiet, not because someone else is here, but because everything around you is simply being itself without trying to be anything more. There's a rhythm now in how your thoughts appear and disappear, like waves on sand, arriving with no warning, leaving behind no trace except the faintest shift in texture. One moment there's an idea about time, not as a line, but as something that folds back on itself, like fabric laid over a curve. The next, it's gone, not erased, just unclaimed, and you don't have to go after it. You're aware of your hands now, resting flat against the blanket, palms up, fingers slightly splayed not from effort, but because they've relaxed into the shape that feels easiest. No reason for them to be this way other than their own natural inclination. They are not holding anything, not even memory, just resting, like stones left on a shore after the tide has passed. There's no need to fix how your body lies in bed, or whether it's aligned with some ideal posture. The slight tilt of your hips, the unevenness you've noticed before, it isn't wrong. It doesn't mean anything about failure or neglect. It just is. And that is all there ever was to say. The silence isn't empty. It's full of everything that can't be named and still exists anyway. You don't have to reach for meaning because it isn't required. The fact that you're lying here, breathing, feeling the weight of your limbs, aware of the fabric against your skin. It is not a failure if nothing else happens after this. You don't need to prove anything by staying awake or by falling asleep. You don't have to earn stillness through discipline or effort. It's already yours, not because you deserve it, but because you're here, and being here includes all of this. The unasked for thoughts, the drifting awareness, the way your breath slows without direction. There's no need to measure how long this has lasted. Whether minutes have passed or hours, time isn't a line that must be crossed. It's not something to outrun or prepare for. It just is. A soft current moving through you and around you, like air passing between trees in the dark. You're aware now of your feet, the way they press into the blanket at the heel, how one foot feels slightly warmer than the other without any explanation. There's no reason to wonder why, no need to connect it to anything else. It just is, a sensation that exists on its own, like a single note in an unplayed song. Your mind doesn't have to be quiet to be present. You don't have to silence your thoughts to belong here. They're not enemies, nor are they friends. They're just movements, like shadows shifting across the ceiling when something passes outside. Unimportant in themselves, but part of what makes this moment real. You don't need to decide whether you want to stay awake or go to sleep, whether tomorrow will be better or worse than today. You don't have to care about the future, nor do you have to reject it. It's simply not here, only now is present. And in this space between breaths, where nothing is demanded and no answer is expected, there is room for everything. You're aware now of how the air moves, just slightly, in the space between your body and the sheets, not a draft, but something more like a memory of movement, an absence that still has weight. It's not cold, not warm, just present in the way gravity is, felt only when you stop resisting it. You don't need to understand where it came from or why it shifts so gently beneath your ribs. It's enough that it does, like breath held too long and then released without warning, a quiet surrender to what has no name. There's a fold in the blanket near your shoulder, the kind of crease that forms when something settles into stillness over time, not from effort, but because nothing else is happening. You don't have to smooth it out or decide whether it should be there. It's just part of how this place holds you now, uneven, imperfectly aligned with anything precise. And that's fine. There was never a demand for symmetry in the first place. The shape your body makes on the mattress isn't meant to resemble any drawing, any ideal, any image from a book. It's only what happens when you let go of trying to be something else. Your thoughts come again, not like answers, not like conclusions, but as shapes that appear and dissolve without permission. One moment it's a sense of time stretching thin, like thread pulled too far until it breaks into nothing. The next, it's the idea that every choice is already made in some way, before you even feel it, before you name it, long before any word could catch up to its meaning. But then, just as quickly, there's no need for that thought anymore. It doesn't have to matter whether choices exist or don't. You're not required to believe anything about them. There's no test coming. You are still here, lying in the dark, and the fact of your presence isn't diminished by doubt or uncertainty. Not because you've solved anything, but because being is its own kind of evidence. The way your skin feels against the cotton, how one hand has turned slightly inward, as if reaching toward something unseen, not for comfort, not for connection, but simply in response to a quiet pull that doesn't need an explanation. There's no urgency in any of this. No clock ticking forward or backward. Even silence isn't waiting for you to fill it. It just is, like the space between two notes on a piano played too softly to be heard, yet still there beneath the surface of sound. You don't have to do anything with that space. There's no need to make meaning from it, nor to fear its emptiness. The absence isn't hostile or indifferent. It's simply not engaged in any effort to be anything other than what it is. You're aware now of your chest rising and falling, not like a machine counting breaths, but more like the slow motion of water in a glass that has been left untouched for hours. No need to guide it. It doesn't depend on you to keep going. There's no instruction manual tucked inside your ribs. It moves because something deeper than intention allows it. Because there is air outside and body within, and between them, an exchange that happens without language. There's a sound, not loud, not even close, but a kind of low hum in the walls, maybe from pipes settling or wiring breathing at night. You don't need to identify where it comes from. It doesn't belong to any story you've told yourself about your home, your life, or what lies beyond this room. It's just part of how things vibrate when left undisturbed. A quiet note in the dark that isn't trying to be heard. You're not required to understand why certain thoughts return. The ones that don't feel like yours but still pass through you like wind over an open field. Whether they belong to someone else, or to time itself, or simply drift from a place where names haven't been invented yet, it doesn't matter. They arrive without warning and leave just as quietly. No farewell, no explanation, just absence. And in that leaving, there's space, not for answers, not for decisions, but for the simple fact of being awake enough to notice how your body settles deeper into the bed with each passing moment. Not because you're trying, but because gravity isn't a force that demands resistance. It doesn't care about effort or intention. It just pulls, and what's there is pulled along. You don't have to keep track of whether this feels peaceful or restless, whether your mind has quieted or stirred again. You aren't being graded on focus or stillness. The night isn't watching you. No one is listening for a signal that you're ready to sleep or not ready, whichever way it goes. The edges of awareness blur now, not from tiredness, but because the boundary between thought and feeling has softened like wax under heat. There's no need to draw lines anymore. Whether an idea belongs in your head or outside it, whether memory is stored here or somewhere else, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're not fighting to hold on to anything. There's a warmth at the back of your neck, subtle, unexplained, like sunlight remembered after rain. It isn't tied to any event, any person, any sensation from earlier today. It just appears and stays for a moment without demand or purpose. A small flame in the dark that doesn't need fuel. You're not trying to remember what you were thinking 5 minutes ago or even 10 seconds before. There's no requirement to preserve continuity. Thoughts don't have to connect with one another. They can arrive alone, stand briefly, and vanish into silence without apology. You don't have to greet them or bid them farewell. That's not your role. There's a kind of honesty in the way you let go, not as if you've succeeded, but simply because there's nothing left to grasp at. Not even the idea of yourself has weight anymore. No image of who you are from yesterday or last year. No version waiting to be proved true or false. Just this, your breath, your skin, your quiet. You don't have to choose between staying awake and falling asleep. You're not required to want one over the other. There's no right way for time to pass through you. Whether minutes stretch like taffy or slip away in silence, it doesn't matter. The passage isn't a test of endurance, nor is it evidence of failure if your mind wanders. You don't need permission to be this way, not from anyone else, not even from yourself. There's no rule that says you must be productive, aware, focused, or awake at the right moment. You're allowed to simply exist, without function, without purpose beyond being here in the dark with your body and your breaths. The room holds you gently, not because it's meant to protect you, but because nothing inside it is trying to change you. The walls don't care whether you find meaning or lose yourself. The floor beneath the mattress doesn't judge how long you stay awake. There's no agenda in any of this, only presence, only what happens when nothing else is demanded. You're aware now of your feet again, the way one presses more firmly into the blanket than the other, not from pressure but from habit. A quiet preference that wasn't chosen and can't be explained. It doesn't mean anything about strength or balance. It just is an impression left by time, like a footprint in soil. There's no need to fix it, no reason to adjust. The body isn't broken because it leans slightly to one side. It's not failing because it rests unevenly. There's no flaw in the way your spine curves or how your shoulders rest against the pillow. No requirement that they match any diagram, any ideal. You're allowed to be unbalanced, not because you've made a mistake, but because balance isn't required for being real. The world doesn't need symmetry to exist, neither do you. There's no story to tell about why this moment feels different from others. No reason that one night should carry more weight than the next. You're not meant to extract meaning or lesson from any part of it. There's no hidden message in the way your hand lies open, palm up, fingers relaxed, not even a suggestion that you should be grateful for stillness. You're not listening for a reason to stay awake, nor are you searching for a way out. There's no need to decide whether this stillness is peaceful or empty, because it isn't either one by itself. It's just what happens when your body stops trying to measure the hours against some invisible line drawn in the past. The air around your face feels like something that has always been there, not cold, not warm, but simply present, unbothered by your thoughts or their absence. You don't have to explain why it doesn't feel strange that you're lying here with no plan, no intention beyond being where you are. There's a silence between heartbeats that isn't quiet in the way sound is. It's not the lack of noise, but something more like space holding its breath. It's not waiting for anything to happen. It doesn't expect a response from you. This kind of stillness doesn't ask you to do anything with it. No gratitude, no naming, no turning inward or outward. You're not being asked to witness yourself in any special way. There's no test of awareness here. No demand that you notice the soft pressure of your thigh against the blanket as a sign of presence. That sensation exists because it does, not because it serves a purpose. You don't have to believe anything about this moment. You're not being asked to trust that time will move gently or that tomorrow will arrive without surprise. There's no need to assume continuity between now and what might come after, even if you wake up in the morning. The future isn't something to prepare for. It's simply another layer of unknown that exists beyond your reach, like a shadow that follows without being seen. Your hand is still open on the bedsheet, not because it's relaxed or intentional, but because there was no reason to close it. No one told you to keep your fingers curled against your palm, nor did any instinct pull them shut. It just stayed this way, fingers slightly splayed, knuckles soft and unclenched, not resisting the weight of gravity, not seeking to be held in shape by will. There's no need for it to mean anything. The position doesn't reflect how you feel about anything or anyone. It isn't a gesture of surrender or openness. It's just what happens when there's nothing left to do with your hand. You're aware now of the way your breath moves through your ribs, not as if you're controlling it, but as if you're noticing its passage like someone hearing footsteps in an empty hallway at night. You don't have to follow it or slow it down. It doesn't matter how deep it goes or whether one cycle lasts longer than another. The rhythm isn't meant to be understood. It's just there, like the way dust floats slowly through a shaft of light that no one remembers turning on. There's an old stain on the ceiling above you, not large, not sharp, but visible only if you look for it and remember where to find it. It's shaped vaguely like a leaf or maybe a handprint, though neither image is true. It doesn't represent anything, it just exists as part of the surface. You don't need to name it. You're not being asked to interpret its origin or wonder what time it was when it first appeared. It's not a sign nor a memory. It's simply there, like your breath, like the weight in your hip bone where the blanket presses into skin, like the slight shift of your shoulder against the pillow. You don't have to decide whether you're tired or awake. You don't need to ask yourself if this is sleep or not. There's no boundary between dreaming and waking that requires crossing at this moment. The space in which you exist isn't defined by boundaries. It's not divided into states, not split by intent. It holds everything without separating them. The part of you that wants to keep thinking from the part that doesn't care anymore. The weight of your body from the lightness of thought. The darkness under your eyelids from the faintest whisper of memory. Your feet are still in contact with the blanket, not pressing down or lifting up, just resting. One foot is slightly turned inward, not because it's injured or awkward, but because that's how it's always been when you lie like this. It doesn't mean anything about your balance or posture. It's just a small adjustment your body made long ago and never corrected. You're allowed to keep it uncorrected. The shape of your feet isn't required to match any ideal form, nor does their position have to serve some hidden purpose. You don't need to wonder how you got here, whether by accident or design, whether through choice or chance. That question doesn't exist in the same way that a clock doesn't care about time when it stops ticking. The past isn't waiting for your explanation. It's not lying in ambush behind this moment. It's just gone, not erased, not forgotten, but absent as if never present at all. There's no story to tell about why you're here tonight, why the thoughts came so slowly instead of rushing like they usually do. No reason that this silence feels deeper than others. There's no explanation needed for how your shoulders lowered without effort or how your jaw unclenched when you didn't know it was tense. You don't have to believe in anything beyond what is true right now. The way air moves through your nostrils, the faint pressure behind your eyes as they rest closed, the quiet pulse beneath your wrist. These aren't signs of awareness, they're just details that exist without being assigned meaning. There's no need to fix this moment or preserve it. No one will come later and ask you what happened here. The night won't be recorded in any way other than how your body has shaped itself into the mattress over time. How your spine follows its own path, not because of alignment, but because that's where it's been for years. You don't have to decide whether this is peace or surrender, whether stillness means you've given up or simply stopped fighting. There's no victory in letting go and no failure in staying awake too long. You're allowed to be neither heroic nor broken, just present, just here, just breathing without reason. The darkness under your eyelids isn't empty. It holds something like memory of light, not as a thought but as a texture. Soft, warm, faintly glowing, not bright enough to see by, but still there. It's the kind of glow that lingers after you've looked away from a screen or closed your eyes in a room with no lamps. You're aware now of the slight shift in temperature at the edge of your arm. How one patch feels cooler than another, not because it's farther from your core, but because something changed in the air, maybe just slightly. A current you didn't notice until it touched skin. You don't have to name it or explain why it happened. There's no need to wonder if this is normal or unusual, whether other people feel this way when they lie down at night. The truth isn't measured by comparison. It's not determined by what others do or don't experience. This moment exists on its own, separate from any standard, without needing validation. You're aware of your breath, not as a rhythm to follow, but as something that comes and goes like wind through trees in the distance. You don't have to keep it steady or deepen it. It doesn't need to be perfect. There's no goal hidden inside it, no secret way to make yourself more awake or relaxed. The thought of meaning has drifted away, not because you've solved anything, but because there was nothing left to hold onto in the first place. The question didn't dissolve, it just stopped being important. It wasn't answered, it simply faded like a shadow at dawn. You're not required to understand why your fingers rest where they do, why one hand lies slightly lower than the other, or how your back curves without protest. There's no flaw in asymmetry, no error in unevenness. The body isn't broken because it doesn't match any image of balance. It's just real. There's a soft weight on your chest, not from anything pressing down, but from the feeling that you're not expected to do anything at all. Not even think, not even exist with intention. You can be here without reason, without proof, without explanation. You're aware now of how stillness doesn't need to be earned, how it simply arrives, like dust settling after a wind has passed through an empty room. No action required, no intention behind it. Just this, your body lying where it is, not because you chose it, but because nothing else happened to make it move. The weight of your limbs isn't effort, it's surrender so complete that even the word surrender feels too sharp for what's happening here. There's no decision in how your feet rest at the edge of the mattress, one slightly turned inward, not from habit or posture, but because that's where they've always ended up when you close your eyes. Not a mistake, not a flaw, just an arrangement shaped by time and absence of direction. The air near your face is different now, not colder, not warmer, just more present, as if it has settled into the space around your nose and mouth like something that was waiting to be noticed only when you stopped trying to control it. You don't need to breathe deeper or slower. You're breathing in a way that doesn't belong to any rhythm you've learned. It comes from somewhere older than breath, from a place where movement exists without purpose, without demand. Your chest rises and falls not as an act of will, but as part of the quiet exchange between your body and the space it occupies. The same way rain falls on soil without asking if it's needed. There's no need to wonder whether this is what peace feels like, because you're not being asked to identify anything. You don't have to name the feeling that settles in your ribs or decide whether it's comfort or absence of pain. It just is, and its shape isn't round or sharp. It has no edges, no beginning or end. It doesn't demand to be held. It simply is allowed. The darkness under your eyelids is not empty, not because it holds light, but because it holds the memory of what light used to do in this room when you were awake and watching things that mattered. You can feel the faint outline of a wall behind your head without opening your eyes, the way your skull presses gently into the pillow, not pushing back, just resting where it is. There's no need to correct it, no reason to adjust. The line between correct and natural has blurred so long ago that you can't even tell if they were ever different. You're aware of how your fingers have curled slightly, not into a fist, but in the way things do when they've been resting for hours, like leaves folding at dusk, not from fear or tension, but because that's what their shape is. One thumb lies against the side of the index finger, not by choice, but as though gravity has taught it to stay there. You don't have to wonder if this position is better than another. There's no hierarchy in stillness, no grading system for how well you're lying down. A shift happens not in your body but in the air itself, just a soft ripple that passes through without warning or cause. It doesn't disturb anything, doesn't change temperature or sound. You feel it not as sensation, but as absence of resistance, the kind of moment when something moves and nothing catches it. The wall behind you could be breathing, the ceiling might be sighing, or maybe the room is simply remembering how to exist in silence. There's no need to decide whether this air has changed, whether a window opened or closed somewhere, or if someone passed by outside without sound. You don't have to track what happened before now. What matters isn't past or future. It's the way your breath fits into this moment, like a key that doesn't open anything but still belongs in the lock. The fact that it doesn't need to unlock anything is part of its truths. You're aware now of how your spine curves, not as a flaw, not as misalignment, but as an arc formed by years of lying down with no one watching, no judgment, no correction. It's not straight because it wasn't meant to be. It's not broken because it doesn't look like the diagrams in books. It just is, shaped by time and gravity and sleep, without effort or pride. There's a softness to it that isn't weakness. It's simply how weight settles when left undisturbed. Your hand rests on your chest, not holding anything, not trying to keep something inside. The fingers are open, the palms slightly curved, not in prayer, not in surrender, but in quiet acceptance of what is already happening. This moment, this breath, this darkness under closed eyes. You're aware that you don't have to believe in anything. You don't have to hope for a morning or dread an ending. The question about meaning didn't vanish. It simply stopped being urgent. It's still there, somewhere beyond thought, like a sound heard from far away during a storm. Not loud enough to interrupt, not close enough to answer. There's no need to wonder whether this stillness is temporary, because time isn't measured by how long something lasts, but by how it feels when you're inside it. This moment has no length, no duration, no beginning or end. It just is. Not because it was chosen, not because it's valuable, but because it simply happened. You don't have to decide if this is freedom, because freedom isn't about choices made or decisions held. It's not a state you achieve. It's the space between what you want and what you're allowed to do. And right now, there's nothing you're expected to be. No one watching, no record being kept. You're aware of how your skin feels, not dry, not warm, just there. A surface that exists without needing to explain itself. It doesn't need to be soft or smooth or strong. It simply is the boundary between what's inside and what's outside, between you and everything else. And it doesn't need permission to exist. There's no reason for this breath to continue, but it does, not because you're alive in any dramatic way, but because that's how breathing works when there's no one trying to control it. It goes on without notice, like a river flowing through land nobody claims. A faint sound drifts from the house, maybe a floorboard creaking under something that wasn't moving, or a pipe settling after heat has passed. You don't have to name it, don't need to decide if it's real or imagined. It's not important enough to remember, not loud enough to react to. It simply exists in the space between your thoughts, like another kind of silence. You're aware now that you don't have to make sense of anything. You don't have to connect one thought to another. There's no chain needed, no sequence required. Just this, a presence without purpose, a body without goal, a breath without reason. The darkness isn't waiting for light. The stillness doesn't need to be broken. You're not being tested on how long you can stay here. No one will ask if you were brave or tired or awake enough. There's no test at the end of this night. You don't have to believe in anything except what is true right now. The way your shoulder rests against the mattress, how your neck bends without strain, how air moves through your nose like wind through an open door that leads nowhere. There's no need to wonder if you're safe. There's no reason to ask whether this moment will last, whether tomorrow will come, whether anything matters in the long run. You're just here, not because of any decision or choice, but because that's where you are when your eyes close and your thoughts stop trying to fix things. There's a soft pressure behind your ears, not pain, not tension, just the way weight settles into bone when nothing is pushing back. It's not uncomfortable. It's not significant. It's simply part of how your body rests in the dark. You're aware that you don't have to understand anything. You don't need answers or explanations. The question about life wasn't answered. It was simply left behind, like a shoe dropped in a hallway where no one walks anymore. There's no need to wonder why this silence feels deeper than others, because it doesn't feel deeper. It just is, and that's enough. You're aware now of how your breath slows, not because you told it to, not because you wanted it to, but because there's nothing left to chase, no thought to follow, no meaning to find, just this, air entering, air leaving, nothing more, nothing less. The weight of your left hand is not heavy, but it's there, the way a shadow lingers after the lamp goes out, not because it wants to stay, but because nothing has come to take its place. It rests on top of you like something that forgot how to move or where it belongs. You don't have to lift it. There's no reason for it to be anywhere else. The fingers are slightly curved, as if they were once holding a thought and now simply remember the shape of it. Nothing has been asked of them. Your right foot is tucked under your calf, not because you arranged it that way, but because gravity didn't correct its angle, not today. There's a quiet hollow at the back of your knee where warmth pools when nothing else is happening. It doesn't matter if this position will last or whether someone might notice it later. No one sees it, and even if they did, there would be no judgment in their eyes, only another shape among countless others that exist without needing to explain themselves. The air near your face feels different from the rest of the room. Not colder, not warmer, just slightly heavier, like a breath held too long by someone else's body. It doesn't ask for attention. You don't have to adjust it or name its texture. There's no need to wonder if this is how silence tastes when it settles in places where sound has never lived. Something shifts behind your ribs, not pain, not movement, but the kind of small surrender that happens without notice, like a leaf letting go before anyone sees it fall. It's not about losing anything, not really. Just space opening up quietly between things you thought were fixed, muscles relaxed, thoughts unclaimed, breath no longer following an unseen path. You're still here, not because you chose to be, but because this is where your body goes when there are no instructions left. No one told it what to do next. It didn't have to decide whether to wake or sleep, remember or forget. There's only the slow gathering of stillness, like dust settling in a room that hasn't been entered for years. As outside, something passes, a shape moving through darkness too far away to see. You don't know if it was wind or an animal or just another absence pretending to be motion. It doesn't matter what made the sound you heard earlier. Now there's only this quiet where no explanation is needed. The world continues its patterns without waiting for your attention. There's a faint line of coolness across one cheek, not from air, but from how skin meets sleep differently in some places than others. Not discomfort, not warmth either, but just another detail that exists because it does. You don't have to decide if it means anything or should be moved away. It stays as part of the landscape you're lying on. Your eyelids are closed, not out of effort but from habit, like closing a door when no one is coming through. There's nothing behind them except darkness that doesn't need light to prove itself real. You don't have to imagine what lies beyond it, because there isn't anything else to compare with. The dark holds its own shape without needing your help. A thread of air slips between your lips as you exhale, not long or loud, but enough to stir the stillness just slightly, like a ripple in water no one saw form. It doesn't create ripples elsewhere. Doesn't matter that it passed through space unobserved. It happened anyway and then was gone. Your shoulders don't hold their position because they're strong. They stay where they are simply because nothing has come to change them. No tension pulling upward, no muscles remembering what pressure feels like. They've stopped trying to carry anything more than your body's weight through the night. There's a pulse at your wrist, not fast, not slow, just steady enough to know it hasn't left you yet. But you don't have to count its rhythm or measure how long it will last. It doesn't belong to any story, doesn't need to be part of anything bigger than this moment where nothing else is happening. The room breathes too, not with lungs, but through small changes in temperature, the way fabric settles when heat leaves a surface. The wall beside you isn't thinking about being there. It just exists as something that's been touched by years of quiet and never asked to respond. Your thoughts don't return. They float away like paper boats down an invisible stream, not sinking or catching on stones, but simply drifting until they lose shape entirely. You don't have to follow them back. There's no map leading from one idea to another. No reason for the mind to keep working when all it wants is rest. The space between your shoulder blades feels wide, not like emptiness, but like a place that was never meant to be filled. It doesn't ache or resist, doesn't call out, just exists as part of how you lie down and let go. You don't have to wonder if this feeling will end, because endings aren't the point. What's true now is not about duration, but presence. The way your thigh presses into the mattress with no intention behind it. The faint pulse under your jaw that moves once every few seconds, like a heartbeat living its own life apart from yours. The air inside you doesn't know where it came from or why it stays. It's just passing through, air in and out, not for any reason, except because there's room to let it go both ways without resistance. There's no need to fix anything that isn't broken, not even the idea of being whole. You don't have to believe you're complete, only that you are here as a kind of quiet weight against the world, like something left behind on purpose, but not chosen by anyone. The house settles again, another small sound from somewhere deep in wood and pipe, and it doesn't wake anything inside you, doesn't trigger memory or fear or curiosity about what made it happen. It's just another thing that happened without needing to be known. You're aware of how your breath moves through the air not as a signal, but simply as part of the way things move when no one is watching, like wind passing through an open window with nothing waiting on the other side. There are no names for what this is. No word could contain it without distorting. It's not peace. It doesn't promise anything. Not calm either. It isn't better than unrest, nor worse. It just is, like pressure against a wall that never asked to be solid or hollow. The edge of your blanket rests on the floor, not because you left it there, but because gravity didn't pull it back into place after you shifted during sleep. There's no judgment in how far it hangs, no shame for being displaced, no need to fix what doesn't matter. Your hands are still, not clenched, not spread out, but just resting as if they were never meant to do anything except be where they landed when the body stopped trying. The ceiling above you is invisible, not dark, not light, but simply there without demand or presence. You don't have to look up, don't need to know what kind of surface it is, whether painted, cracked, smooth, or stained with time. It holds nothing for you and asks for nothing in return. You're no longer searching for meaning, not because you've found a better one, but because the search has worn itself out like an old thread frayed at both ends. You don't have to decide what it all means, only that this moment is not asking anything of you beyond being here. Your feet don't know where they're going. They haven't moved in hours. They stay where your body dropped them, as if the ground had invited them to rest without permission or reason. The air shifts again, not much, but enough for a ripple across skin near your collarbone, like something brushing past unseen. You don't have to turn toward it, don't need to see what caused it. It leaves no trace behind other than this slight sensation that passes and is gone. There's no goal in how you breathe, no destination or aim beyond the next inhale. The air comes without warning, goes without plan. No one taught your lungs their rhythm. It just happened over time, like roots growing beneath soil where nothing lives above ground. You're not waiting for something to arrive. There's no arrival expected, no knock at the edge of awareness that needs answering. The silence isn't empty because it's been filled. It's quiet because nothing has claimed it yet. It holds space without claiming ownership, like a shelf in an abandoned room where dust settles but never accumulates meaning. Your shoulders don't lift to meet anything. No weight is expected, no pressure called for. They stay exactly as they are, not relaxed, not tense, just allowed. There's no need to earn that position. No test of endurance or stillness to pass. The edge of your forearm lies against the side of the mattress, not pressed in, not lifted away, just resting where gravity left it after you turned slightly during sleep. It doesn't matter how long it stays like that. The fabric under it has worn a soft impression from earlier turns, and now another one is forming without anyone noticing or caring. No record is kept. Nothing is remembered by the thread beneath your skin, only the feel of friction, slight but constant, as if something were slowly teaching its surface to forget what it was meant for. There's no story behind the way your breath moves through your nose, no beginning, no end, just a passage of air that enters and leaves without pause or hesitation. It doesn't ask permission from your thoughts, nor does it wait for them to catch up. The lungs don't need a reason to expand. They do so simply because they can. Not out of duty, not out of desire, but because the mechanism is open, unblocked, free to respond to what's already there. You could lie like this forever and nothing would be lost. No time wasted, no moment sacrificed for some future better version of yourself who might finally understand everything. You're not missing anything by being unaware. There's no absence in not knowing. The dark doesn't accuse you of ignorance or idleness. It simply lets things exist without demanding they serve a function. The air near your ear is still, not cold, not warm, just suspended in the moment between one breath and the next, as if it paused for a second to remember how to be quiet. There's no need to listen. No signal needs interpreting. You don't have to decipher whether that stillness means something or nothing. It just is, like water pooling on stone before it slips away. Your fingers are not trying to grasp anything, not even the idea of holding on. They're not reaching for a thought nor pushing back against an image. They're simply there, curled slightly at the tips as if they'd given up on making shapes but hadn't yet forgotten how. The skin between them is thin and soft, no callus, no effort marked in its texture. It doesn't know what it's supposed to do. That's not a flaw, it's just a fact. There's no need to decide whether this moment is meaningful or meaningless. You don't have to pick one side of the scale over another. The weight you carry isn't on your shoulders. It's in the space between breaths, in the way light doesn't reach where shadows fall without being asked. It's not heavy because it has substance. It's simply present like a presence that never arrived but was already there. The ceiling above you is still what it always was, there and not there at once. Not even silence can claim full ownership of it, because silence isn't loud enough to fill such an absence. You could spend years trying to name the shape of that lack, but naming would only make it more real than it needs to be. You're not being tested on whether you can accept uncertainty, only asked if you'll let it rest where it is. No performance required, no demonstration needed. The fact that your mind drifts into questions about what lies ahead doesn't mean they are urgent, nor does their return prove they matter. They come and go like dust in a sunbeam, not because the room is dirty, but because light moves through space with no care for order. There's no reason to stop them, no need to push them away or gather them up into some tidy bundle of answers. Let them pass without turning toward them. Don't look back when they leave. Don't even notice if they linger a little longer than usual. They're not your responsibility, nor are you responsible for their shape. The wall beside you doesn't remember how many times it's been touched by hands that didn't belong to you or anyone else who ever slept here. It absorbs the warmth of passing bodies without recording whose body it was. The paint on its surface isn't fading because it's old. It's just letting go, slowly, silently, without complaint. Your toes are not thinking about where they've been or where they might go tomorrow. They're not plotting their next move or regretting last night's choices. They don't know what a future looks like. All they know is the pressure of socks that no longer fit properly, and the way the blanket edge brushes them with each slow shift in posture. You could be anywhere or nowhere at all, and it wouldn't matter. The room doesn't care if you're here or not. It hasn't changed since before you arrived. It didn't wait for your breath to begin, nor will it end when yours stops. There's no narrative attached to its silence, only the quiet hum of things that don't need to be noticed. The air shifts again, not dramatically, just enough to pull at your skin like a memory too faint to name. A draft from some faraway vent or an unseen crack in the wall. It doesn't matter. No explanation is required. The sensation passes like a sigh not meant for anyone, just movement through stillness that leaves no trace behind. Your jaw is loose, not clenched, not relaxed, but simply resting where it landed when you stopped talking to yourself hours ago. There's no tension in the tendons beneath your tongue because there was never anything to say. Words don't have to be spoken to exist in their full weight. Some thoughts are heavy even when they stay silent. You're not trying to fix any of this. No part of it needs repair, nor can you do so if you wanted to. The house creaks again, not from fear or strain, but because wood expands and contracts with the slow passage of time. It doesn't cry out, doesn't complain, just lets itself be what it is. A structure made of parts that fit loosely together, moving in ways no one planned. There's no need to make sense of any of this. Not now, not ever. The way your foot rests against the edge of the mattress isn't symbolic, nor does it represent anything larger than its own quiet presence. It doesn't point to a deeper truth or mirror some hidden part of your soul. It just is, like water seeping through stone over centuries without rushing.